is I understand that it's likely that they begin to hunt sell side immediate term. But the last thing that I would do is be married to a short idea right now. I would need a little bit more confirmation considering that Jolts releases in 25 minutes because they could randomly reverse this and then fill the gap before the data, or they could just go sideways, linger it around, and then like some insane data release happen, and then they liquidation squeeze it up into the top, and then fill the gap that way. So you need to be thinking about how the market can begin to hurt you. Everything that we're doing is a chess piece move. Trading is just like playing chess. You need to understand how it can hurt you and where they are potentially targeting and what their logical next move is. Logical, not as in, hey, like, this is what I would want to happen, because this market doesn't care about what you want it to happen. Logical as in where they what liquidity are they trying to target here? Are we an immediate or intraday buy or sell side delivery program model? So which high or which low are we getting ready to target right now? Are we going sideways right now? Probably best I not take a trade right now because I don't know where they're getting ready to go. New York Open just screwed me over. Why are you taking trades at 9:30 a.m. in the morning? Immediately on the open. That's a serious question, money. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that for? What are you trying to accomplish with that? What are you trying to accomplish with that when the market can immediately reverse an opposite? I have no clue, he says. That right there is a problem. You need y- guys, from 9:25 until like 9:35, 9:45, no one knows anything in regards to where this market's getting ready to go. It is best in order for you to just wait to wait, and then you can see exactly what their temperature is. Because this market was bullish this entire session since 11:30 last night, and I said it in the pre-market trading plan. See, like, you need to be inside this pre-market trading plan, and you need to be in here. And like I literally said verbatim, and I was like, hey, like, they're probably going to hunt sell side because we've been squeezing up in a straight line nonstop, and they gave nobody the opportunity to get out at all last night. So it would make sense in order for them to just quickly hunt sell side, but they're not going to stray too far. And what I also said was I know that what I'm getting ready to say is very contradictory. But what I also said was I would not marry a short right now because Jolts is releasing at 10 a.m. and they're to within like a tenth of a percent of filling this SPX gap. This right here is a major objective. Everybody today needs to come over here. We need to right click and put an alert basically at 759931 on SPX. And then the name of the alert needs to be gap fill 6/2 because there's a gap here. Okay. I also said that they could very well do this in one candle. So they could very well do this in one candle. All right. So you need to be on alert with that because this Jolts is market moving. If this Jolts comes out the wrong or the right way, however you want to look at it, they can come up here and they can fill this gap within 60 seconds. They are to within spitting distance of doing this. Understand what I'm getting ready to say as well. What I would not do right now is I would not long this. The most dangerous thing that you can do right now, the most dangerous thing that you can do, let me put it like this. The most dangerous thing that I think that you can do right now, I'm going to be honest with you. The most dangerous thing that I think you can do is marry a long right now. What I would not do is short this. Understand the difference. The reason why I'm saying it is because they've been hunting sell side. I'm sorry, they've been hunting buy side all day for two straight sessions. They could easily dump this shit down in here and then attack these lows and then come over here and sweep this. You have no idea how serious they are. That's the most so long going against this is the most dangerous thing you can do. But what I would not do though is short this because we are still within spitting distance of filling this gap. But if you are sized correctly, The likelihood that they do some shit like this and just never come back and attack this sell side is unlikely. Okay? That's like unlikely. If they shoot this up, I am going to assume that they're only going to shoot this up here to come and fill this gap. And then they're getting ready to return back to sell side. That's why I said I would not short this. But the most dangerous thing you can do is long this. That's what I personally believe right now. So because that's the case, I am going to wait. Whenever there's something contradictory like that, like whenever it's not super clear to me, like, probably the safest thing for me to do is long this. And what I would probably do is long this. Or probably the safest thing for me to do right now is probably, honestly speaking, to short this. And what I would probably do is short this. When that answer is not, as a matter of fact, I'm glad I'm saying this. When that answer is not clear like that, then you probably did not take a position. I'm being honest with you. You need to be thinking like that. Like, what's the most dangerous thing I could do right now? What's the most dangerous thing I could do right now? Oh, I know, long it. Okay, well, what's the most? I'm sorry. Well, in this scenario, well, I know, short it. Well, would I marry a, you know, well, I'm sorry. Let me take it back. What's the most dangerous thing I could do right now in this scenario? Well, I know, long it. Okay, well, what what's probably not a good idea right now? Well, I know, to short it. Okay, well, if those things are in conflict, then should I be taking a position if it doesn't align with my model? That's what I'm saying. If your model tells you to short this, then by all means short it. But I'm telling you that the most dangerous thing to do right now is to long it, because they're clearly trying to hunt sell side. This is not like this. This is not something to where like I'm sitting here and like it's telling me buy. The only reason why I would not short this is because of the data release. So if you don't give a shit about that, then by all means, you need to be looking at liquidity targets lower, because that's going to hurt the most amount of people right now. As I've been saying for the last 10 minutes, so I'm going to stop that rant. The only thing stopping me from potentially looking to seriously short this is that data release. They're going to have to dump this and displace away from the zone a little bit more in order for me to believe that. I need to not think that the position is going to go immediately against me and hurt me immediately. That's what I need to. That's what I need to think. There to within spitting distance. Still, you need to be on alert. They could very well attack. Hmm. Every day rent is due. Every day rent is due with this. Okay, that looks like they trying to bounce. Jolts at 10 a.m. Remember what I said about the most dangerous thing you can do. Remember what I said about that now. Remember what I said. Remember what I said. what? Why did I do that just now? To someone else. I wish I knew. Does anybody have any questions? I know you don't want to hear me sing Carl Thomas. I wish by Carl Thomas. They're to within spitting distance of this gap fill. Remember what I said. Remember what I said now. Major news releasing in 15 minutes, they could easily reverse this at this 950 macro and just squeeze this higher. Remember what I said. What I would not do is long. What I would the most dangerous thing you can do is long this. What I would not do though is short this. Those, believe it or not, I promise you that makes sense. I promise you that makes sense. It does. I promise you it does. It does, and we'll see. We will see what happens here shortly. Watch. Remember what I said now. You need to be on hyper alert for this scenario here. You need to watch out for this here. This shit right over here, they're to within spitting distance of this now. And that NVIDIA is up 1%. That NVIDIA is up 1%, and the Apple is up 1%. Adobe is down, sure. And Google is down, and Amazon is down, sure. AMD is down, too. AMD is a juggernaut. Look at that Intel Core dump. Look at that Meta dump. Microsoft dump. Everything dump. On semiconductor up 5.5%, ASML up 3%. Tesla break even. NVIDIA is a juggernaut, and NVIDIA is carrying the entire market, and it's bouncing the entire damn market, as usual. And Avgo. Avgo is starting to become somewhat of a player, and it's starting to hold its own. It's starting to have some weight here, somewhat. But this NVIDIA is keeping this. NVIDIA is the one stock to rule them all like Lord of the Rings. Remember what I said about this gap fill now. If they're to within spitting distance of something, you need to ask yourself the question, why would they not do that? I'm being dead serious. That's how you determine, well, I probably shouldn't do that. How you determine what the most dangerous thing to do is, though, is you ask yourself the question, like, if I do this, do I have any protection? Because, like, one, do I have any serious protection here? Like, am I going against this overall market structure? Like, am I hoping for the market to change? Let me rephrase that again. How I determine what the most dangerous thing to do is if we are an immediate sell side delivery program model, because believe it or not, this is actually still intraday buy side. Because this is still intraday buy side because we made a new all-time high yesterday. We just went down in a straight line, basically. So if I am an immediate sell side, or if I'm like, if the sell side model, if the delivery model is sell side, am I hoping that the market starts to deliver buy side? Like, am I hoping on the market to change right now? Like the entire market structure to change, so I'm correct? That's dangerous. I probably shouldn't do that. How I determine I probably shouldn't be doing this is, they could do that, and they're close to doing that, so they very well could come up there and tag that. But if they do that, then it probably goes against the overall market structure. So there's a good chance they could. I mean, why not? But I got a little bit of protection with this. That's how I determine that. Understand what I just said? Is anybody confused? I'm serious, guys. Is anybody confused? Because I want to make sure, like, I'm just not just spewing BS. Is anybody confused about anything that I just said just now about that analogy? What'd you say? For the free day trial, what does it do? I was going to pay the 50, but I saw that. The free 3-day trial allows you to gain access to the Knowledge Center, but you can't navigate everything in the Knowledge Center correctly within 3 days. It's going to take you at least 30 to 45 days, minimum. So that's just so that you can see exactly what's going on, get familiar, get acquainted, and then, like, if you don't want to be insider, then you can just cancel. But you need to be subscribed to that center in order to have access to Discord, because I don't have any employees, so I can see who's subscribed here. And then Discord comes with a free 7-day trial. If you seriously believe that I can't improve your trading journey, and I can't help you within 7 days of you being inside here, and if you can't see a vision in regards to how you can seriously become a better trader and turn the corner to being profitable, and if it's not a mutually beneficial thing, as in like, you know, you give $59 per month and you get 4 free trading sessions, you get the pre-market trading plan, you get to ask me questions whenever you're struggling, you get to be inside of a community with other highly profitable traders and get to bounce ideas off of them. You get all of these things, and I don't charge you a damn thing for it. If you like, if someone doesn't think that they're getting the value from it, then great, then they don't need to be inside here. Because my income is not conducive of the Discord. So it's like so in life, as with anything, you have to give something in order to get something. Whether or not that you give a dollar and you get $10,000 back, but you still have to give something. You can't just you can't just just take everything for free. It doesn't work like that. Remember what I said? That this is the most dangerous thing that they could do. So that's how that works. So it's 2 separate pages. One is the knowledge center, and then the other is the Discord. So the knowledge center is on a 3 month trial for $49. That's like $15 per month. You need to stay subscribed to that page because I promise you it will help your trading journey. Just give it a try. I promise you. It's free. Just take a look. I promise you it's free for 3 days. And then Discord is $59 per month, and you get to trade in here and get to hang out with us and familiarize yourself and ask questions and stuff like that for a week and see if it fits your schedule, and see and see if it's beneficial to you or not. I don't want there to be any confusion because for every like because for every like 10 people that I get to sign up, I'm sorry, it's not even like that. I probably say for every 50 people that sign up, about like 2 of them message me and go, hey bro, hey man, like there's so much stuff inside here, like I don't have the money in order to capitalize whenever I get funded. I thought that like I could just sign up and then just start making and just be rich. I'm being dead serious. People say that. So like I don't want to refund people $11 anymore. Or people say, hey, like I didn't really realize it was going to take me a few months in order for me to become profitable. Like hey, like and like I look at their subscription and like they were only subscribed for like 3 weeks and they cancel after 3 weeks and they were never profitable before. Look at this straight line liquidation squeeze. Remember what I said about that? So that's why I took. So it used to be a monthly thing. So like I used to divide it monthly for the knowledge center. Now you can only be subscribed to the knowledge center in increments of 3 months. You can't. So yeah, you can't be inside here unless you commit to at least 90 days of that knowledge center. I don't care if you unsubscribe from Discord. I don't care. But you need to give yourself a fighting chance with some baseline fundamental knowledge for at least 90 days minimum. Minimum 90 days minimum. If you can't do that, then you don't deserve to be successful. I'm being dead serious. I don't give a shit how bad your situation is or what you think that you deserve. If you can't commit yourself to something for 90 to 120 days and give it your all, then you don't deserve the fruits of the labor. So anyone that comes in here and tries to join on like a weird ass little monthly thing and they cancel, I got tired of seeing that. And I got tired of people messaging me, asking me like, hey bro, I tried this for 2.5 to 3 weeks, man. No, you did not. You didn't really try. They want to do this gap fill, and it's just like how I told you. They want to come up here to the zone. What I would not do is short this, and they turn this 950 macro bullish, and then they're going to come up here inside the zone, and then use this Joe's data release to come up here and shoot this and fill this goddamn gap. What I would not do is short this. The most dangerous thing you can do, though, I'm sorry, what I would not do is long this. The most dangerous thing you can do is short this. It's just like how I told you. That's why I'm sitting here waiting. They want to come up here to the zone. It's like I said, if they're to within spitting distance of this, they're going to probably try to do so. Why would they not do so? Caught that long up. I'm done for the day. Rack says, clear as water, right? Says, thank you for your feedback, sir. I just wanted to make sure. Because a lot of times, like, there's times where, like, I'll go on a rant or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to make sure. I bought it, but I'm having trouble navigating. Perfect. You want to know what? Perfect. Guess what? There, perfect. There is a navigation video. Just read page one and follow the setups, follow the steps. On page one, there is a navigation video. It's going to be so it's four, maybe five videos at the absolute most, right? It's four, maybe five videos at the absolute most, and each video was like 3 minutes long, 3.5 minutes long, and it breaks down step by step by step by step how to navigate the knowledge center and how to navigate Discord for anyone that's confused. Because as with everything, there's a learning curve. So like if you follow that step by step, it will show you, it will give you just a general. I think the term is conception, or a general idea or consensus. I think consensus is the correct term I'm looking for. It'll give you a general consensus of basically everything that's inside the knowledge center, and it'll give you a hint of Discord. Okay. So perfect. And it's step by step. I promise you, it's almost foolproof. And then, like, the beautiful thing about it is this isn't something like before or like anything that anyone has ever dealt with before. I am actually on live stream almost at all times. Literally, like I'm literally like I love doing this with a passion. So like, if you're ever confused, just ask me a question. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that like I don't necessarily do is like you say, hey bro, I pay $59. Can you mentor me one on one after market hours for 3 hours, for 2 or 3 hours? And like I ask when I say, hey, what do you need help with? And your response is, hey, like I just don't know what an FEG is, or hey, like I don't know what candlesticks are. Just teach me. I'm not going to do that because I'm going to say read that page one of that knowledge center. I'm going to refer you back to it. And I am going to make sure that you want to seriously succeed. So it's so the answer is there. Like I'm not going to just sit there and just blindly tutor you. I'm not even going to do that for $2,500 an hour. I'm not going to do that. I refuse to do that because that wouldn't be fair to everyone else. The answer to your success is on that center and inside this Discord. So help me God, it is. That's why it's free. They want to come up here and they want to fill this gap, and I think that they were fucking around. I don't believe it. I'm going to ask myself the question, why would they not come here? You need to be on hyper alert. This data releases in 3 minutes. If you are not break even, you do not start a trade right now. Understand what I just said? You do not start a trade right now. They can do this in one candle. SPY is not this SPX is knocking on this door. Be on alert now. What I would not do is long this. The most dangerous thing, I'm sorry, what I would not do is short this. The most dangerous thing you can do is long this. That's the most dangerous thing you can do. Because they can still shoot us up in the air, stop you out, and then do this. Or they can just never come back and return. They're trying to target this. I'm trying to tell you now. If if your brain can't comprehend the two between the two, whoever you are, I'm just speaking in third person as of right now. I'm speaking very vaguely. Then you have a lot more studying to do. If you can't understand what I just said, like if it's not clear to you, like how Rise said, clear as water, because water can be murky, but like crystal clear, like like filtered water, where you can see through it like a fish tank. If that's not clear to you in regards to how I've been going on this rant for the last 10 minutes about this and trying to warn you of the dangers here, then you have a lot more studying to do. You need to study up on that knowledge center, and then like you need to show up to the mentorships on the weekends. Watch out, be on alert. Where's Phantom and Murdoch at? I don't know where Phantom is. I gotta reach out to Phantom. I wonder what's going on with those guys. Hey, Colt, what's going on? You need to be on hyper alert for this. Ask yourself this question. Hold on, look, we got 1 or 2 more minutes before they do that, and this NQ is squeezing higher into oblivion. There's nothing to stop this NQ from going all-time high overshoot again, at all. At all. There's nothing to stop this market from going all-time high overshoot, which is right over
Look
here.
at the NVIDIA.
What's going on with the NVIDIA? Holy shit. That's what's going on. That NVIDIA is up 4 percentile. And that AVGO is up 5%. What's going on with the NVIDIA? Why is it squeezing like that? You need to be on hyper alert. They might use this NVIDIA to fill this gap. All-time high. If they go all-time high overshoot again, everything changes again, and the price action is going to be completely shitty again. Understand that. And it's going to erode confidence on trades because you're not going to know when they're getting ready to stop. You're not going to know when they do some shit like this. You see this shit? This right over here is exactly what I'm talking about here. Like, there were people yesterday on the live stream going, bro, long this, bro. And I'm like, bro, like if I buy this, bro, like you don't know when this trend is getting ready to reverse. Look at this. Because people go, trend my friend, trend my friend, trend my friend. Long, long, long. And then like they stop it on the dime and they do shit like this. Look at this. They never even like, they just slow bled this out the entire day. Look at this price action. Look. The entire day just slowly bled it out.
Fucking 337 tick candle.
Whoa. You see what I'm saying? That's dangerous. That is dangerous. We need to check out, we need to check this data right now. That's what we need to do. Let's look at this data. Jolts is market moving. That's not something to goof around with now. Like I said in our pre-market plan, Jolts came in at 7618. Whew. Forecast was for 6.86. This is bullish off the Chizane. Don't F with them. Hold on, my Newswire's interpreting it. Let me give you the answer. Hold on. Okay. Just so you understand what's going on, how this is bullish. A specific Jolts determines a specific position exists and there's work available for that position. That's considered a job opening. The job could start within 30 days, whether or not the establishment finds a suitable candidate during that time. And 3, there is active recruiting for workers from outside the establishment location that has the opening. Okay? The most dangerous thing that you can do right now in this scenario to me right now, as of right now, based off of what I have seen psychologically, I'm going to be 100% for real with you, is short this. The most dangerous thing you can do right now, I believe, is not long in this right now, based off of what I just saw just now. Now, they could dump this off of good news. I don't know. But the most dangerous thing I think you can do right now is press this short button. I'm being dead serious. I would not do that. I am going to wait, and I want them to prove to me that they want to dump off that data release. I'm not going to short this. There's no way in hell I'm going to do that. Not with this here. My perspective has completely changed. I don't believe that. That is ridiculous. That's an outlier. You need to be on hyper alert. That's why the market reacted like that on that candle. They're probably going to come over here and take out this data wick low and then like gain fuel, and then they're going to go higher. There's a data wick low that they're getting ready to pop. They just popped that data wick low just now on this NQ just now. Don't be surprised if they stop this on a dime and liquidation squeeze this now, because there's a data wick high up inside this zone. You need to watch out for this now. That was an insane data release. They just popped that data wick low just now to 100 ticks, and there's one up here, 75 ticks up here above here now. I would not jump up from this moving train. That data was such an outlier, I gotta wait to see. I need to gain more information right now, okay? I'm just letting you know. Hold on. would not short this. I'm being so serious. Who I don't give a shit about this data with low on this MNQ. MNQ couldn't keep up with NQ. That's a 300 tick wick to the downside. The computer's trying to mirror them all at the same time, but when NQ flashed and went lower, MNQ couldn't copy fast enough. The computer couldn't mirror the price. There's a data wick high over here on NQ that you need to be on alert for that they're probably getting ready to squeeze and target right now. Let me put my trade copy up because I might consider a long right now. I would not short this. So help me God. May He help us and may He help us in this lifetime right now. The last thing you should do is short this. So help me. May He help us. Don't do no shit like that, please God. Please God, do not do that shit. Don't do that. You've been warned. Just please just trust me. Don't do that. Do not short this right now. I just read that data, and I'm telling you what that means. Don't do that. Just don't do that now. Don't do that. The most dangerous thing you can do is press that short button. Just trust me. Just trust us. If you don't believe us, just trust. Don't do that. Do not press that short button. I'm trying to tell you right now. They're about to squeeze this. Let me run a test limit order real quick. They about to come up there and pop that damn data wick high. That's what they're about to do.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
I do not think these people trying to go lower. I'm being serious with you. I think that these people want to squeeze this to go higher. That's what my brain's telling me. My brain telling me that these people want to go higher. They don't want to go lower. They just popped that data wick high just now. That data release does not scream, hey, I want to go lower. This shit screams that they want to come up here and fill this goddamn gap. That shit was bullish off this goddamn chain. There's no other way to interpret that. I'm trying to tell you now. They're going to have to prove to me that they want to go lower. I don't think they want to go lower. I think they want to go higher. All right? So they cleared out both sets of data wicks. They took out the data wick low, then they took out the data wick high. That was that ping you heard. That was that alert you heard. Okay? So now they're going to go back to this range that they've been stuck in for the last 25 minutes, and they're just going to just probably go sideways. This right here is where they're going to come. I'm about 95% certain that they're going to give a God body candle to the zone. My confidence that they're going to come here is literally soaring through the roof. The only reason why I don't want to buy this right now specifically is because of this. They've shot this market 800 ticks in a straight line, non-stop, in a liquidation heap since 941. I don't want to buy the top. If I buy the top, then they'll do some weird shit like this, and then they'll do this, and then they'll do this. I just don't want to get caught up over here at this top. Okay? Big break of trend line. That is correct, Crispy. Way to identify the trend line. Okay, guys, listen. Yes, big break of trend line. That is correct, Chris. If you see a trend line, you need to be on hyper alert. Chris drew a trend line and they snapped it. You need to watch out. They squeezed this market 800 ticks in a straight line. I would not short this still though. That data release was insane, and then that data release was insane, and they about to send this SPX to the zone to come up here and fill this gap off that data. This is bullish off this damn chain. Another 50K TPT secured. Good job, Colt. Proud of you, sir. Good job, Colt. Student passed another TPT. Good job. Definitely. There's no computer. That's proof that it's really virus and sellers pressing buttons. He's joking with you, Kitty. He's joking with you, Kitty. Kitty, he was just joking with you. There's a trend line of two double bottoms. We'll be on alert. Absolutely. Double bottoms where? Double bottoms where? Where? We got to be on alert for that. Where you see that? Trend line and two double bottoms. 50K TBT. He got you with that joke. Chris was just joking with you, bro. Chris P was just joking with you. He was pulling your chain, bro. 50K TBT, 50K alpha, and 25K alpha all secured. K3 says. Good job. Good job, brother. Better luck, King. What's up, y'all? We just chilling. They about to squeeze this. Don't go contrary to this. I think this is bullish off this chain. I'm just a little bit nervous for buying this top over here, the top of this move. $51 to secure the bag today, I believe. $51 to secure that bag? Man, F it, man. 2 micro long, man. One micro long in a dream, man. 1 micro, probably got to do 2. 2 micro long in a dream, man. 2 micro long in a dream, boy, for 60 ticks to the upside, boy. Man. Come on, man. Stop playing, boy. 32.91 on MNQ. Oh, all the way down to here. Oh yeah. That was the ultimate sell side objective I was looking at. I'm just kidding. Colt. Trust your own analysis, brother. But they're getting ready to take this SPX up here to the zone, turn this shit green, though. That's what they're about to do. The only reason why I'm not going to long this is because NQ just shot up 900 ticks in a straight line, and then it's going in the opposite direction of ES. They're going in the opposite direction because ES is trying to come up with SPX is trying to come up here and fill this gap. So one asset is weak, and then the other, because one asset just got done liquidation squeezing everybody out, and then yeah. But they don't have to fill this gap though, so I got to be on alert for this. It's not Thursday. If it was Thursday, I would blindly long this. I'd rather wait for them to come up here than fill this, and then I potentially take something to the contrary. This is bullish off this goddamn chain, boy. I'm going to be for real with you right now. I don't see a reason on as to why I couldn't do a breakout trade right now for 10 contracts. To the
Order
upside
filled.
On 40 ticks right now to the upside. I'm being dead serious. Like based off of like what they're showing me right now. I'm being like dead serious. Like, why would they not break this out up here past the zone and past this high like this? Look at that.
Order filled.
That right there is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Breakout trade with SPX filling the gap. Why the fuck would they not do that? That's when I would do breakout trades. When it's clear as fucking day and I can see where they're going, why would they not liquidation squeeze that shit past that high like that? That was 20 contracts to the upside just now. Now I'm going to sit here and I'm going to wait. Good morning, Nah. Hey. Good morning, Nah. How you doing? Breakout trade to the upside. Bullish, nonstop, continued squeeze. They want to go higher. They don't want to go lower. I told you that. They came up here to come fill this gap. That was free. Took 60 cons for 1,500. TPT have passed. Good job. We'll blow the horn for you, Dean. I believe. Bag secured. Good job. We'll blow the horn for the Discord members. Good job. Dean made $1,500. TPT secured in a breakout trade with SPS getting ready to fill a gap. They made it clearly evident that they were not going to go lower. We played this on a breakout trade to the upside. I bought here 20 cons. I know I did 10, but my Bullinux is on a 2x multiplier. My Apex accounts are on a 1x multiplier. So that was 20 cons up here at the top. 20 on the Bullinux. For like a little breakout trade, just a little quick.
Be on alert. ES just completed a liquidity sweep.
Absolutely. We need to be on alert. I believe NQ Insider. Bag secure. Great job, sir. What's that, a payout, Colt? Was that a payout on the Apex? You secured a payout? Is that what that? Oh, yeah, I can see it. Net liquidation, 54,712. Good job. You need to take that payout. What's that? How much are you eligible for? 54? You should be able to take a max payout. To be honest with you. Way to work, boy. Good job. The good part is I was watching for it before you said it. That gave me the confidence to take it. Exactly. That's exactly what the purpose of a trading community is for. Because because once you invest and once you're here and once you're a part of it, somebody can say something and give you the confidence. What did I miss? Just a breakout trade. I said it was a little bit. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even think it was risky. I'm being dead serious because they were going to fill this gap. It was just a matter of like if they just did something like this and then did this, but they were going to shift this. So like if they would have pulled this back, I would have added 10 more contracts because I saw what SPX was trying to do. It has nothing to do with ES. SPX was going to liquidation, squeeze this past this high, and then pop this out and pop this high over here. Now listen, what Chris is telling everybody is that ES just popped this high over here, and they just completed two major objectives. Okay? Yes, sir. Second payout 1,500. Now basis the third, fourth, and fifth, hopefully for 2K. Good job. We need to be you're already basically reinvesting because you keep on passing accounts. Now on that payout that you got, Colt, what you need to do is that you need to invest in a good trade copier. I recommend like Replicano, so that you can keep your costs low. It depends on what platform you're trading on. And now you need to work on copy trading multiple accounts all at the same time, so that you're not, goofing around and like having to take 20, 15, 20 trades a day in order to make the same amount of money. So like you need to simplify your process now. That's what you need to do. You need to simplify everything down. I have trade copy. Oh, okay, good. Well then, you good money then. Let's get to it. Good job. Proud of you. You good then. You good money. So let's start to refine ourselves. Let's start to take more selective, higher quality trades that we have the most confidence in, and then then split the accounts the funded accounts that we have up into groups of 3 or 4. No, I'm sorry, in the groups of 3, no less than 2 probably, but no more than 3, so that we can get things on a multiplier. Guys, Chris was alerting you because we flipped on a dime and we came up here and we popped this high over here. This market now has the grounds to reverse, okay? Understand that. That's what Chris was alerting you to. And as you can tell, once they pop this damn high, this market is not acting the same now. Understand that, okay? Understand what we just said now. Well, what Chris just said. Chris is screaming, be on alert, because this is not good. Okay? I'm just warning you. Look at this SIBI that we inverse. There are 0 bearish imbalances with this market right now. There's 0. There are 0 bearish imbalances right now with this market on the 15-minute time frame. So if they just pull this back, they just pull this back. They completed that major objective just now, and now they're dumping it. That's why Chris said on this candle, be on alert. They're pulling it back because they just swept this high over here and they liquidated everybody. This right here is the zone where every single person that shorted along this way over here is going to go, man, dude, I got to get out of here. That's why this market is reacting like this. They just got done with an insane buffet. Because a lot of people see red and then they short. Because I'm not going to lie. On my trading journey, that's what I was doing in the beginning. Because I thought that trading was just simple as, well, if it's red, then I short it because we're going to go lower. And then like once I started to somewhat understand, I used to go, well, because how hard is it for them to go green again? So that'll be my stop loss. And then I used to go, well, if it's red, then I buy because then we should go green, and then the market would just stay red. So believe it or not, I promise you, there is a vast amount of people. I'm not going to say the majority, but there's a vast amount of people that determine how they get in and out of the market based off of the color of the market itself. I'm not trying to be funny. I know that you may laugh, but like I'm being dead serious. That's what they do. Okay, so understand that. So when that market went green just now like that, that's why we slightly pulled back just now. And they took 3 minutes to digest this meal. Now they want to go higher again. This SPY is on a wrecking mission right now. Understand that. SPY has a decent amount of work to do to come up here to this all-time high again. But it can be done. That that data release was insane. It can be done off of that data release. It can be. Or Trump could randomly just come out and just say deal on or something, and then we will go there. Like how they did, like how he did yesterday. Just like how he did yesterday. He can do that. You do know that, right? Don't put that past him. You need to not be holding on to trades for 1 to 2 to 3 hours in this environment. Don't do that. You're likely to get roasted. Because they could very well come out and say, ceasefire off. And then we will go down 0.5% in 3 minutes. I need to be looking for trend lines. That's what I need to be doing. You need to be on hyper alert. I don't trust this data book low on MNQ. They don't give a shit about MNQ. MNQ is just trying to copy NQ. I'm not going to base any trades off this data book low like that. I'm not going to do that. If they get to, like, if they come here to 530 or to 535, then yes, I'm going to think so. But other than that, I'm not going to put any weight on that data book low. There's nothing to stop these people from all-time high. It's either they dump this right now and they go lower, or they go all-time high overshoot right over here at this circle. There's nothing to stop them. And ES is leading the way because ES is all the way down over here at this damn bottom. If ES comes up into this 15-minute SIBI, we go all-time high overshoot right now. Like I said, the most dangerous thing you could do right now, I switched it, was shorted. And what I would not do was short it. I said that at 10:01 a.m. I said that here in the zone here. On that data release, I said, let me look at this. And I said that is the most dangerous thing you can do. And it is something that I would not do. Be on alert now. You've been warned. You need to watch out. That's what you need to be doing. This is not a joke. Watch out. I think that these people are serious. I would not goof around with these people. So help me God, I would not be. I am going to turn my Bullinox accounts off for the day. I am going to disconnect the Bullinox. Hold on. Y'all can't even see my damn P&L. What the hell is going on? Y'all gotta let me know that for transparency reasons. Why? Because I don't want to be classified as a furu. Y'all gotta let me know now. If you can't see that P&L moving in real time, y'all gotta let me know, because every day I gotta refresh it. Bang! Good job. They might want MNQ data. Okay. Paternally could save it. We just couldn't see all the accounts. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, just as long as you can see the entry and you can see what's going on, so that people don't get confused. Because win, lose, or draw, you're gonna see. Because everyone needs to see what's required. Now, you don't have to trade like me. Please don't trade like me. Don't copy my trades. But if it aligns with what you back tested, like what Dean did to make $1,500, and Dean was like, well, "Yo, I can see them getting ready to come up here and fill this gap. Like they're about to shoot this. They're to within a quarter of a tenth, 1/4 of 1/10 of a percent of filling this major objective off of that insane data release. I am going to long this shit right now and then take a base hit of 60 to 80 ticks right now, because that makes sense to me because I've back tested that and I have confidence and I've seen that occur numerous times. If that doesn't happen, then don't take the trade. So you can take the same trade as I do, but you need to have confidence in regards to what you're doing and what you back test, like Dean said. And me saying that gave him confidence because he saw because we agreed mentally. I didn't tell him to press that button, but he did. I'm going to disconnect the Bullinox accounts right now. Why? Because I don't want to goof around with this. $300 for me, $300 to $350 a day is cool per account. I'm gonna be free with you because I know that I can be consistent for 2 weeks, and I know that that's all that I need to get a base to. Because I know that I know for a fact that I can be consistent for 2 weeks to get all my money back and more. Stop and just think. I'm going to explain it to you again as I'm waiting on them to make a decision. If I'm consistent for $350 for 2 weeks, which is 10 days, I get a minimum $1,000 payout. Minimum $1,000 payout. So, it's depending upon the firm, it might be $1,500 or whatever the case may be. With Apex, about $1,500. But like, let's just say with Bullinox, $1,000, because Bullinox requires safety net of 2,600. So like, let's just say $1,000, just conservatively. Like, let's just say I'm taking a conservative and I have 6 accounts. To activate those Bullinox accounts, it costs me about like 150, but 150, 175 below. Let's just say 150. Everything is a numbers game. 150, let's just say 175, because I got my calculator now, so we don't gotta keep it even. 175 times 6. That's like from start to finish. That's 1050. I would have to blow 6 sets of 6 accounts. I would have to blow 36 accounts in order for me not to break even on a $1,000 payout on the first try. So if I blow 5 sets of accounts, I can still, because times 5, 5,250 minus, I can still make $900 if I blow 5 sets of account. I can still profit $900. I can still literally make $900, $1,000 if I blow 5 sets of 6. If I blow 30 funded accounts, 30, I will still be able to make $900. Okay. And then I know for a fact that on that next try, I now only have to do that now for like 4 or 5 days. If I do that for just 1 week at $350, 350 after 350 times 7, well, a week is 5. 1 week worth of trading. Well, no, I can't. Because I have to log a week and a half, which is 8 days with the Bullinox times 8. That's $2,800. $2,800 times 6. Well, the max payout with them is $1,500. So honestly speaking, like I probably coasted. Like $350 is too much, but you get the point. Don't get caught up on an axle here. At the end of the day, 4 or 5 days at $300, 4 or 5 days at $350 will net me $1,500 times 6. I will then make $9,000. That's on top of what I'd already done before. So like, this is like a numbers and a patience game with me. Chris told you to be on alert for that once we popped that high, and now they start dumping in a straight line. You need to be on alert. I would not long this now. The most dangerous thing you can do right now is long this. What I would not do is long this. Understand that. That's why Chris said be on alert when we popped this high over here. Why? Because they completed every major objective. They only wanted to go high. You need to understand what they're doing. They only wanted to go higher to come here. And when they came here, they then reverted back to the original objective, which is what I was telling you down inside the zone. Remember when I told you over here at the beginning when I was like, the most dangerous thing you can do is long this? That now becomes reality because they completed this, dude. Once they completed this, they have no business going higher at this point in time. There's no reason for them to go higher. They're going to continue doing what they was doing before. They are only going to go to a spot to fill orders. That's it. And them taking this market green and popping this and then primarily taking out this high over here, they accomplished 2 major objectives in one swoop. They pop this high here, and then they fill this SPX gap in one candle in this same swoop here. And now they're going to look at that volume balance right there. You need to be on alert for that. That's dangerous. I personally wouldn't catch that falling knife. That's just me, because it doesn't align with their overall objective. So I'm not going to do this ahead of where they're getting ready to go. What I think the safer play is if they shoot the shit up into the zone, and then they start going sideways and you short it to go lower. That's what I think. But as of right now, I would actually wait for this to be filled. It's looking like getting ready to come back to the zone. I'm going to be for real with you. You need to watch out for this volume balance right over here. The computer made a mistake, so it's probably going to try and come back to the zone right over here. The computer made a mistake just now. Okay, it made a mistake, and it's going to look at that shit. See that? Bullish. They just filled that shit. The computer made a mistake. I had just seen that. I wonder how large this is. Oh wow, that's something. Wow, that's a decent sized one. That's 52. That's 52 points. That's bullish nonstop. They want to go higher to fill that. Yeah, that's not a joke. Now they're gonna get ready. Now they get ready to go back lower again. Okay, they want to dump. Like I said, the most dangerous thing to do, not dangerous. What I would probably done was like whenever they filled it, then I would have shorted it to then still go lower. But depending upon your confidence level, you could have played this both ways. Understand what I just showed you. The computer made a mistake, so it needed to shoot up inside the zone to come fill this little gap that you're seeing right over here. This gap that you're seeing is a glitch in the matrix. Understand that. The computer made a mistake when it's trying to read this price. You can only see this if you're on SPX for SPCFD. You can't be on SPX on this one, or this one, or him. All of these, you can't be on that. You got to be on this one. Because I've back tested these and I've looked at these until my eyes were bleeding. And this is the one that the algorithm is going off of. This one right over here. So this one, okay? This is the true one. This is the true king. Everything else is just trying to copy it. Like this is trying to copy the real one. Shit, they did it on this one too, as a matter of fact. But I don't like this one though. I don't like this one as much. I don't like this one. I don't like that. I'm not gonna go off that one. This one right over here is the one I'm looking at right here. To me, this is the true king. But as you can tell, they're two completely different ones. And then they both made the same gap. They're on two separate exchanges, but they made the same gap and they're moving the exact same. And tens of millions. Hey, look, no pumping. If you pump that coin again, I'm gonna block you. Don't do that shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Respectfully, please don't do that. Respectfully, user 5930540884982222. Don't do that, please. Thank you. Don't do that. The mods will block you if you start pumping. So, with that being said, these things are copying each other at the same exact point in time. They're on two different exchanges, right? How the hell are they moving the exact same when tens of millions of different people are buying them separately? And they're on two different exchanges. How? I'm going to tell you how, because the computer's copying them, so it doesn't matter who buys or who sells. It does not matter. They're going to do whatever they want to do. Be on alert. That's what you need to be. You need to watch out. That volume balance said that they wasn't trying to go lower, so they squeezed it higher to go fill it. This might be an opportunity for a potential short. Potentially. I got to watch this. I need to be on alert. Watch out. Or maybe one or two more good trades. Bang. And out of Bissy's on all charts damn near. Not the same as a full gap, but those play out too. Okay, good job, Cole. I wonder what's the chance they come over here and reattack this low that we just displaced from. I wonder what's the chances of this. Good job, Cole.
Hey E, I'm gonna hop out for the day. I took a $600 loss, a couple of my accounts, but I have a $670 profit against two others. So I'm
Okay.
in a sense break even for the day, and I'm not looking to mess around with them. So I think I'm just gonna call it for the day.
I think that's a great analysis, sir. Thank you so much, man, for your contributions. Thank you so much for helping out everybody from inside the Discord, brother, with that be on alert call, because you probably saved a shitload of people's accounts. Because whenever they popped the high, they started dumping. Thank you so much, sir. We'll check with you
Yeah,
tomorrow.
well, let me before I leave, let me send a thing in the chat for why I said the liquidity sweep was one of them, but there was also a super small 5-minute that was holding us down from the initial tap, which is why I had said that before. So I'll send a picture of that in the chat if anybody wants to see it, use it, look at it, and whatever for their own model.
Perfect. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. We'll take a look at it.
Of course. Have a great day, everyone.
Yes, sir. Price action is very clean today, not gonna lie. Yes, it's a lot better. Guys, you'll be surprised what would happen if you don't try and force trades on days that are not good. Like you just save your account for the next day. Like, guys, tomorrow's going to come with or without your account. Guys, yesterday it was an insane struggle. Guys, I got break even yesterday. I worked all day yesterday, and Man, it was insane. Just a break even day. If I would have tried to force my way in that market yesterday, dude, I probably would have blew up my accounts, bro. But today is a lot easier day to read the price action. Every day is a new opportunity. I promise you, the guys, me understanding this changed my entire trading perspective. The next day is going to come. It's either going to come with or without your account. That's up to you to decide. Your entire purpose with trading is to put yourself in a position so that when you see something that makes sense, you can capitalize off of it. And you can't bite at everything that they show you.
Yo, E, did you see that candle on ES?
Where? Holy shit, what is that? Look at that wick. Nah. This is this is nothing more than a ghost wick and just a glitch in the matrix. Let me refresh this chart. It's nothing. Longs here? I'm not sure. I gotta see where they're getting ready to go. Yeah, nah, that's legitimate, but that's just a look. But all this is just nothing more than a ghost wick. That's it. It's just a glitch in TradingView's platform. That's all that is. Don't be confused by that too much. Look at this market. Look at how damn bullish this is. Yeah, that's a ghost wick. Just be on alert with that. That has nothing to do with anything. The computer just made a mistake on TradingView only. That's probably not there on NinjaTrader. So what is that candle on ES? Dan said. Dan was confused. Bro said four question marks. He said, "What is that candle?" It's nothing more than just a ghost wick, bro. Like just ignore it. There were actually people, I promise you, there's actually people that whenever that appears, they go, "Oh man, that's a ghost wick." So that means that big sellers were getting out of the market. So that means that we're getting ready to go lower. And some people actually convinced me of that. And so like I would ask, like when I saw something like that occur, because it does occur sometimes, I would like blindly short it with the intention of like me think guys like I know that this is crazy. So like you're probably gonna laugh at me, but let me show you what I used to do. I used to look at that wick like that because it'll show up on because a wick like that will show up on a TD Ameritrade's Thinkorswim platform too. And I used to sit here and I used to think and I used to go, oh my goodness, look at this. It goes all the way down to 70.65. That wick, that's a 7% wick. Oh, this is bearish. Man, they getting ready to dump this at least 1 to 2%. Let me short this. Let me buy a put. Man, that shit don't got nothing to do with nothing, boy. That was literally just a mistake. If you think this market getting ready to dump 7.5% to come over there and fill that wick, then I don't know what to tell you. You need a new mentor, or you need a new brain, rather. Well, I used to fit in that category too. So I needed a new brain. My entire purpose with this trading and trading live in front of you and showing you things every single day and just calling out this market like this, and then bringing like-minded people together is to mold your brain to understand what's going on. Your brain needs to change in order for you to be successful at doing this. You can't be the same person that you were before and be successful doing this. You can't. Is that a glitch or did it really print that wick? It really printed that wick. It did. But it's meaningless. Some people used to say, hey, somebody came in with a dark pool order or something like that. And so like they got filled all the way down there inside that zone. So that's why it showed that X, Y, and Z. But I think it's best that we just ignore that. Just fully ignore that wick. Just count it as though it was just something that was just a glitch in the matrix. Not even a glitch in the matrix, because the glitch in the matrix is real. Because we are in the matrix right now. Because life as you know it is controlled by computers. That is 100% fact. That is 100% fact. I really don't buy into all of that weird Andrew Tate woke shit, but that shit is true. Life as you know it is controlled by computers. You wanna know why? Your entire mood is controlled by computers. You wanna know why? Because if you wake up in the morning, if you log in to check your bank account, like let's just say your bank account says, let's just say last night you woke up, let's say last night, you were feeling great and you were feeling good, you finally, hey man, doing good things with NQ Insider, man. Dang, man. Dang, man. Oh man, I've been busting my hump for the last 4 or 5 months. Man, I stacked two good payouts together, man. Of 10 accounts. Man, these things are going great, man. I got a little $35,000 on my checking account right now. And that was on Monday, and you woke up today on Tuesday, and you checked that account, and there was a glitch in the matrix, and the computer said, like yesterday it said $35,555 in your checking account, and there was a glitch, and the computer said, and the computer itself was showing you $128 inside your checking account, you would lose your fucking mind. You'd be like, what the hell happened to my money? You'd be like, what? Where'd my money go? That was in my checking account. And then it sent you a message and it said, system's down. You would be calling the bank. Your entire mood would change. Like everything that you were doing at that exact moment would cease to exist based off of a computer. I'm being dead serious. It would. If you short this right now on 40 contracts and you get lucky, which you shouldn't be doing, and you make, and like you catch this candle, you make $5,000, and the computer says, "Good job, you're a winner." Your entire mood would change because you go, "Man, damn, I feel good, man. I know what I'm talking about." But if you press this button and you lose, you're gonna be like, "God damn, I don't know what the hell I'm doing." That was one of the things that I had to stop. I had to stop letting this computer control my mood. That was another thing that took my trading to the next level. And this is another lesson that, honestly speaking, that I've never talked about. I'm being dead serious. Like, this computer used to dictate how I treated my family. I'm being dead serious. Because like, if I had a good winning day, then yeah, I would want to go hang out. If I had a poor losing day, then like I would just want to sit in my house and sulk. And like my mood would shift on a daily basis. And I was not winning like how I was winning now. So you can imagine how I felt. I'm being dead serious. This computer is telling you how to feel. I'm serious. You are literally living in the matrix. Nah, bro, really spit right now. I'm telling you. Everything, guys, stop and just think. Guys, that is immediate term impact. Immediate. Guys, the computer is telling you how to feel and you don't even know it. You want to know why? And this is why I don't really agree with the Andrew Tate shit, but he said this shit and it made sense. Stop and just think. Stop. He said this and I was like, hold on, wait. That dude has a point. But see, what it is he makes a lot of good points, but he says it in a very, guys, Andrew Tate just clip farms. It's called clip farming. So he's just trying to strum up an audience. He's trying to ruffle feathers. That's it. But he said something that stuck with me, and I agree, and it made sense, and I'm getting ready to explain it to you, and this is irrefutable. He said, you want to know how you know that you're controlled by a computer? He was like, the first thing that you do, he was like, your phone tells you how to feel. I came up with that money example. That was me. I came up with that example, but I bit off of what he said. The original thing that he said was this. He said, when you wake up in the morning, right, and you go check your phone, your algorithm tells you how to feel. When you open up Instagram, X, or TikTok, if that thing says, if you don't like Donald Trump, and that thing says, Donald Trump says X, Y, and Z, your entire mood is going to shift. Because you're going to be like, God dang it, this dude is up to no good again? Dang it. Your entire mood shifts in that morning whenever you read that news headline. The algorithm is going to feed you news headlines. Guys, stop and just think. Guys, if they know you like Donald Trump, why would they just continuously spam things that are pro-Republican? Or why would they just spam things? Now, obviously, they're going to show you a few things that are pro-Republican because of the algorithm. Guys, listen. They know that they can get the most interaction from you by showing you things opposite of what you like. The algorithm is programming you and you don't even know it. I'm being dead serious. Guys, and it's the same exact thing it's the same exact thing outside of politics. Just stop and just use your brain. Look, guys, you know those whole woke bros, like the people that go, excuse my language, women, I apologize. But you know those whole woke-minded people that go, man, hoes don't deserve nothing. Or man, death to gold diggers. Or you know what I'm saying? Like those whole woke-minded, weird, you know what I'm saying? Like weird relationship advice people. And people go, well, what are those arguments that go online? You know what I'm saying? Where they go, well, women don't deserve this, the whole misogynistic people. You know what I'm saying? Like the people that are just hating on women and like the whole relationship advice. Oh yeah, that's how it goes. I apologize because it's been a while. But there's this whole movement going about now to where like they go, well, a woman's value decreases in X, Y, Z. And it's people trying to tell a woman what their value are. There's a whole community behind those people. Those people are coming out the woodworks now where they're like, ooh, you're past the age of 25. You have no value. Like those people. Guys, the algorithm is spamming that content to you to keep you bolstered. There's a reason why you're seeing that shit nonstop. Guys, that shit is not a blip on the radar of women. He said, and they all unmarried, yeah. Guys, that shit, exactly. Yeah, all of the men are unmarried and happy. The algo brought me here and I go like, exactly. Exactly. The algorithm, guys, that algorithm controls how you feel. I'm being dead serious. And it's spewing BS to you. And the more that you engage with it, short story short is this, the more that you engage with it, the more that it feeds you that. I'm being dead serious. That's why I had to block Cardi B's name. Because Cardi B and that one dude, Stephon Diggs, I had to block his name on X and across all the social media. Oh yeah, and that dude and that dude Moneybag Yo and them and the Ari or the Ari, whatever her name is, with the big donkey wagon butt. Like, how is this relevant in life? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, because what it was because what was going on was like, I despised them so much and I hated seeing them. So like I was clicking on the post itself and I would, and like, I didn't realize that like whenever I was liking the posts of the people going, bro, how is this relevant? How is this relevant? How is this relevant? I was engaging with the original post. So they kept on showing me Cardi B and Ari, or whatever her name is, and Moneybag Yo. Oh yeah, and Myron Gaines, those dudes. And they kept showing me those people. Because they were showing me them through my hatred. And the algorithm knew, hey, you know what? If I show this, like, hey, the moment that he opens his phone, if I show him Cardi B, it'll set him off on a rant. And it'll enrage him. And I can keep him here for another 2 to 3 more minutes because he'll be upset. That's what guys, I promise, that's what the algorithm is doing to you. I promise you. If you stop engaging with that shit, you'll be surprised. I promise you, it's crazy. I promise you. I promise you. I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead serious. The last girl that I was dating, she was trying to get marriage out of me so bad, and she was trying to convince me of marriage so bad to the point where like it was getting absolutely insane. I'm getting into my personal life right now, but I'm being dead serious to the point to where every single time, guys, I look because I asked because I was like, what is going on with you? Are you okay? And she was like, yeah, blah 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 blah. Long story short, right? And I picked up and I looked at her phone, bro. Her algorithm is the complete exact opposite of my algorithm. Dude, her algorithm was I could not believe a woman's algorithm on this. Like it is the most mind-blowing thing. bro, her algorithm was nothing but diamonds, jewelry, rings, and then people proposing on beaches. I am pausing for dramatic effect. So when she woke up in the morning, she was on my ass. Until I picked up that phone and I saw that shit, and I was like, hold on. And then when she took a break from that, right? They then started spamming then they started spamming shopping. Just nothing but consumerism and shopping and trips and lavish vacations, like with like weird Russell Wilson kind of dudes. Like Russell Wilson cheesy kind of dudes that will literally like sell their entire existence in order to like. Now I like Russell Wilson, so I'm just being funny. He's a good dude, I promise you. He's a good man, he's a good husband. I promise you, he's a good dude. He's a role model. More people need to be like Russell Wilson, not like Future. I'm being honest with you. So let's get that straight. I'm being dead serious. Russell Wilson is not catching straight. That's a good dude. That man right there, bro, that man takes care of his family. He's very well educated. He's very well spoken. He's accountable. He has a daily schedule. He takes care, man, I'm being dead serious. That's a good dude. But I'm just saying, like, it was dudes like that. And she was like, why can't everybody be like Russell Wilson? Like that. I'm being dead serious. And so she was on me because I'm not a Russell Wilson. I can't hold a candle to that dude. I'm being for real. I'm being for real. Handsome looking dude, up 450, 500 million, flying this girl out in private jets, taking care of other people's children. Hell, shit. I'd take other people's children if I had 400 million. You crazy as hell. Why not? I'm being for real. So she was on me. And I was like, girl, stop engaging with that algorithm. Stop that. And I showed her my algorithm. Dude, you wouldn't even believe what my algorithm looked like. I should seriously send you a screenshot of what my algorithm looked like. It is absolutely insane. My algorithm, you want to know why? My algorithm literally just spams supercars. My algorithm spans supercars and stoic stoic advice. So like it's people giving like life-changing speeches, and then like they'll flash a McLaren or they'll flash like a Lamborghini. There's nothing else on my algorithm but that. Nothing else. I don't see any politics on my algorithm because when I see politics, I just swipe to the left. So that the computer knows, bro, don't test that dude with that. But you know what they can do? I am a sucker for supercars. I love them. So the algorithm knows, okay, you know what? If I show him 10 supercars, he'll click on this video and he'll look at this car for like 10 minutes so that I can shoot him an advertisement. That's what my computer does. I promise you. That's what it does. And then it goes, man, you know what? If I spam a really good philosophical or stoic kind of video that catches his attention in the first five to 5 seconds or so, I can get him to watch. I promise you, it knows. It goes, I can get this dude to watch a 6 or 7 minute long video about life-changing advice. And then like halfway through, he'll go, but what the fuck is this? This doesn't mean anything. Because it knows that I am a sucker for education. It knows that. In any event, some Russell Wilson kid, that's exactly how mine is too. Exactly. Every single one every single person's thing is different. If they don't put the hands of your social media in the hands of humans, what makes you think they're gonna put $100 trillion of assets like this in the hands of buyers or sellers? So long story short story shorter, I said this rant and I avoided all of this weird shit over here as they're getting ready to squeeze in the new highs to say this. Everything that you know is controlled by computers. It is. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Speaking, I was like, bro, girl, what is up with you? And I saw her feed and I understood why. I was like, that makes sense to me now. You wouldn't believe what a woman's feet look like. Not gonna lie, memes and trading for the most part, every now and then, baddie pops up. Yeah, exactly. You wanna know why? Because you wanna know why, Swerve? Because that's what you want the most. The algorithm knows what you interact with the most. Dude, you not gonna see women, bro. A woman's the only reason why a woman's algorithm is going to be showing other women in a bikini is because she's looking for similar clothing. Dude, you not going to see, bro, dude, a woman's algorithm is not going to be women walking around doing thirst traps and walking around doing thirst traps in fucking bikinis and Brazilian waxes and flashing their tits. I'm telling you, bro. It's just their algorithm is not going to do that shit. That shit is not going to be the case because they're not going to interact with that. The computer knows. I'm telling you, it knows. But the computer knows. So you're laughing, yeah, Swervo, yeah. The computer knows. Man, damn. Swervo wants to make $50,000 a month so that he can be in Miami driving around in a high-end car with a baddie in a bikini. And you know what? And I should spam trading memes to him so that he can try and figure out how to get to this as soon as possible. So it shows that because its entire objective is to get you to watch. And if it doesn't garner a reaction from you, you're not going to watch it. So that's exactly what's going on. So just so you know, that shit is smarter than you know. I'm being dead serious. If you're not a trader, why would they show you a trading meme? Why would they do that? I'm being dead serious. If you're a misogynist, why would they show you pro women stuff? They're going to feed you stuff that's going to feed into your delusion. Why would they do that for? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, like the red pill bros, like the Myron Gaines, the Myron Gaines of the world, like those people, they're going to show you similar content so you can continuously agree with it. So you can go, yeah. Chill on Myron. Nah. There's some things that I agree with Myron on, and there's some things that I disagree with him on. Bro, these people are clip farming, bro. Bro, these people really don't be living like how you think that they do, bro. I'm being dead serious. They don't, bro. Myron Gaines got a whole girlfriend, bro, at the crib, bro. They just be chilling over there at his house. Those dudes are lying to you. And the reason why they started to fall off a little bit, like at first, was because, especially the black dude, especially the black dude named Fresh, was because Fresh was sitting there on that damn podcast and he was spewing all of that woke, misogynistic, weird shit. And this one girl exposed him. And this one girl exposed all of the text messages and found out that he was a sellout and a sucker and he was paying for coochie. And he was begging her to be with him. And he was renting out cars and he was not living nothing like how he was saying. I remember that. That happened like 3 years ago. That happened like 2 years ago. So like ever since then, like I ain't really heard nothing from that dude Fresh. I'm being dead serious. Like he completely fell off ever since that happened. And there was this one girl that was like, he lying. He not living like that. And the people was like, prove it. And then like she sent the screenshots and like, I promise you, just type it in, you'll find it. Type in Fresh from Fresh and Fit exposed or something like that. They exposed him. And he was a complete sellout. He was a complete sellout. Listen to me and hear me clearly. Don't feed into none of that weird stuff that they talking about. I'm going to tell you the truth. This is coming from a dude that does not sell out and that will not bend his morals, but I understand the world that we're living in. And I'm going to be very direct when I say this. Whether or not that you want to accept it or not, a vagina is the most powerful thing on this planet. I'm telling you it is. So help me God it is. I'm being dead serious. Men, the length that most men are willing to go to in order to not only come into contact with that, but in order to secure that, is absolutely, hold on, let me block this dude, is absolutely mind-boggling insane. Men will start wars. What made him? What made him a sellout? I can't remember the specifics, but he belongs to sure he wasn't living nothing like how he was claiming. He's this weird misogynistic dude. So long story short, like, like it came out where like he was selling out. But at the end of the day, it's a portal for new souls. And yeah, but at the end of the day, well, one, we wouldn't be here without women. So there's that. So that's 100% true. And then two, men, the length that men will go to in order to, guys, almost everything that you know is because a man wants to impress his counterpart. He wants to set himself apart so that he can have access to women. I'm being dead serious. Guys, at the end of the day, that's what life is about. I'm being dead serious. The reason why you want to make a lot of money right now, and the reason why you want to do X, Y, and Z, is so that either you can prove a point or so that you can set yourself apart from other men so that you can have access to whatever woman that you want to have access to as a man. That I'm being dead serious. That's what it all boils down to. So that you can have the best opportunity to procreate. Or I've always said if it wasn't for women, then men would live in caves. That is correct. I'm being dead serious. Technically speaking, yes, you are correct. Technically speaking, you are correct. Technically speaking, because that's what men want to do. Time distortion, correct. That's why I'm going on this rant. That means nothing. Man, F fresh. Yeah. Yeah, fresh was a scam. Yeah, I'm being dead serious, bro. I mean, because what would be the purpose in regards to you want to accomplish anything? What? I mean, like, what would be the purpose? Like, why would you want to go to work and bust your hump and set yourself apart for? Like, what would be the ultimate objective? What? To impress another grown man? No. You want to set yourself apart from other men, from other competitors. You want to give yourself the best opportunity in order to spread your genes. That's the nature within you as a living organism. Every single living organism competes for that, to have a family, exactly. And you can't have a family without a woman. Technically speaking, you can. I'm not, I'm not going to get into all of the grave specifics because I don't judge. But I'm just saying, technically speaking, biologically. Okay? So, like, dude, like, I don't judge, I promise you. I have gay best, not gay best, I don't really have, I got gay people that I know from just, you get the point. I don't have gay best friends, but I have gay friends. Not, people that I know. I'm just being honest with you. Because I've been traveled. So I got no issues with that. I'm being dead serious, so I don't judge. And I have people who are atheists. I know people who are atheists. Tread carefully, exactly. I have people, like, I promise you, I know people who are atheists, and they're cool too. It's just that they just don't have no religious beliefs. So I don't judge. You keeping it 100. You had 32K today. What's that mean? How close are you with these frenzy? Right. Well, it depends. It depends. It can depend. I'm gonna be honest with you, I really don't have any friends that I associate with on a daily basis like that, other than like my basketball friends. But what I'm saying is like I've met gay people that are really cool. So like I'm gonna be honest with you, like, so like we don't have similar interests like as far as like going to the same places or anything like that. But like I've met gay people that are really cool. I promise you, like, what I'm saying, like I was brainwashed like 15 years ago in order to thinking like they're like different or they're like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like these are normal people, dude. Like for real. Like for real. So like I like nowadays, I don't see color, I don't see race, I don't see political beliefs. I seriously see people for who they are. And whether or not that I think that they're just good people just in general. And I judge you based off of that. like like based off of what you're showing me and based off of the person and the character of who you are. That's just I'm serious. Like I'm not saying it to be politically correct because I don't give a shit. I'm being like dead serious. Do you believe in Jesus? I believe in Jesus. Yes, I do. But I believe, but however, but I'm unsure if it's as though that they've been telling us, because I think that religion is used to control people. So but that's a story for another day. What up, Insider? Look out for them and video call options. Hmm. What is your thoughts on the market right now? Yeah, let's log back in. Agnostic. How close are you to? Yeah. I don't judge, and I think that locking into one religion is judging. I think that that's true, because if you're a hardcore Jesus advocate, if someone tells you, "Hey, I believe in Buddha," or "Hey, I believe in Allah," you're gonna be like, you wrong." Like you're judging. I I just like I just don't want to judge nobody. And I want to give everybody the opportunity in order to be the best version of themselves. Because we're all just trying to improve our lives in this world. And we have a limited amount of time. We don't got no time to be arguing or causing division. I love every single last one of y'all. I do. No matter what you engage or believe in. Correct. I would definitely say that I'm agnostic because I got to look this up. An agnostic person is a person who believes that nothing is known or can be known about the existence of God. Rather than committing to a belief or disbelief, they withhold judgment, often feeling that there is not enough evidence to prove or disprove a higher power. That is correct. But I naturally grew up in a Baptist household. So I have Christian beliefs and I believe in doing the right thing. And, I pray. I promise you I do. So sometimes I do. But I just don't think that, but I just don't think that that like if there's 8 billion people in this world, that 4 or 5 billion of them are wrong. Like, and that they're going to hell because of where they were born at. I just don't think that that's right. I just don't think that that's fair, because there's some people that don't get to choose, you know? Like I promise you, because life isn't fair, Like, I just don't think that that's right to say, hey, because because you were born in Kazakhstan and you were born a Muslim in Kazakhstan, and and your family is rich because they got 2 goats and a sheep and a ram, that you don't deserve to go to heaven. I just don't. I'm not sure if I believe that. I think that we're all humans and that we should all just do the right thing morally, and that we shouldn't judge anybody depending upon who they are or where they're from. And I think that we should just try and help as many people as we possibly can in this world. I'm being dead serious. And I just hope that at the end of the day, that when it's all said and done, because I could leave this world today or tomorrow. Who knows? Like, I could leave my house right now and get into a car accident and never come back. And like y'all would log onto the screen and be like, yo, what happened to that dude? Man, what happened to that guy, NQ Insider? I just hope that at the end of the day, that when when the curtains roll back and when they play the film, they go, man, you know what? That dude, man, you know what? That dude was a good dude. That dude didn't judge nobody. He stayed in his own lane. He didn't try to hurt nobody. And you know what? And he tried to help as many people as he possibly could. And you know what? He didn't know what to, like he didn't know 100%, and he didn't have the answers. Just like everybody else. But you know what? He tried his best, and he tried his best to help other people and to not judge people. And then every single person that he came into contact with, he approached that relationship, because every single time you interact with somebody that has a relationship, no matter how big or how small, he approached every single relationship with the mentality of he is going to leave that relationship better, not worse, or at least try to leave it better than when he came into it. Every single person. And if that person was not receptive, because some people are just inherently evil, he just let that person be. That's it. And when it's all said and done, that's what I want. I'm being dead serious. Anything else to me, I don't want to be a part of. So there's that. There's my spiritual rent, and that's how I feel. I'm being for real. So I don't judge. I don't care what you believe in, man. Look at this that they were goofing around with. Look at that weird shit. A session is a state of mind, God-like thinking, yeah. Jesus loves you, man. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the way. He's the final judge. I agree with you. I agree with you. And whatever you believe in, I agree with you. Because that gives you peace. And it makes you a better person. And I'm not here to change your beliefs. I just want you to be a better person. So if you being a better person means that you believe in Jesus, great. If you being a better person means that you believe in Allah, then great. If you being a better person means that you're atheist and so like you don't want to hurt nobody, then great. We can all be friends. And I won't judge you for what you believe in, just as long as you don't judge me. So that we can grow together. Otherwise, we'll always have division. You can't unite the world through division. You can only unite it through unity and through peace and understanding. But unfortunately, we don't live in a fairy tale world. There will never be universal peace and understanding. But we can try. Anyway, let me get off this weird philosophical shit. Let's log back into the charts. Somehow, somewhere, we avoided all of this weird shit with that rant. I avoided trying to short this and probably getting destroyed. And I probably, and I avoided probably shorting this because I was going on this rant. So let's log back in now, shall we? Time to enter longs, Money Walk says. That's what we got to watch, Money. I took that short down full TP. If it would have just flipped to buy immediately, it would be golden. Is it time for Price to start making some real moves now? They just completed so many major objectives, boy. This is crazy. This is bullish off the chain. That data release that you just saw was insanely bullish, okay? So I'm just letting you know that right now. That's why this market's squeezing like this. They about to come up here and go to this damn all-time high. That's what they're about to do. You need to watch out. If ES goes to this all-time high, I seriously think there's nothing that we can do. Why would they not go to all-time high with that data again? I'm going to put this here, all-time high. Overshoot. This is all-time high here again. They're flirting with the whole shoot. They'd already taken on 760. I didn't realize that. Ooh, all-time high. No, not yet. Close. Close. We close. If they do this, this market's going to break loose. And then price action, as you know it, will become crappy for the rest of the day. The only reason why price was delivering cleanly was because we weren't at the all-time high. Once they started flirting again with the all-time high, then price action started doing this weird shit again. I might short ES. Why would you do that? What bearish indicator are you looking at right now that's giving you the indication that, hey, we're going to go lower, not only for an hour, but for 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes from now? What indication is giving you that? Because every red candle, they go sideways for 1 or 2 minutes and then it just goes green. What is telling you that right now? Sammy? That's a serious question, Sammy. What's LRLR? A lot to learn. Welcome. You're in the right place, Money Walk. Welcome. It just took out LRLR. Be on alert. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Today's your first day. Welcome. Like if you've ever seen Money Walk, have you ever seen the movie The Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith? Has anyone ever seen that movie? Where at the end of the scene he goes,
Yeah,
right?
good movie. Good
Man,
movie.
that is in my top 5 movies of all time. I love that because that's really like how like my life and like my dad's life was. I'm being dead serious.
Yeah,
And
but that's life. That's life on a. That's everybody's life,
that's
really.
everybody's
They
life
have
for
some
real.
sort of yeah.
I'm being dead serious. Like in some way, shape, or form, like that's like everybody's life. You ever trade NQ? That's the only thing I really trade. And at the end, and he said, "Welcome, Chris. Would you like that? Would you like to start tomorrow?" And Chris was crying. He was like, "Hey," and he was like, "Yes, sir." And he was like, "Well, tomorrow's going to be your first day. Would you like that, Chris?" I'll never, as long as I live, forget that scene. Man, Will Smith looked that man in his eyes. He said, "Yeah, yes, sir. I would. Thank you." Because he knew that his work, because he knew he was in the right place. But he still needed to put the work in. But man, that scene was so powerful, boy. That scene was so powerful. That man gave his last $2, and he was homeless. He gave his last $2 to a guy that was worth tens of millions of dollars to catch a cab. Wow. Man, I'm trying to tell you, boy. If you want something, boy, you're going to go for it. They get ready to go to this all-time high. Let's not goof around with them. They do all-time high overshoot. This market not going to stop. That was an insane data release, and I would not short this market. This is bullish off the chain. What's your strategy? ICT discretionary concepts mixed with a few other things, like psychological things, like doing the opposite, like playing trendline breaks to the downside. Why? Because that hurts a lot of people. And then, so ICT discretionary. I do a lot of things that are ICT related, but you can understand what I'm doing if you understand ICT. But I'm not. But I'm not just blindly just trading the ICT itself. And then there's a few other things that are not ICT related, like a few models that I have as well. That's why it's discretion. But the ICT is the base. But I'm not just trading ICT concepts strictly, because those can fail. They can. Is there going to be a pullback? Or should we look for shorts at 30, 70, 50? That's 150 points higher than all-time high. Why would you go 150 points higher than all-time high? What's up there? You see something to the left I don't see? What's telling you that? What's up there, Saint? What's up there? They're about to take this market to this all-time high overshoot. This is bullish off this damn chain. I see what blue circle is drawn. I see what blue circle is drawn up there. That's all-time high overshoot. This right here is what they're trying to target. There's nothing else stopping them in their wake from that and this. Because we passed 100 points higher yesterday on all-time high. Yesterday is not an indication of today. The only indication at all-time high is that you need to know that all-time highs come in clusters. They can very well pop a new all-time high like this, and then like you buy this, they could come here. And then they stop here like this, and randomly on a dime, they will just bleed this market out in a straight line like this with no serious bounce like this the entire rest of the day. You have no idea when the top is going to be the top of the all-time high. That's why it's dangerous. Quick scalper, MQ just paid me. Good job, Indiana Buddha. I need to wait for clear market structure. You took trades yesterday? Yesterday popped it good. Yeah. I took like 4 or 5 trades yesterday and I got break even on the day. Today was a little bit easier. As far as like, I took one trade today. It was a breakout strategy on 20 contracts here to here, which is 40 ticks. Because I saw that it was getting ready to pop that high on that gap fill, so I longed it. And then other than that, they popped this, then they dumped it, and they just went sideways in this squeeze pattern. I was not going to take any trade prior to that data release. So I waited until 10 o'clock for the data to release. So timestamp is 11:17. This is all that I felt comfortable with doing today. I waited until 10 o'clock for the data to release. I looked at the data, that shit was bullish, and I said, don't short this. And I started, they were getting ready to fill the SPX gap. When they were to within a quarter of 0.1%, 0.1%, as in 0.02% of filling the gap on SPX, I knew they were getting ready to squeeze it higher in a liquidation squeeze. So I knew that meant NQ had to go higher. So I bought 20 contracts on NQ. It says 10, but I had my bonus comes from the 2x multiplier. And I was just trying to get 40 ticks to the upside. Just real quick because it was a breakout. I had to be certain. And then once they popped that high, Chris from Discord let us know, hey, you know what? They just popped this high over here. Be on alert. They're probably going to pull it back. Then they pulled it back, and that's what this was. And then I started going on a rant about the algorithm and about the matrix and about weird stuff that, honestly speaking, has no relevancy in real life because we can't change anything about it. I was just trying to open up people's minds, like just a little bit, just something to talk about. And then they started going on a rant here like this, and they started doing this shit. which is just not any solid favorable price action in my opinion. So the rant saved me, honestly speaking, from doing weird shit because I probably would have tried to short it here or probably here. So it probably stopped me from taking a loss potentially. I'm unsure, or from going against this overall trend here and getting roasted. So I'm gonna be honest with you, these rants save me sometimes. I'm being dead serious. So that's been the entire day because the market's been open for only an hour and 30 minutes. But honestly speaking, to be safe, you really only had 1 hour of solid price action to trade because you should not have been in a trade prior to 10 o'clock because that was the JOLTS data release. You needed to see what their temperature was, unless you have a model that you trust. But I don't think that it was clear as day before then because they could have dumped us or pumped us if you weren't listening to the instructions from inside here, if that makes sense. So that's that. The market only been open for an hour. So here we are, and they're about to go all-time high overshoot again. Why? Because all-time high come in clusters. Yo, I don't know how much Bullinox, but what you mean 2x multiplier? What I mean by that is whatever trade that I take on the lead account, the trade copier has it on the 2x multiplier. So if I enter in on 3 micros on my Apex funded accounts, the Bullinox accounts go 2x. That's why if you look at your screen, you see Tradeovate says 166 and the Bullinox says 350. I took a trade on the Tradeovate copy, on the Tradeovate lead account, which is copying the Apex Tradeovate accounts. But the Bullinox says 350. The reason why that's the case is because when I went 10 contracts over here on the Apex, I really went 20 on Bullinox. So it's just on a 2x multiplier. So whatever you see me doing contract-wise on here, I'm doing twice that on the Bullinox. All right? So that's what that means. The trade copy is on 2x multiplier. Something simple. That's all it is. Oh, damn, I didn't know that was possible. Yeah, correct. Correct. You can do anything with the trade copier. So it doesn't have to only copy the trades that you put in. You could put it on a 1/3 multiplier. So if you have an account that you're trying to chill out on and you're just trying to take base hits, but you're very aggressive on one account, you don't have to trade them all the exact same. So this goes with the cult and this goes with everybody that's inside Discord. You don't have to do that. So like if you have an account that you're very aggressive on and you're doing like entry level 10 micros, but you have a funded account that's like $100, $200 away from a payout, you need to go in and you need to put that account on like 1/3 multiplier. So when you go in on 10 micros on your lead account, it only puts you in 2 to 3 micros at the absolute most on the account that you're trying to take a base hit on. You can do that. You do know that. Well, it's not highly known. So I'm not trying to be. I don't want to seem rude, or prude. So yeah, most people don't realize that. I think they're gonna squeak this and go to all-time high. I don't think that they came this far to only come this far. That's what my brain telling me. My brain telling me that they want to squeeze this to go higher, and I should not short this. My brain telling me I should not short this until they give a serious first presented and until this market structure changes. And I don't think this market structure is going to change until they take out this low, and then they'll consider it to take out this low. Why? Because right now, this is all that they're doing nonstop. So why would they not just keep doing this? Did you see that? This market structure, immediate term, is bullish off the chain. Why would they switch now? Do you look at higher time frames? Yes, I do. Of course I do. Yes, I do. Higher time frames allows me to see major internals or external liquidities. I do. But I can see almost everything that I need to see on a 1-minute time frame. I can go back as far as Sunday at 11:30 on a 1-minute time frame, and I can see this entire picture with 1-minute candles. And I think that we need to be paying attention to 1-minute candles, because if you would have long this over here thinking this was a pullback, you would have blew your account in 5 minutes. But this would have been a blip on the radar of a 15-minute candle. You would not have survived this dump right over here if you long this right there. your account would have been gone. That's 400 ticks to the downside. If you was in 10 micros, you would have blew the account. So you need to watch out for that. They're teasing this all-time high, and they might liquidation squeeze us past the zone. I need to wait for a change in market structure if I'm going to short this. If you're going to short this, you need to react, not predict. You don't need to press the short button right now. If you think they're getting ready to go higher, the safe play right now is not to buy this top with that weird staircase and pattern here. The safe play right now is to wait for them to pop that all-time high, and if they create a new all-time high, then they're going to at least squeeze it a little bit higher. Understand what I'm telling you? It's the same exact thing that I told everyone yesterday. It's the same thing that I told you yesterday here. Look at this now. Pay attention. Pay attention now. If you're driving, then don't look. Because, dude, if you're driving an 18-wheeler semi-truck with 3 trailers in the back, don't goddamn look at this screen, please, and run over a little innocent child, please.
Don't tell the truck driver that. Just let them full port, watch the screen, and mash the gas. That's
Right.
what we do.
Right, exactly, right. Because people will do that shit, bro. People will be like, hey, bro, and then like, they'll be like, hey, man, my mentor told me to look at this screen. My mentor
All the
told me to look
while,
at this
he's
damn
swerving
screen.
to the left and swerving to the right.
Right. So it's the same thing that I said here. This was the previous all-time high. When they eclipsed this, this example is an example that I use. Why? Because we're all adults here. But I do have some people inside who are 16, 17. And, but, some of them are very profitable. But nevertheless, though, they want to be adults, okay? When they do this, right, the example that I use with the adult analogy is they're not just going to put the tip in and then do this and then just do some weird shit like this. They're not going to do that. When they make a new all-time high, they're going to make sure it's confirmed and they're going to squeeze it higher. So you can take a base hit off of that, if that makes sense. If you feel comfortable doing that, understand that. Now, when they make a new all-time high like this, they're probably going to flash it and then pull it back slightly and decide and goof around for a little bit. Then they're going to burst. Okay, and it's going to liquidation squeeze. Understand that. That's safer, believe it or not. That is safer, believe it or not, than you doing some shit like this and you buying it here and then thinking that we're getting ready to liquidation squeeze it to a new high and then they dump it on you like this. That's safer now. Understand that. That's a much safer play. Okay? Understand that. That's safer. How would you trade that where the blue line is? What are you talking about? I think that I just explained that. What is circle is. That's how I would if I had to force an all-time high trade, that's what I would do. I would wait for it to be confirmed, and then once it's confirmed across all assets, I would wait for the first pullback, and then I would long it. And I would start scaling. I would start scaling into a long. I would not blindly full port a long on 20 minis or 200 micros. I would not do that. On my low 300K account, I would not do that. But hell, I would start scaling in. And then I would retarget that high that we had just eclipsed, that we had just pulled back from, that new all-time high, and I would be out there. That's what I would do, because that's the safest play. Because why would they not go higher after the first initial pullback? Why would they not do that? They just made a new all-time high for it. You think they're just going to peak, do all-time high, and just liquidation squeeze and then dump and never go back? You can take a base hit out of that. And then when they start to curl up, then you go break even towards it. That's how that works. But you sitting here and you buying this right now, other than like you managing risk to one of these imbalances, in the immediate term is guessing. Now, it's not guessing, but, because, you can manage your risk to here, and then target this. There's trades that you can take. Trust me, there are trades you can take. Like on this pullback over here, if you wanted the longest off of this and manage your risk to inverse of this, you can now long this and then target this high over here and then go break even when we pop this high and then go into all-time high. But it's just like I said, you might not want to TP at all-time high. like fully TP. Like if they take out this high, they're going to come to all-time high. Then if they come to all-time high, they're going to liquidation squeeze it. So I would just take off 50% to secure the profit, and then I would just go break even. I would just let the rest ride because they're going to liquidation squeeze it and come up into the zone or some shit. Understand what I just showed you? I'm trying to tell you, this is the same guy that's been orchestrating this entire market this entire day. I'm trying to tell you what they're getting ready to do. And I've been telling you where they've been going this entire time. So that's what they're going to do. It's literally the same as the thing I told you here yesterday. That was exactly what I said, and that was the exact analogy that I used. They're not just going to put the tip in and then dump. They're going to liquidation squeeze it and then pull back. Why? Because if they go higher, then they'll get everybody thinking, hey, trend my friend, let me buy dip. This is for the trend my friend people here. This right over here, this systematic bleed out of 1,500 ticks, essentially speaking in a straight line with no serious bounce, is trend my friend people. Like, hey, trend my friend, all new all-time high. Let me buy again. Buy dip. Let me buy dip, buy dip, buy dip, buy dip, buy dip, buy dip. Go sideways for 2 hours. Dump, buy dip, buy dip. Oh my God, my account. And then goof around in the liquidation, squeeze it to a new high again. Trend my friend until it not. How you gonna know the trend is your friend? How do you know? Your friend is a schizophrenic. Is a schizophrenic maniac. How do you know his behavior pattern? You don't know. He is not my friend. He's trying to help me, but I don't trust him. This market is trying to help you because it's only trying to go to spots where it can fill orders at. Your strategy just needs to align with where they're going to go fill orders. That's it. That is it. That is all of your strategy. If your strategy does not answer the question of, where are they going to go fill orders at? You need to throw that strategy in the trash. Or you need to do the opposite of it because it is targeting what your strategy is, which is why I came up with the trend line trade. Because it answers that question of where they're going to go to fill orders at. Longing a trend line does not answer the question of, well, this is where they're going to go fill orders. That's not what that does. Doing the opposite does. $5 grand? Yeah, damn, I'm in. I'm paying $5 grand to the first 5 persons to message me. Good God. Normally they say God good or God did. Scammer. Full TP for the runner. 749 or break even. They about to go all-time high overshoot, it appears. I'm weary about longing this here because they could dump this on my head top. They don't have to go higher with this. I'm full pouring a short right now. I hope that works out for you. I'm serious. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being dead serious. Even when I'm in a trade and someone says, "Hey, I'm short," and I'm in a long, I go, "Bro, I hope it works out for you." Because why would I want to hate? There's more than enough. There's more than enough to go around. But the last thing I would be doing is short this without a first representative. That's for sure. That's for certain. Blew my Apex eval. Maybe time to join Cord. If you join here though, you got to be serious. And you got to start from ground zero. Not ground zero, but you got to take what you've learned and you got to be willing to learn. You can both be right and both be wrong. That is correct. One thing I would not do is I would not short this with this all-time ITs here. This is dangerous. If they pop by stop loss, honestly speaking, I'm gonna be for real, would be a close above this high. Because if they pop this high, then they're gonna go all-time overshoot. And if they go all-time overshoot, then they're not gonna come back. It's just like what I told you yesterday. They're not going to come back. They're only going to come back whenever you think that they're not going to come back. That's when they'll come back. My stop loss is the high. Let's look at this ES. This is bullish. Why? Because this NQ is pulling it back, and this NQ is trying to squeeze right now, and ES is pulling back into a 1 and a 15-minute BISI. I do not think that this is bearish. If ES even remotely decides to stand its ground, this NQ is going to liquidation squeeze. I hope that they dump this. I hope that they do for you. I'm being serious. So I don't want to put bad karma or juju on you, or spirit, or root, wherever you're from. If you're from the Caribbean, those bad spirit or juju. I don't want to do that. I want you to make your money. But I'm telling you, I have a disease where I just tell the truth. Because once you get to a point to where like you don't work for anybody or you have no motives, those people tell the truth more so than anybody. Because you don't have any motives. Like you're just like, dude, like I'm gonna just be honest, like I'm gonna just be myself and I'm gonna just call it how I see it. I'm being dead serious. And that's what this market does. This market doesn't really have a bias. It's just trying to go where it can go fill orders at. That's literally like how I live my life. I promise you. Like when people ask me questions, like I just tell the truth and I just say how I feel, and I just don't judge anybody. So it allows me to tell the truth, and the truth is telling me that this ES went like this, and this ES is doing this, and it just pulled back into the zone. And if ES comes up here to then pop this high that we just teased just now, NQ is getting ready to liquidation and squeeze. And NQ is curling up into the zone, and ES is going in the opposite direction. Did you just see that? You see what I'm saying? Look at this, look. Did you see that? My stop loss is the high. My target is 640. Hey, district. Payout times 2 if we get highs. Please talk nice to the market for me. Tell them I'll do the dance if they go get highs. We've been getting highs for weeks. What's one more time? I think they're getting ready to go there right now. And I think that if they do this, then your payout is going to be secured. But I would probably take off 50%, but that's just me. If you're full port, you don't need 200 ticks. That's correct. I stopped out. Yeah. I would not short this. But see, that's just me telling you the truth. I think that this was fuel to go higher. So see, what happened was you took the opposite trade for what the students inside of Discord was taking. Look. See? The students, look at your screen. Look, the student inside the Discord took the opposite trade because he's thinking like how I'm thinking. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's not a coincidence. You see this? He's thinking like how I'm thinking. And he's thinking, bro, this is bullish and they're about to squeeze as best as high. So he's seeing where they're going. I'm not saying that he's smarter or he's less wise than you. It's not what I'm trying to imply. But what I am trying to imply is that thing in your brain that told you, hey, shorting here is a good idea. The profitable people are doing the exact opposite. And then the market is rewarding what they are seeing. So you can see it. You see what I'm saying? Look, here's another student as well. Look. Here's another student as well that's in the long. You see what I'm saying? Here's Chilo from Discord. You see that? That's not a coincidence that two students are in the opposite trade of what people that are not in here are doing. That's not a coincidence. See? Here's the proof. See what I'm saying? Here's, yeah. See what I'm saying? Buying another funded. How you gonna buy another funded? What you doing? What? You doing that instant pass shit? I mean, not instant pass. How are you doing that? Yeah, I see. How are you buying another funded? You mean another eval? They're gonna squeeze this past this high, and then they're gonna TP this out, and then they're gonna give bro another payout. Lucid. Oh, so Lucid has straight to funded accounts? Is that what you're saying? I'm asking because I don't know the rules of Lucid. That's what they got? How much is it? much is it? How much is a instant to how much is a straight to funded account with Lucid? I'm sure it's got to be at least $400, huh? Maybe.
Bro, the instant funded one is not worth it because they got like 20 or some 30% consistency. Is stupid.
Yeah, I know. Don't you ever do no instant funded account. Don't ever do that. That's why I was at. Funded rules are never good. That is correct. Don't you ever do that. 20%, I think. Yeah, don't you ever do that. And then they limit how much money you can withdraw. Both rules are instant funded, correct. Don't ever do nothing like that. I wouldn't do nothing like that. You need to watch out. Why are you paying for an instant funded account, but you keep blowing the funded accounts you got? What you need to be doing is that you need to prove that you can be consistent and get to a singular payout. That's what you need to be doing. They're teasing this high over here. They're goofing around with this high. They might pull us back and then go. So securing 50 to 75% is safe. They're going to pop this high. It's just a matter of do they pop it with you or without you. I'm paper trading for a bit now. Okay, good. Good, Swerve. Good. Look at them pull it back. What's going on with this ES? Let's look. Bro, they about to pop this damn high, boy. There's no way that they leave this all-time high like this intact, bro. This is criminal. Look at this. The high of this candle is 676.32. The high of this candle is what? 76.32.25. These are relatively equal double top highs on ES. Relatively equal, not perfect. This drawn liquidity is insane. If they pull this back just a little bit more and then they start curling, like if they pull us back and if they tap into this 15-minute BISI here and they curl us, I'm going to long this NQ. And the 1150 macro coming in, that'd be perfect for them. That'd be perfectly right up there, Ellie. But we got to watch that because we be behind the tip top of this move. What I think is safe is for them to burst this and then for us to long the first pullback, like the first official pullback into the nearest imbalance cluster for a base hit higher. That's what I think the safest thing to do. You want to know why? Because we have no idea if this can happen to us right here. We don't know, right? Because there's nothing here. We don't know if this will be us and we will buy the top and then they'll just do this and bleed it out. We have no idea. But we can take our chances on maybe on a pullback or something. But you don't know what they're getting ready to do. It's best, so it's like this here. Instead of you buying this here like this, thinking that we're going to take out this all-time high here, it's best that you wait because you can get stopped out. It's best that you wait for them to pop it. Then on the first pullback into the nearest imbalance, you then long it like this, knowing that they're going to go higher. Go get that $20 Apex and prove yourself that you can trade over a few weeks consistently. That is correct. That's what you need to be doing. And then if you can do that, then you need to do eval instant pass from inside Discord. You can get an unlimited amount of funded accounts. Because I don't trade evaluations. You don't have to either. If you like, if you can prove that you know how to trade. Because why waste time on that evaluation? Why? Why would I do that for? I get paid in order to pass. I get paid basically in order to pass the evaluation, and I just take base hits from there. It's an unlimited money glitch. Be on alert. If you're blowing accounts, don't buy the expensive ones. Go get cheap Apex and treat it like a funded. That is correct. That is 100% correct. Everybody needs. You need the lowest barrier to entry. Understand what I just said. You need the lowest barrier to entry. Understand what I just said. You don't need to go and buy a Ferrari and have a $6,500 a month car payment the moment that you get a job. You need to get a car and you need to get back and forth to work first. And then you need to stack some paychecks together. Then, once you're in the door, then you go get a Ferrari. That's how that works. You don't just, the moment you get a job, you go and go buy the Ferrari. Or, I'm sorry, before you get the job, you go, man, I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling these people getting ready to hire me. I got a good feeling they're getting ready to hire me for this job. So I'm going to go out and I'm going to go buy a brand new Range Rover. You know, I've been struggling for so long. I worked on my resume real hard last night. That's what most people are doing. I'm being dead serious. So, because I was speaking to this one Discord student, and this one Discord student was like, dude, I love your live streams because you give the best analogies. Like, because I'd be so confused and like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. But like, when you explain it like this, like, it makes me question my reality. It makes me go, but damn, I was doing that before. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Short. I'm serious. So it's like you're going, man, I was working real hard on my resume last night. Whew, that brand new G63 AMG G-Wagon sounds real nice. I really could get some of the honeys with this. Man, I was working real hard on my man. Damn. Man, I'm struggling to pay my rent right now, but this resume really does seem promising. I just click submit. Everything should be okay. Let me go sign on the dotted line. I'm being dead serious. I went to Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead the other day just to go look at this G-Wagon, this G63. Man, there's no room in that goddamn G-Wagon because I want to go look at the new model. Hopefully they changed it around. There's no room in the 2026. There's zero room. I'm 6'9" and my head was hitting the ceiling. That is for sure a female car, for sure. And then, yeah. And I looked at the sticker tag, $221,000 for a G63 AMG brand new. I didn't expect them to have it, but they had it there. But the reason why they had it was because right there in the right and right there on the right hand side, guess what they had over there on the right hand side of that sticker, of that window sticker? Guess what one employee wrote? Guess what they wrote? Can anyone guess what they wrote? I'm being dead serious. Can anyone guess what they wrote on the right-hand side of that? The N-word? No, not that. No N's allowed was not what they wrote. That's what you would think. But no, they did not write that. No NIGs allowed. No, that's not what they wrote. F Trump. No, that's not what they said. Possible, but no, that's not what they said. They wouldn't say that. What they said was market adjustment plus 40,000. Why? Because everyone wants a G-Wagon. So the price of the G-Wagon was no longer what Mercedes-Benz are trying to sell it for, which is 221,000. They market adjusted it 261 to $40,000 plus. It said 200, so the final price was $261,000 before taxes. After taxes, that shit gonna be like $280,000 for a goddamn G-Wagon. I looked at that shit and I walked the straight up. I walked the fuck up. I walked the hell up. I promise you. I said, what the are you kidding me? Market adjustment 40,000. You crazy as hell. Next. And I walked the fuck out. Entry now? You're behind the tip top of this move. I think that they're going to come here, but that's up to you to decide. Bissy Cluster. Good job. Good job, sir. Good job, Hayden. We need to be taking base hits with clear draws on liquidity and targeting internals. That's how you do this. And you need to manage your risk very tightly. Good job. This market sees this, so it's doing a lot of stop hunts right now. Guys, this is how you know this is a major objective because they're teasing this right now. Guys, if they pop this line over here, and if they come to the circle, which you're looking at right now, you have no idea how much money they're going to make. They're going to make hundreds of millions of dollars off of literally like a quarter, like a spread of 0.2, whatever the spread is over here. They're going to make hundreds of millions of dollars because they're going to fill so many orders. Hundreds of millions of people are going to be getting in and out of the market at various position sizes. So this computer is teasing this, and it knows, how can I make my master the most amount of money? That's what you need to be thinking whenever it comes to trading. How can this computer serve its master? Okay, that's what your brain needs to be thinking. Okay. You need to be on alert. They're goofing around right now with these highs. That way, if you blow it, you're only out $20. Don't instant pass and pay activation if you can't get payout. That is correct. If you can't make, I got a challenge for everybody. If you can't make 400, anywhere from 350 to $500 or $600 consistently for 7 days, now that doesn't mean that you don't have a losing day, but I'm talking about for 7 to 10 days without losing $2,000. You cannot. You should not be on a funded account. Just try that consistently. That means adjusting the contract sizing for your trading strategy. Okay, that does not mean you full port 20 minis and you make $500 in 5 ticks and you go, well, today was a good day. No, that means that if you normally make $1,500 to $2,000, or you normally target 3, 4, 500 ticks, you downsize to then manage your risk off of that. And I want you to make $350 to $500 on that day, and then walk away and then do it the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and do that for 10 days. If you cannot do that for 10 days, you cannot swim in the big pool. That tells you that you need refinement somehow, some way. Hopefully, and I believe that we can answer that for you and help you out along the way, because you'll see what to do and what not to do along the way. And something will stick with you. Something will. But you're not ready. You're not ready to even copy trade if that's the damn sure not copy trading. But you're not ready for a funded account. If I put you in the kiddie pool and you look to your left and to your right, I'm sorry, if I put you into the kiddie pool and I yell at you like you know what I'm saying? And I yell at you like Larry the Lobster from SpongeBob. And Larry the Lobster was like, SpongeBob, stand up. And SpongeBob stood up. Curry, yeah. And SpongeBob stood up. And like I look to the left and the right of you, and there's like a 6-year-old toddler standing up in the pool. And there's like a 7-year-old with the little, inflatable animal cushions around their biceps. And they look at you and they go, Mommy, what's up with the stranger? Why is that grown man screaming? Well, they wouldn't talk like that, but like that's what they're thinking. You're not ready to jump inside of an 8 to 10 foot pool and just start doing butterfly strokes. You're not ready. Okay? So you need to be real with yourself, and somebody needs to tell you the truth. Like that, yeah. Okay? So be on alert. They about to pop this high. This is all time I overshoot.
Hey, E,
I'm
crude
almost certain.
and NQ going the same, bro.
You said what?
Crude and NQ, they're both going up high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, And Q about to squeeze it as high. That's about to happen.
The crazy thing is, Crude is actually following NQ.
Not SpongeBob, it was Patrick. Yeah, exactly. This Eric, do you have a coupon code for Blue Nights? Yes, ma'am. Use it's up there. Use code. What is it? Use code. It's about to get ready to flash right now. Use code NSDR. NSDR for Bullinox to get 90% off. NSDR. NSDR for Bullinox. Just try that. Let me know if that works. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the lagoon is closed.
We like Larry better.
Does Larry ever give you free ice cream?
Ice cream! Did somebody say ice cream?
If this is you.
Where is it? Is it here? Huh? Ice cream! Yay! Crab!
Holy cow! Somebody's drowning! Oh no, that's not possible. The lagoon is closed.
Dude, get
That was that sound I was making. That sound right there was the sound I was making of somebody drowning. Listen.
Somebody's drowning! Oh no, that's not possible. The lagoon.
Crab!
Holy cow! Somebody's
Help! I'm drowning!
Sorry, here's your hot dog. Okay, Patrick, here I come. Come now, Pat. Here I am. Pat, no.
This is you? Hold on.
Pat, stop. No, Pat, stop.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, save me! Can't swim! Patrick, go! Help! Help us! We're drowning!
The showing at the movie theater right now. I'm done with the beach.
Goodbye, Patrick!
Goodbye, ice cream!
Help! Can't swim! Oh,
SpongeBob,
no! Yes, Larry?
you're not a lifeguard, are you?
No, Larry.
The showing at the movie.
SpongeBob,
Yes, Larry?
you're not a lifeguard, are you?
No, Larry.
You're not a lifeguard, are you? All he had to do was stand up, and he was drowning. Okay? So, no one's going to be real with you. You want to know why? Because they're all trying to take $1,500 to $2,500 a month from you. I am going to tell you the truth, whether that you like it or not, because I'm going to tell you what's going to be required. So, if you want to go to the NFL, you got to lift weights. I'm just being honest with you. So if you don't like lifting weights, then choose something else. Go play chess. So you got to lift weights, okay? I'm just being for real with you. So for sure about to get banned from TikTok. They don't play about that SpongeBob copyright. That's why I showed it to Discord. That didn't work. It didn't? Let me check this out. Hold on. Let me double check up on that. How's there a beach in the ocean? Now you're asking the right questions. You're asking the right questions now. NSDR did not work? I'm being dead serious. Try that. Just try that. I'm looking at it right now. It says that it should work. NSDR. No, it works. Look. Look, Tanya, look. Holy shoot. Look, you see? $16. $19 and SDR. On the bill now, see? TikTok can't see my screen because if I show the internet, then it won't work. There actually are lakes and rivers in the ocean. I'm not kidding. That is correct. There are. And I believe that it comes from a higher density of salinity. But there are lakes and oceans within the ocean. That is correct. I saw that on National Geographic Channel because the ocean and space, the ocean and space amazes me. But look, Latanya. So yes, there are oceans and lakes within the ocean. That is correct. There are lakes within the ocean, rather. There are. Okay, I was on EOD. Oh, okay, yeah. I think that it might only be trailing. I'm unsure. Why is TradeOvate only letting me add 1 unit? I'm unsure. What account you trading, Jones? I see it now. Okay, good. Did you get that all-time high break and overshoot code? Look at that. Trade the Discord student too. Yes, only trailing. Okay, good. I did, E. Wow. What a trade, huh? Look at that all-time overshoot. Now listen, they just popped this new all-time high. This computer's getting ready to calculate what's going on now. Now listen, you need to understand one very important thing. ES and NQ are going in the opposite directions, okay? They could very well do this on the ES and pull back into this 15-minute BISI, which is looking like they're getting ready to do. If they start curling this up into here, then ES is going to go all-time high overshoot as well. Okay, so they can use this now. They can use a new all-time high now to then pull it back and pull NQ back. And if NQ pulls back, ES is going to dump into the zone. And then when NQ pulls back, NQ will probably gain more fuel, and then NQ will squeeze higher to then liquidate everybody, and then that will force ES to turn bullish, and then ES will do all-time high overshoot. That's what I think that the most likely scenario is. I think the most likely scenario is that they show this LR over here, they dump it out of the LR, come into like this 15-minute BISI or this one, and then they curl this up like this, and then they run it all in full because NQ just registered a new all-time high, and then they liquidation squeeze it, and then they do this. I think that we are at this stage right now with this market. I think that we're here. Where like they'll dump this like 200, 300, 400 ticks or something. I think that we're here right after making a new all-time high. This is where my brain, until proven otherwise, I think that we're here. This is where I think that we are. So I'm not going to buy this now. What I think is safe is what I think gives you the best chance for success is for them to pull it back, for them to stop, and then you start looking for a reason on as to why you would long this for a base hit higher. That's what I think that the safest thing to do if you did not take the long entry that the students from inside Discord took to that high. That's what I think is safe. Okay? E, Cold and us just need the taco truck. We're done. We need to be told to stop. Okay, stop. Vince McMahon is coming through. Student from inside Discord took the long. I typed in Dev, thinking that was his real name. That's my cue, absolutely, to stop. Taco truck, be on alert. Be on alert. You need to wake up. Are you awake or are you asleep at the helm? Look at that trade that Chilo was in. Chilo's done too. Maybe we should mention Chilo too. I'll add Chilo. Chilo been killing it since last night. He needs to stop. Add Chilo to the mix. What's the core tag? Insider? Right here. Insider. That's a Discord tag. But you can't add the tag on if you're not inside Discord. Trendline snap. Yeah, we need to watch out for that. Good job. Was I correct, Jesse, about the lakes being in the ocean because of the salinity density? I think that that's correct, because that was what I think that I heard from whenever I was watching National. But that episode I watched like 10 years ago. So, yeah. And then it can also exist, essentially, yes. And then it can also exist depending upon how much warmer or colder the water below is, I believe. That's also another factor as well. Fake news. What's fake news? We need to be on alert. What's fake news? We need to watch out. I'm going for another short. Why would you do that for? Who told you to do that? Who told you to do that? Bitcoin down 6%, last at 67,000. Who told you to short that? Who's telling you to do that? Why are you not inside here? Because you're doing things that people would not be doing. That's ill-advised. They just made a new all-time high. You don't short a fresh all-time high. That is the exact opposite of what you do. My strat. What's your strat? Shorting all-time high? He finna blow another funded. Swearwell says. Watch. Don't do that. You do not short all the time high. Who told you that? You need a mentor. Who's your mentor? You see that? Who is your mentor? Who's telling you to do these things, man? I'm not trying to be funny. What strategy led you down this road? Have you ever seen the movie No Country for Old Men, where Anton Chigurh, the most historically famous psychopath, literally said in the history of movies, he was ranked #1. He literally said, before he unalived this guy, who was a bounty hunter as well, he told him, he said, if the rule that you follow led you to this path, of what good use was the rule? And he looked him dead in his eyes. You see that liquidation squeeze into a new high? That's called all-time high price discovery. Tia Lopez, who's that? Block her. If she led you down that path to short or to short all-time high, block that person. Don't fund it. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. If your mentor is telling you to short this right now, you need to block them. If that strategy that you're using is going against what they're trying to fill orders, you need to block them. You need to then almost do the opposite. I'm being dead serious. It forces an existential audit. And the audit is that it forces you to be real with yourself. Because you can only lie to yourself in this environment. That's why most people implies like, anywhere from 51 to 75%. The vast majority, I probably say, I'm just throwing numbers out there, but I'm assuming probably anywhere from 70 to 85 to 85, maybe no more than probably 90%. Like, almost everyone fails at this because they can't be real with themselves. Did you remember what I told you about a liquidation squeeze into the new highs? Remember when I told you about that? And I said the best thing to do was just to long the first pullback. They're going to liquidation squeeze this. There's nothing to stop them. It forces an existential audit because 97% of people are unsuccessful with this because it forces you to be real with yourself and it forces you to tell the truth. And you can't hide this. There is no hiding with this. It only rewards are you seeing what they're doing. And unfortunately, there's a huge psychological thing with this because a lot of people like to talk about technical and fundamental, which fundamental doesn't really mean anything when it comes to day trading. That's useless. But technical for sure, but they never talk about psychological. The psychological aspect of this trading is what's going to make you a millionaire. It's going to keep you a millionaire. Because if I give you $1 million, if I give $1 million to a crackhead, he's not going to know how to manage $1 million. He's a millionaire, but is he truly a millionaire? Stop and just think about that. Stop and just think about the analogy that I just gave you. If I go down the street right now and I give a crackhead with a heroin addict $1,001,001, he's technically speaking a millionaire right now. But with a gambling addiction and a drug addiction. But because his mentality is cooked, because of those things that are handicapping him, do you think that he would be a millionaire for long, or do you think that he would be right back? That psychological portion is why you're here. So y'all can watch me trade for free, and you can do all of this, and you can maybe try and run a scam on Discord, and not you, but just in general, and well, shoot, I'm not gonna pay that $59. I'm gonna just join, and I'm gonna just take one of the classes. Because if I join on a Friday, then I could get one of the classes. Or if I join on a Sunday or on a Saturday right before the class, I can maybe get one or at the most 2 classes before the bot kicked me out. So I don't got to pay the $59. Then I'll be a multi-millionaire. No, that's not how that works. This is a skill that needs to be developed, and your brain needs to be trained. I will show you the way, but you have to have the motivation to get there. And you need to take this seriously. So that right there was a liquidation squeeze into a new high. Do you see what they're doing? They're doing everything that I'm thinking that they're doing. You see how they're curling this? You see how they're curling this ES up now? And this ES is flipping, and this ES is flipping bullish now. Why does they keep doing that? And this ES keeps flipping bullish. See that? Oh my goodness, what is that? A low of 762,175. Low of 762,175. This is a perfect double bottom. This is going to come into play later. Watch. Who knows? Perfect short opportunity where we for them to make a new all-time high, pull it back, give us a first percentage, and we target that low there. I still would not short this because NQ just made a fresh all-time high, though. If that wasn't the case, I would spam this short button. That's a perfect double bottom right there at the top of a 15-minute busy. But it's so bullish that just bouncing it off of it. You need to watch out. Be on alert. Yes, I see. I'm looking at 15-minute, 5-minute time frame. Where at on a 5 or 15-minute time frame is giving you the indication that this market is bullish. That this market is bearish. Where at in your brain is telling you that? I'm being dead serious. Because I'm looking at a 15-minute chart right now, and this market is just squeezing higher indefinitely into oblivion. This market is literally just doing this. Like, what in your brain is making you go, man, Second account got it funded, then bluish 2 days later on my third. And not gonna lie, I think I'm gonna blow this too. What are you doing with your trading strategy? Access denied. How did you pass the funded account in the first place? What's your strategy? Why not trade the funded account exactly like how you trade the eval? What's the difference? I'm being dead serious. I'm cooked, man. I'm using orb, but the funded I scout. Why? Why did you completely switch up your strategy for what you were doing? Well, for one, I don't agree with orb. I don't believe in that because orb forces you to buy the top and short the bottom, hoping that it just squeezes higher. Now, obviously, you need to pair it with X, Y, and Z, but still, though, that is basically literally the premise of that strategy. So, one, why are you doing that? And then two, why would you get to the NBA or to the NFL doing something and you were successful in college, for example, doing that, And then, like, once you get to the NFL, you go, man, hell no, I'm gonna just become an alcoholic. Like, I'm gonna just do the exact opposite. It's something I'm not used to doing. Why? Why would you switch up? Why not do that and why not do exactly what you were doing and then just get the payout? Why are you making it harder? That's a serious question. That must mean that you don't trust that orb strategy. And if you don't trust that strategy, why are you doing it? See what I'm saying? You are what you practice. When I was scalping, I feel as if it were more lucky than actual reading charts. When I was scalping, I feel as if it were more lucky than actual reading charts. Okay, so I'm using orb, but the fund that I scalped. Huh? So you were using the lucky strategy on the funded account, but the real account you were using orb strategy? But what you said was contradictory. What are you talking about? Volume balance below on SPY. What are you talking about? You literally just said when I was scalping, I feel as if it were more lucky than actual reading the charts. And then you said, I'm cooked. I'm using the orb, but the fund that I scalped. So you're using the lucky strategy on the funded account, but the real strategy you trust, you were using the actual strategy that was not luck? Am I understand? Did I read that correctly? Are you? Hold on. Okay, I just want to make sure you were awake, that I read that correctly. Please send that. Bro used the strategy he don't trust on the funded, the portal machine says. Bro switched up? Yeah, when I was scalped, okay, because I'm sorry that I keep reading that because I had to read that again for like a fifth or sixth time. I'm not even trying to be funny, I'm being serious. So my second account, I was scalping entire way, and that's how the account got blue. Okay. So what account were you scalping on? The funded or the eval? Be clear. Funded or eval scalp? What strategy were you using? Short. Love says the funded. So you were using a strategy you don't trust on the funded account. Why were you doing that for? So I did read that. So I did interpret that correctly. But don't feel embarrassed. Don't feel embarrassed because trading is the only thing where like you can't where you can't lie. Because if you were to have a mentor, you need to be real with the mentor. It's like having a mentor is like having an attorney. It is literally like having an attorney. Like the attorney cannot help you get the best result if, like the example that I used yesterday, like if you knew, hey man, I hopped inside that Crown Vic and I hit this old white lady over the head who was 87 years old, and I hit her over the head with this crowbar, and I took her little purse. Why? And your attorney goes, why? And and you pull out this device, and like the device starts beeping, and you go, well, because Spider-Man was, Spider-Man was on some weird ass mission outside of town, and so like I get this alert going on, and like you're making this weird ass story, and you're like, Spider-Man wasn't supposed to be here, so like I hit this old lady over the head, so like I got this Spider-Man alert, so whenever he's in town, I can do all of these weird things, and you're like, and you lie to your attorney, you're like, bro, that was not me because I got the Spider-Man alert thing, like, so I was not in town. So like it lets me know when Spider-Man is in the town fighting crime. So that wasn't me, because I would not be doing that in Gotham. I would not be doing that with Batman lurking around. I would not be doing no shit like that. So that wasn't me. And then like they look at the camera and like you sitting there smiling on the camera and throwing up gang signs in the camera. And he's like, bro, and like you take it to trial and like the prosecution pulls up the camera of you sitting there and you flashing your social security number and in the camera with your ID. Like, bro, I can't help you, so you need to be honest. Be on alert, man, absolutely. Thanks, Alan. I'm about to dump this shit with the holy shit, look at that trend line. Let's lock in. Look at this damn trend line, boy. They about to dump this. God, this is bearish. And then they about to come out over here and take out this double bottom and tap into this 15-minute busy. I'll get back to you in a minute. They're about to come into this 15-minute busy here, it appears. I do not think this is bullish. What is that, though? Close is 69. High is 65. That's just a 4. Maybe on the next bounce I short to then try and target this low here.
What's up, everybody?
Phantom, where you been at, brother? I missed you.
What's up, Phantom? What's up, man?
I'm having problems. I can't. I had to redo my Replicano license.
Oh, okay.
Because it turned the first of the month, and then I can't log into TradingView. It's not accepting my Ninja Trader, and I can't get a hold of Apex. It's hard to get a hold of them.
Well, Apex really ain't gonna respond to no messages.
Order filled.
I'm gonna short this on 3 micros, and I'm gonna try and target this 15-minute Sibi over here inside the zone. How many ticks is this to the downside? 90 ticks to the downside I try to take. If they come up a little bit higher, then I'm gonna be willing to add on to this trade. This is off this trend line snap, and I want to see them snap this perfect double bottom on this NQ, and offer this potential trend line trade. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at right now. Okay, so that's the trade right now that I'm in.
Yeah, so every time I try to log into TradingView and connect Ninja Trader, it tells me to try and log in through my browser.
Right.
But but that's not working either.
Order submitted.
Right.
And I keep on putting the authenticator code that Apex keeps sending me, and none of them work. Doesn't work.
Right.
Order canceled.
Bang! Thanks, Alan, for telling us to lock in. Trendline snap straight to the TP.
I wrote that with you, E.
Good trade. 90 ticks. As soon as the press the button, the money appear. 100 ticks or so. Be on alert. We paired that with this. I told you that was a perfect double bottom. Did you not see? We paired a trend lines trade with the perfect double bottom. 90 ticks to the downside we take. I like the where's Moolah at? Because this right here is Moolah's meme, dude. That's absolutely hilarious. Thank you. Good job. Full port. That's 2 minis. You were oversized. You were oversized. Why can't I do this on funded, on paper with confidence? You were okay. 5 MQ. Okay, that's not too bad. Maybe you need to back test more. There is no difference between funded and eval. So only at $200 drawdown left. I don't even care about this shit no more. No. But you saved this. Thank you. Well, I can't save you all the time. You just decided to take the same trade that I took. So the problem is not fixed. So just because the check engine light was on yesterday and it was screaming engine overheat, and it was, and like you were driving, the car was going, and like, you know, you went to sleep and like you turn on the car and the car sounded somewhat okay the next day, that does not mean that the issue is gone. So understand what I just said. I'm being for real with you. So you just happened to turn the car on and it was not getting ready to break right then and there. So like the issue still needs to be fixed in order for you to drive, like in order for you to safely feel comfortable driving. So that was just a temporary fix. I'm being honest with you. Okay.
E, show me what a perfect double bottom was at on that NQ.
The perfect
MNQ.
It was on ES. So I paired it with ES. The perfect double bottom on ES was at 76.2175, which is exactly what this circle was. And then the low of this candle over here at 11.05 was 76.2175. This told me that when they bounced this and when they started curling this lower, that they wanted to go lower. I paired that then with this trend line snap and the fact that we had not tapped into this 15-minute BISI. So this market is still bullish, but that doesn't mean that I can't get 100 ticks to the downside and take, and just take base hits rather. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, that's all that is. So I'm just taking base hits out of the liquidity that they've issued and that they showed me. So if you didn't get out over here at this bottom over here, then they just fully reversed this, because this market is still bullish overall. But when they show you bearish structure, you can take something that's conducive to risk management and you can short it and then target it and then be out.
Okay, I'm gonna DM you on that so we can talk about that in class this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do that.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. So, but send me a reminder too. So, like when I send it out, please just copy and paste the message into the thread so that I can see exactly, so that I can see that, because I might forget like 5 or 6 days from now in the DM. So like whenever I say,
like what you mean? What you mean?
Like whenever I send out the message and whenever I say, respond below this message with what you struggle with or what you want covered in the class, then respond
Gotcha.
in the chat with that. But you could DM it to me as well, but just copy and paste the DM and respond to that. Okay, let me get back to this guy, because I just took this trade. So I got to wait at least maybe 2 or 3 minutes just to be certain, right? Okay. Bro must have felt his luck was up that day. The funded, okay. Because I trusted the scalping at first before I had a big tilt. You trusted a scalper before you had a big tilt. Scalping is okay, but it's really easy to overtrade and spiral. That is correct. Yeah, scalping be cooking me too, not gonna lie. That is correct. Exactly what happened to the funded. That is correct. Yes, move the market for me, please. Holy W Trade. Good job, Swervo. W Trade, yes, Portal. Save this account from being blue. Thank you. Full port, that's 2 minis. I'm holding this for further down movement. Well, they could go sideways or do whatever. So I'm unsure. I mean, like, they could dump this, but you're asking the entire market structure to change. Understand that after we just made a new all-time high. So that's dangerous. I'm just letting you know this now. Only had 200. Okay, I already read that. Lost an account today, but made 1.2K on another account. May just walk away. Good job, Farouk. I'm going back to scalping. I passed the eval with it. I'm gonna stick to it. You need to make sure that you're scalping the right way and managing your risk. Because I basically scalp. I'm being serious. Like this right here was just 100 tick scalp. From here to here was like 60 seconds. It was just 100 ticks from here to this imbalance here, and then I got out over at this bottom. That was it. So that was basically a scalp. Be on alert. You need to watch out. What's the difference between ticks and points? When 100 ticks is 25 points. So I think that a tick, 1 point is 4 ticks. That's what I think. That's what I think. That's what I'm seeing. So 100 ticks is 4 points.
That's
I like
correct.
to be correct. Yeah.
That's
Thank
correct.
you. I like to be specific with ticks because like I can manage my risk to within a few ticks with how I read this market, because I can see where they're going to within a few ticks. Because if you were looking at this market in points, you would not have seen that trade that I just took, because this revealed that they were trying to go lower to the exact tick. When they did this and this was fake. That's why I said be on alert. There's a double bottom there. This was fake. So I knew that they wanted to at least eclipse this to go lower to the exact tick. If that makes sense. Understand that. So I look at the market in ticks because ticks are very specific. I'm not going off of this is literally like the only strategy that like I've seen where you can read this market with insane precision. There's a reason why this computer is doing everything. It's just a matter of can you see what's going on. And when it's not made clear to you, then you just don't take the trade. You just sit there and listen to it rant. Or just put me on mute. And if you hear me going on a rant too much, like Alan did respectfully, Alan was like, hey, bro, let's lock in. And I was like, okay, great, let's lock in. Let's start looking for a trade. Look at that trend line. And then I take trade. And trade I take. You mentor, how much your class is? Free. I don't charge anything for the classes once you're inside Discord. Now, how much is Discord is the question. Discord is $59 per month. That's it. But, I mean, you get 4 free mentorships on the weekend per month. You will not be able to speak to no millionaire trader for anything less than $400 or $500 an hour. They're not gonna be able to do that. And then they're not gonna be trading live either. They're not gonna do that. And they're not gonna be calling this market out like that. Because instructing is their main source of revenue. You can't have both. You're not gonna have someone talking to you, mentoring you, and doing all these things, and then still making a shitload of money trading live every day. It's not gonna be the case. That's not gonna happen. Now, does that mean that there aren't a few people that take like one trade a day and win, lose, or draw? If they make 5,000, they do. If they don't, then they go, well, transparency. And like they're done. But I'm talking about like actively logging onto this computer and doing this shit day in and day out, nonstop with transparency. They're not going to do that. I searched far and wide to try to find that. I'm being dead serious. And instruct you at the same time, that's not going to be the case. If they do trade during the day, they're probably full porting or they're trading a large size and they have a huge following. So they're probably literally making $10,000 to $15,000 a day off of affiliate links and you trying to copy their trades full ported. So they're getting paid to be on live stream, but they're not going to instruct you. They're not going to do that. So you need to ask what's going on from behind the scenes. People are getting a little bit smarter because people aren't just getting fooled randomly by random LARPers and by random gurus anymore. Like people are actually starting to ask the questions like, is this person trading? Or can this person trade? Before they just give people their money. But how they're going about doing it determines whether or not that you should sign up. Be on alert. Good job, Chilla. Good job, fine sir. Headache. From Discord, Chilla from Discord. Do you think the trend will change based off the new hour candle or just fill in the gap? I have no idea what they're doing. We just made a new all-time high. They're probably just going to go sideways. My journal says time distortion at the top. I should actually send that out inside it. My journal says be on alert for time distortion at the top. I've been writing that because we've been up here at all-time high. When we displace from all-time high, they'll probably stop doing it as much. But they're going to keep spamming the time distortion button up here at this all-time high, which is what they're doing. So you need to identify a clear liquidity target and you need to be out. Because they could reverse it at any given moment for any given reason. And then they can go sideways for damn an hour or 2, 3 hours. Time distortion. So your Discord is $59 per month. And you can't join Discord without that knowledge center. Because when you join and you read that knowledge center, trust me, so help me God, your eyes are going to be open from that knowledge center if you take it seriously. That is $49 for 90 days. It's $15 per month. That is it. You are going to go to school and you're going to be in a university that's going to show you how to make $5,000 to $10,000 per day, sweating, no sweat, just sitting here talking and goofing around on 3 micros, $5,000 to $10,000 per day, and I will show you what I'm doing. I'm being dead serious. Day in and day out. You'll have no other choice. If you take this seriously and stop bullshitting, you have no other choice but to change your brain and but to pick up some good habits. I mean, hell, something. You don't have to change. You don't have to change your name and trade like me, but you're going to pick up on some good habits. That is worth far more than $300 every 4 or 5 months. Or you can just purchase a lifetime membership and just be in here for God knows how long. It's $299 for forever. You can purchase a lifetime membership for $400, and one trade could pay for it for forever. Why? Because at first I was against, because it used to be yearly, but at first I was against the yearly. I was against that because I was like, I don't want you to say subscribe forever. No, I know for a fact that if you take this seriously for a year, that I can change you into a person that you've never thought possible. 100%. We'll probably do it in probably like 4 to 5 months of just being insider and devoting time to it, but for sure, no matter what your schedule is, 12 months for sure. For $400, your entire life will change, and you will never be the same person. Because I will be consistent every single day and showing up, and I'm going to be the same person, and I'm just keep telling you what this market's doing. And then whenever you decide to get it, then that's when you will succeed. But that's all that's required. I know I can't be the only one getting cooked this morning. No, everybody's getting cooked. This is not an easy market to trade. You're trying to trade all-time high, so it's eroding your confidence. You need to have a clear liquidity target in mind, like I said, and get in and get out. Yep, just blew the entire account. How'd you blow that entire account just now? How's that possible? How did you do that just now? That's a serious question. Access denied. Answer that question. How did you just blow that account just now when they never went higher from this original entry? How did you blow that account? What did you just do? How did you go from saving the account with this trade that we were in to them blowing? I thought I was on micros and trading minis instead with 5 cons. How? I thought you were in a short. What happened? How did you blow that? You need a mentor. You need a mentor. I'm not even joking. Don't spend no more money on no funders or no evals. What are you doing over there? Stop goofing around. You're just giving your money to the market maker. Change your character on that dump, in my opinion. That is correct. I'm trying this long with this volume balance stopped out. Time doesn't belong. That is correct. This market structure is changing and they want to bleed it out. This was the first opportunity for you to seriously consider a short inside the zone off of this 1 and this 5 minute. Chill, it was a misclick. We'll be back next week. But how did you lose? Like, did you try to long it or did you try to short it? Like, what did you do? If you just took a winning trade here, why did you just rush to it and try and take another trade? Accidentally long. So, you need to get your discipline together. If you just take a winning trade, you don't need to be entering into another immediate winning trade again. You need to keep your hand off that mouse. Target is 614. I can see that. I could see that, but this is going to give you problems here. I could see that. Just be on alert.
I'm thinking 629.
What's there? What's that, 629? I don't see any lows. You talking about 639? That's close. This might be bullish. Market structure change, that is correct. This market is an immediate sell-side delivery program model, but look at what they've done with the ES. Look at Chilo's favorite
639.
model.
I'm sorry, 639.
Look at Chilo's favorite model. Look what they've been doing. And look what they've been doing into what they've been pulling back into. Look at this. Look at that. The account's free, so I ain't really tripping for real. How's it free? You got the plug? Don't gatekeep. I should just waited for that busy tab. Yeah. Cause if you long this, you can manage your risk to this, to inverse of this, and then try and target these highs up inside the zone. I mean, that's something that you can do. I think that's more fruitful than just trying to catch the random knife. But you need to manage your risk to that, and then for sure, worst case scenario, an inverse of this for like a potential bounce. Watch out. Just be on alert. That's all I'm saying. All 50K Lucid Flex account. How's it free? Lucid giving up free accounts to people? There's accountability in these group. If you're gonna grow, we gotta grow. We gotta own our trades so we can learn. I won 5 accounts from a giveaway. Oh, okay, good. There's accountability. That is absolutely correct. If you are in a group or if you're with a group of people or you're around people that cannot hold you accountable in a respectful manner and tell you the honest truth, you can't blossom to being the person that you want to be. You need to find a new group. I'm being dead serious. But that does not mean, like, there's a difference between people that just came in and, like, for example, like people that just got hired at Tesla that just happen to see Elon Musk for the first time. They're not just going to be like, hey, bro, why you doing that? Don't do no shit like that. Run SpaceX like this, Elon. Don't join SpaceX and Tesla, Elon. I wouldn't do this like this, Elon. Like, no, they're not going to do that because they need to learn the ropes first. Like, they need to, like, earn their keep. So obviously, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying there's a hierarchy, but what I'm saying is, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not just going to just randomly just be spewing random things, just trying to disrupt the flow. I'm not going to do that. But if you know what you're talking about, then you can make specific comments and you can hold someone accountable. Like, hey, I probably wouldn't, after the fact, I probably wouldn't have shorted that against that overall market structure like that. Like, that might not be a good idea. Or, hey, probably didn't work out because you were shorted against the first presented. Hey, hey, last time you took that trade or last time you did that, you shorted into the hole into a 15-minute BISI and you got boofed on. Maybe let's not enter to that position. I'm not sure I like that one. I'm just saying, something like that. But you know what you're talking about, though. You can't just be like, well, I don't like that trade. And someone goes, well, why? And you go, well, I don't know. I don't like that. Like, that's not constructive. Boofed on, yeah, boofed on is a term that we got. Boof, like, I think they used to say it back in the day. I'm not sure if it's a real word. I gotta look it up. It's the PG word of boof definition.
It's the PG word of the other word that comes out your butt.
Yeah, shit on. Yeah. Excuse me, damn. Shit. Damn again.
You couldn't help it. You could not help it.
Like, I literally could not help myself. Jesus, man, may he help me. Like, I cannot be saved. Like, anything that comes to my brain, like, I just say it. I have got
that right there. Stop. That right there. That's it.
That is it. Like, I cannot be stopped. That is sad, dude. That is, Nato starts laughing. That is sad. I gotta add that to my bag.
Do we have a therapist in the group? Do we have any type of psychology, any type of some type of therapist in the group?
I've heard of Booth, but a different kind. Oh yeah, bro, I'm still holding. Good job, Lotto. Make sure you go break even. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, they're going to bounce this at some point in time. So make sure that you go break even. Because I promise you, when they bounce this, they're gonna bounce this in a way where like it's gonna get kind of crazy. Okay, so I'm just warning you right now. They're going to bounce this. Be on alert now. For my analysis, I always wait for the liquidity grab before entry. Be on alert. Absolutely, Mass Trader. I think that they're gearing this SPY up to bounce. That's what my brain's telling me, that they're gearing this SPY up to bounce right now. They're gearing up to maybe bounce, maybe not all-time high, but for sure somewhere into the zone of some sort. Like, that's what my brain's telling me. My brain's telling me that they're either going to use this or this as fuel to go higher. But if they inverse this, then they're going to come into this, then they're going to flash this VWAP. So understand that. So honestly speaking, it's here, it's now or never for a bounce into this zone. Because if they come to this one, they're going to flash this VWAP. And if they flash the VWAP, they're going to come down into this zone here. And then they're going to bounce. That's what my brain's telling me right now. I'm just letting you know. Watch out. They're going to flash the VWAP for sure. It depends. Because NQ is goofing around with this 15-minute busy right now. Best I switch more to the button along. Watch out. Be on alert. Timestamp 12:45. They're doing nothing but going sideways and just goofing around here. This is full-blown sideways, continuous squeeze, lower staircase time distortion. Spike in the VWAP or a little past it if that's where all the buyers reside. You need to watch out. They want to pull us back. It's best we not have a bad day. It's best that we wait for something clear to present itself and we take another clear trade whenever the risk management is conducive. Catching this falling knife right here and just hoping that it squeezes higher. I mean, you know, you can manage your risk to one of these imbalances on this pullback. You can do that. Because I'm telling you they're going to bounce this. So they're going to bounce and create at a minimum a lower high. A lower high will be made. Where they bounce it and how high they bounce it is the question. That is the only debate right now in my brain when pressing this long button here. I should have waited for it's screaming bearish though. You gotta be on alert here in this zone. We gotta watch out. They're goofing around. It's best to be on alert. Low-key missed when the market was at 29,600. Yeah, price action is easier to read because you guys go high because it's not price discovery. The market's not trying to discover a price right now. Hold on, I'll be back. Gotta get some water. I'll be back. told you they were gonna bounce this. You need to be looking at one of them misses. They want to go higher, not lower. My stop loss is 625-ish. What, you loaned it? You loaned that, Lotto? Created a double bottom, too, where? Where? Say that. Whenever people make claims about double bottoms, it needs to be verified. Where did they create a double bottom at? That needs to be verified. Where? Only 1 minute. Where? What asset? Say it. I'm not gonna scan every single one. Say it and say the number so we can confirm. DJ Deli, my guy. DJ Deli. Look at I told you they were gonna bounce this. I told you that. They were 100% going to bounce this. 100%. So this is the bounce. This is the minimum lower high I was talking about. Someone needs to be telling you what they're doing so you can understand the psychological behavior pattern. Now it's up to you to figure out how you can manage your risk and capitalize. That's why you need to be inside there and attend these classes. That's why you need to be inside there. They want to squeeze and go higher. They don't want to go lower. Wow, what's your stop loss? They want to go higher. They don't want to go lower. They're flipping this ES bullish, and ES is about to go to all-time high overshoot, and this is that weird-ass pattern I was telling you about with this LRLR here. You see that? If you see a weird pattern like this, they're going to run it. Whenever you see LR, you need to be looking for every reason on to why they're getting ready to squeeze it. Go higher. They don't want to go lower. They want to go higher. I was telling you. Be on alert. They don't want to go lower. They want to go higher. This is that bounce I was telling you about that was coming. So if you were shorting this, I told you that. I told you don't overstay your welcome on the short side now. Look at them squeeze it into oblivion. This was the long that we need to be taking for a new all-time high push. I bought a notes journal, a trading journal last night. Did both and took notes. I can't believe the episode of the membership I watched immediately showed up today. Gave me confidence to execute and to help me. I'm going to keep grinding. I told you. I told you. You're starting to take it seriously. Dude, I'm telling you, dude. Guys, listen. All jokes aside, I'm telling you. Like, hey, Hayden, is it okay if I show them, listen, look, if you say no, it's fine. But is it okay if I show them the message that you sent me last night? Is that okay? Because I sent you a voice message. I don't know if you got my voice message because I sent it at 1:30 in the morning last night. I don't know if you saw it because I sent you a voice message at 1:30. So guys, like some guys, so I responded at 1:28 yesterday. He says, yes, sir. Okay. So Hayden sent me this message yesterday, and he sent this yesterday. Hayden says, from Discord, he says, yo, E, I just revenge traded to hit my daily loss limit. Oh, well, before that, he says, the class was good. I appreciate you opening up to us like that. It put comparing in perspective so much value in there. I hope whatever you had down was passing. I said, thank you, my brother. He says, so today, last night, he says, yo, I revenge traded and hit my daily loss limit on my eval because I took a stop, because I took a loss on my funded. I only have $4 of drawdown even though I'm winning. I can't stack wins together. I was going to come to you all mopey and sad, but I journaled and realized I didn't even finish the mentorships. I went through a third of it without notes because just like you said last night, everyone thinks they're special. I thought because I passed my first eval and I've been doing, the reason why I'm sharing this is because several of you may think this and this may help you right now. He says, I thought because I passed my first eval and I've been doing it off and on for 7 to 8 months, I can do this. But I'm wrong. I want this real bad. And I almost slipped into a victim mentality. I feel like I let you down in a way, which you did not. Seeing everyone else's success stories and wanted to be me without putting in the work. Without putting in the real work. I guess I just need to get off my chest. I don't have anyone else around me who'd understand. I'll understand and I'll help you. So he sent this, and so I responded to him at 1:30 in the morning. And then he sends this out over here inside here. Then he says this. I bought a notes journal and been trading last night and did both and took notes. I can't believe the episode of The Mentorship I watched immediately showed up today. Immediately. Gave me confidence to execute. And it helped. I'm going to keep grinding. You want to know why? It's just like I told you. That's why that knowledge center, that reason right there is exactly why he's not paying $1,500 a month. Because if you just take your time and seriously watch the videos on the knowledge center, your trading journey will improve. And then from there, you then come over here to Discord and you show up and you ask questions, and then whatever questions you have, we go over it in the mentorship, and then we post it. I'm sorry, and then you can review every single previous class's issues, and it is posted here. The answer to your success is within here. Whether or not that you trade like me or you trade like ICT, which I don't trade like ICT, whether or not that you do that, I promise you it is there. It's just a matter of how serious do you want to take this. We sit here goofing around, and some of y'all probably make more money than me. I'm sitting here, I'm goofing around, and I'm up $5,000 today, and I've been going on rants all day today, and all I did was just take 3 micros. Well, really, one breakout trade for 10, but still though. Like normally speaking, like I just trade 3 to 5 micros, dude. I'm like my normal profit target about $300, $350 for 3 micros, bro. $5,000, just goofing around. If you can't take this seriously and do this, what makes you think that you like? What gives you like how how one of my favorite motivational speakers used to say, Eric Thomas. He had this one speech called "What Gives You the Right." He says he goes, "What gives you the right? What gives you the right to do this?" But he said it like this. He goes, "What gives you the right to speak to this guy? Show me 5K P&L. You can see it right now at your screen. Look at that. You see that? You see that daily P&L? You can see it. That's 15. No, I lied. That's like 16 or 17 funded accounts. Times like $300. That's it right there. You can see that. That's it. It says daily P&L and unrealized. It's moving in real time. So, like how Eric Thomas said, what gives you the right? He goes like, people ask us like, what gives me the right to speak to this guy? To speak to the biggest business people in the world, to give them motivation. Like, he was like, I need to know you earn the right to be here. What gives you the right to be here? Why? Because you logged to the computer and you went on Reddit and you watched it. Why? And you listen to a few other people that aren't successful? I don't give you the right. Why? Because you've been at it for like 2, 3, 4, 5 months? Or why? Because you lost $10, $15, $20,000 doing this shit? This market don't care about how much money you lost. This market does not care. You could lose 2 million, 10 million, 20 million if you want. Hell. And that does not give you the right to learn. What gives you the right to learn is are you going to have perseverance? Are you going to be consistent in your approach? Depending upon how your brain works, are you going to adhere to whatever handicaps that you have? We all have handicaps. You need someone, and you need to be real with yourself. I have a handicap. My handicap is my brain does not allow me to be comfortable with sitting in trades for 3 or 4 hours because I don't know what could happen. So I like to see what's going on, and I take the trade, and I'm bang, and I'm out. Now, that means like I could be in a trade for 2 minutes. But typically speaking, all my trades last less than 3 or 4 minutes. And then I will sit here and I will go on a rant. And then when they show me something I like, bang, I take it and I'm in and I'm out. Because like my ADD doesn't allow me to be able to do that, like how Chilo and everyone else does. Like I can't do that, or like how Chris from Discord does. I can't do that. But in order for me to realize that, I need to be real with myself. So I can see where they're going, but they need to give it to me in a palatable way for my strategy. I can't trade like ICT and hold on to a trade for 2,500 or 3,000 ticks. I can't do that. Or 1,000 points. I can't do that. You need to be real with yourself, man. That's the only way. I'm being for real with you. So you need to have perseverance, consistency, and discipline. And we will show that here on a daily basis. I'm being dead serious. Otherwise, you have no shot. Zero shot. Let's wrap it up and let's go do something else. But stop. Newsflash, you got to have that anyway, so you choose your heart. You choose your heart. I dare you to try to get any job, and then they say be to work at 9 o'clock, and then you show up at 9:30, 10 o'clock, 8:30, 8:45, and be like, well, I was here early for 2 days, so why can't I show up late for 2 days? Or, hey, last week I was on time to work, bro. Man, stop busting my balls, Larry. Come on, man. Larry, the supervisor, get off my balls, man. I was here all last week on time. Why are you getting ready to fire me? So you choose your heart. Either you show up here on time or you show up to that 9 to 5 early on time. And there is no complaints with that shit. Rent is due every single day with these jobs. These people don't care. They're running a business, boy. The moment you stop providing, you're gone. I'd like to get a set of accounts that are daily base hit, then a TPT to try and get that dopamine. Right. I did that and I became manager. I don't know that I'm good though. When I'm there, I outwork the people who show up early. You're an outlier. Exceptions don't make the rule. Most people can't just show up late to work and then just do that. So that's not something that like I would recommend. Being accountable and being on time is how stuff like that gets done mostly. So I wouldn't recommend that. So that's not something I would recommend. Just because you can get to the destination driving, I promise you can get to work going in reverse. Like you can get to work driving in reverse on the highway, but would I recommend that? Probably not. But even then, no, you still put in the work. You just said it yourself. We're playing semantics with the time thing, but you still showed up and you outworked everybody. You put the work in. You put the work in. You put the work in. You busted your ass. You put the work in and you outworked everybody. You still have to put the work in. You still need to do the hard work, the labor, in order for you to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. I don't know. I'm that good, though, when I'm near. Okay, I already read that. Yeah, I think that's why they overlooked it. Yeah, they can. That can happen in life. Because why? Because life isn't fair. So, you can, life isn't fair. You know what I'm saying? So, you can beat other people out by just either having more talent than them or by overworking them or by putting yourself in a better position or just like you don't know what that quality was. You could have just had a better personality than the people around you. You could have just been more smart and more savvy, and they just took a chance on you. And got shorts. Why are you shorting right now? Who's telling you to do that? Who's telling you to short again? Who's telling you to do that? Why are you getting ready to short this right now? Who is telling you to short this right now? Dart Day. Who's that? Who's that? Who's Dart Day? Where's your stop loss at? Where's your stop loss at? He got to be trolling. Yeah, I know. He has to be. He has to be because his trading style and his logic and his fundamental is actually beginning to frustrate me a little bit because the teacher in me and the mentor in me, like wanting him to succeed, is frustrating me because I know that what he's doing is very risky. Like there's no indication that they're getting ready to dump this market right now. There's zero indication that they're getting ready to do that, dude. He's probably about to get hurt, and and if it does succeed, then he just got lucky. There's zero bearish imbalances right now. Like this market is bullish off the goddamn chain. Now I'm only in micros. What is a good reentry for the long? This right over here was the answer. Either that, honestly speaking, I'm going to be 100% real with you. If they do this and if they pull this back over into this zone without making another all-time high, that's more bearish than anything I would not long that. Because then this is starting to confirm that this is probably going to be the HOD. So shorting it and putting a stop loss above this high would probably be the best thing if they start to roll it over like this with confirmation. That's probably the best thing as far as market structure is concerned. The best entry for a long is to wait for them to pop and make a new all-time high. And then on a pullback, you then long it and then manage your risk to one of these imbalances or one of these lows over here. Because why? Because we're continuously making a series of higher highs and higher lows like this. That's what the safe entry is structurally. Understand that. Be on alert. Watch out. They're teasing this all-time high overshoot, and this NVIDIA is green. Holy shit. Excuse me. NVIDIA dump. NVIDIA was up 4% today. Now they break even. What happened to the NVIDIA? Excuse me. I was not familiar. Ignore my handwriting, but yesterday I would have told you I knew this. What you say? What you say?
12:08 launch week. Oh, no, I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah. What you say? Let's see. What you say? Seek opposing liquidity. Use FVG after a run into buy-side liquidity. Correct. The market structure shift. Correct. Bearish. Market will carry above on off high. Then shift over. Bearish. Man, listen. Hayden, I love you, bro, but that handwriting, listen, look, normally people will say, hey, but my handwriting not that bad. You know what? You know, it's sort of kind of shaky. But, bro, that handwriting, I love you to death, bro. And hopefully I don't scare you off, but maybe this is funny. But, bro, that handwriting is egregious, bro. That shit is bad. I'm not going to lie. That shit looks like encryption. That shit looks like encryption, though. I'm not going to lie. You need to work on that shit. I'm not gonna lie, Playboy.
Oh my God.
That's bad. Dog. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, nigga goddamn Doodle Bob took a hold of that shit from SpongeBob. Holy shit. Yo, let's send out the lowly
This
shit.
dude was trying to find the worst word.
Yo.
Respectfully.
Yo, yeah, man. I was trying to be respectful, man. I love Aiden, bro. Dude's cool, bro, but holy shit. Look at that. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Yeah, look at that handwriting. Yeah, we got to add the damn, where is this at? Whoa, look at that, huh? Look at that handwriting. My God. Oof. That's my man's. But hey, you gotta love, yeah, man. You gotta love your people as they are. He's working on it though. You got a lot to work on though. Got a lot to work on. But we live in an age now where handwriting really don't even matter for real. Everything is AI. So we gotta be on alert with that. Yeah, we gotta be on alert with that. I don't want to take bro confidence though. I was just joking. I wasn't just joking, but like he knows I was saying it in jest. Good dude he is. Real good dude. He's learning. But see what I'm saying? Like he was trading and he had no idea what liquidity was. Like he was entering into these trades and like they would sweep like one of these liquidity zones and like he would probably short it here. Like thinking that doing something like you see what I'm saying? Like there's and that's just from $15 per month. Like that's it. I'm being dead serious. Like, dude, like it is going to open up your eyes if you're serious, bro. Like serious. Like all this aside, like this is like what I'm saying, bro. Like he would not have known that. And now if he wants to stop and then further that edge that he had learned, and just sprint towards that and make that his bread and butter setup, the thing, his bread and butter setup, which is his go-to edge over this market, then God dang it, sprint towards that. You only need about 2 or 3. You only need 2 or 3 things to click in your brain in order for you to seriously start making 15, 20, 30 plus $1,000 a month. You only need 2 or 3 things to make sense in your brain where you go, bro, I see what they're doing and I am going to take this and how can I manage my risk off this? This makes sense to me. How can I do that? See what I'm saying? Might need to type these out. All right. Not gonna lie, I closed my eyes for just a minute sitting in this chair waiting for this setup I was looking at. And then my eyes passed just now reopening 2 hours later to see it would have went straight to damn TP. Oh, you took a nap, J Walk? J Walk took the proofs in the pudding. He is the real deal. Thanks, brother. You the real deal, brother, for locking in. I went short this though. This is dangerous. Yeah, doodle pie. And SpongeBob was like, excuse me, can you repeat that? Hamanama? Down out? Like, wait, what? What'd you say? Me hum bop, down double, bop nop. He was like, what? Sir, can you repeat that again? Me hum bop. It was just complete, just gibber. I am done with you, E. You a fool. Larger success, yeah. Bro, canceling this membership. I ain't gonna cancel the membership. I hope he doesn't, because he knows that, guys, that's the whole part of being a community too, man. Just be laughing and joking, just be recommending things of improvement. We're not making fun of him. Me hoy, me yoy.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't make fun of people. We try to encourage and critique.
Absolutely.
So, but anyway, I want to add to that handwriting.
You do know that, Hayden, right? You do know that, right? Like, you do know that we're not like making fun of you. Like,
no, we're not. Absolutely not. We're not.
I just want to make sure, bro.
Doing that. Yeah.
Confirm.
But sometimes you got to
confirm.
Sometimes
Hayden.
you got that.
Yeah. But what you saying?
Sometimes you got to leave your eyes open. You got to leave your eyes open while you're writing.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, like,
you gotta be able to laugh at yourself sometimes, man. Like, all this aside though, like for real, like you gotta be like, bro, what was I thinking doing?
We love you. We love you. We got love for you. We want you to be here. We want you to be profitable.
Yeah.
We love you.
Absolutely.
Bro,
we love you, brother. Come on now.
You know, I mean, things about me that you can say too, but I know you're saying that out of love.
Me too. Absolutely. 100%. Just out of love, for sure. I said, bro, cancel this membership. Yeah, nah, I don't think you're gonna die. He knows that we care about him. Thanks, brother. Anyway, I low-key fucked up yesterday. I blew a max payout day before payout. What, Hyper? What happened? First time doing that. Damn, what happened? So do you use candle form as an indicator of next move? I do that if I do that if on a 15-minute or an hourly candle, we close at the high of that candle. I will then do that at the high. The low is not really conducive as much because they could just bounce it and then reattack. But I'll do that. But other than that, I don't think that because I used to try and study that. So I just don't think that the candle formations are necessarily an indication of where they're getting ready to go. Now, I'll look at wicks like this, for example, if I'm looking at an imbalance like this, and we come up and we wick it like this, and like we immediately bounce back, I go, bro, like, okay, that's clear. There's clearly a reaction. So I use the wicks and the candle formations as indications for reactions. Like, for example, like if I'm looking at an imbalance and like they liquidation dump it through the zone and I get an insane dump candle through an imbalance, I'm not going to long that because I'm going to go, why the hell did they not react to that? That's when I look at candles and I go, why did they not react to that zone? But like if I see them react, so I go, there must be something to this. So so if they do this, then where are they going to go? That's how I'm looking at candles. That might be something that we should talk about in the class as well. Over leverage, revenge trade, all of the above, gamble. Okay, it happens to the best of us, Hyper. It can happen to the best of us, my brother. I'm $600 right now. Loki wasn't a bad entry. Good job. Is that a mini trend line snap? That is. That is exactly what it is. They're teasing this all-time high shoot. They're goofing around. They have done nothing since 11 o'clock, and the time is 11:15. Look at this damn SPY. Look, SPY has done nothing since 11 o'clock. SPY gave you 3 candles up and then pulled it back, and then they just did this. They've done nothing since 11 o'clock, bro. Nothing. Same spot. Goofing around with no direction. This is time distortion to the maximum. Look at that. About to dump this. Yeah, they snapping that trend line. Bearish, it appears. Holy shit, he up $800. Good job. Take the money and run away. But can you consistently do that is a question. If you make $800 today, $800 tomorrow, and you lose $2,000 the next day, then you accomplish no, or $2,500 the next day, you've done nothing. I don't doubt that whether or not you can make money. I doubt whether or not that you can manage your risk correctly. That's where your issue lies. Understand what I just told you. You're not a day trader. Your job isn't to make money. Your job is to manage the risk. So your strategy is not conducive to solid risk management because you're getting flustered and you're unsure about a lot of different things. Those things need to be tightened. This market has me very annoyed. Yeah, they're goofing around up here this all-time high. That's why. I usually have like 1 to 2 red days a month. But not gonna lie, the red days be so big. Exactly, because your risk management sucks. It does not matter if on Monday you make 5,000, or if on Monday you make 2,000. Tuesday, I'm sorry, let me put it like this. Monday you make 5,000. Tuesday you make 5,000. Wednesday you make 5,000. Thursday you get break even, and then Friday you lose 60,000. Like in cash, like everything is for naught. Or Monday through Friday for 2 weeks, you make $5,000 a day, and then for like 2 or 3 days, you go, man, or like you have a losing day of like 10,000, and you go, man, let me just get back to where I was so I can have a good month. And then like on the next day, after losing $10,000, you full tilt and you blow your entire cash account and you lose 75,000 in cash because trying to trade that strategy. That tells me that your risk management is poor. You need to understand your strategy's ins and outs too. It's like you need to know where like your edge resides. Like you need to know like, bro, okay, I had like 4 or 5 good solid trade ideas today and they all worked out. Even though I only took 2 of them, that's probably like 4 or 5 solid trades today. What's the likelihood that my next idea isn't going to work out? Maybe I should not just risk my money and just walk away and go have a good day. Like that. That's huge too that most people don't talk about. There's a reason why I'm going on a rant right now. because I've exercised my edge numerous times, like 2 or 3 times today. So they need to make something clear to me before I jump into this market here. Risk probably would be $200 stop loss and $600 TP, so a 1-to-3 ratio. It doesn't always have to be 1-to-3. You could take a 1-to-1, or you could take a 2-to-3. Hell, you could take a 5-to-6, 5-to-1. You need to understand where the market can begin to hurt you at. Those 1-to-3 or 3-to-1 trades are always good in hindsight. They're always good in hindsight. If it was just as simple as going, well, I only take a 3-to-1 trade, wouldn't everybody be stupid rich? Wouldn't everyone just 3x their money? No, it's not that simple. Because by the time you find a 3-to-1 trade, you're going to miss out. Or it's not going to go straight to the TP, or it's going to wick you out. That's why. But see, what I do is I look for a 3 or 4-to-1 R trade, and then I get out at 1 R. And I run with the money in my pocket. That's what I do personally. I'm being dead serious. I'm being so serious. What is a 3-to-1 trade? A 3-to-1 trade is basically what he said. So you risk $200 and then you make $600. So for every dollar of risk that you're putting on, your target, your potential target, your potential TP is 3 times that away. So if you risk $200, then you're trying to make $600. Basically, Jones. Hieroglyphics. Yeah, Hayden. Proud of you, Hayden. Is Hayden still in here? Wonder Bro's still in here. We need to be on alert. That's what we need to be. Oh no, he's not in here. He didn't see it. Anyway. I swear I think I'm going to take a break. This market making no sense to me the past couple of days because we've been at all-time high the past couple of days. Jesse, it's not you, it's the market. The market is not the same as it was before the last couple of days, brother. Look. Just look. Just look. Let's go to a 3-minute time frame. Look. Today is Tuesday, Monday, new all-time high. Look. Friday, we displaced from the zone, so we had some kind of liquidity target after we fell from the all-time high. So Friday was not the case. Thursday was an insane day to trade again because there was another all-time high on Thursday. So that wasn't really a good day for price action trade. Wednesday was more favorable because we made a new all-time high and then we displaced and we started going up a little bit. I mean, somewhat. And then every day is a new all-time high. Holy shit. I just realized that. Look at this. Every day is a new all-time high. Look, every single day is a new all-time high. Every single day, dog. And there's people that's going to say, hey, man, this is one hell of a bear market rally. We need to block those people. Oh, my gosh. This is insane time distortion. This is an insane market to trade. I think they want to dump this. I think that they want to come over and target this VWAP. That's what my brain is telling me right now. My brain is telling me that they're about to dump this and they're not trying to go higher. Dude, short played out for real, yeah? You had no idea that was going to be the case, though. 'Cause they was getting ready to do all the time. I overshoot again. And you have no idea how long it's going to take for them to come to this view app either. Possibly can make a little 3 to 4K. I think I'm going to hold for 200 to 300 points. Fruit fly in my house. How did they get up here? Fruit fly in my house. This shit was crazy. That's why I hit the microphone. I was smashing. I missed him. Like, I hit the fruit fly, and then like he looked at me and he flew off. Cause I didn't want to destroy my $350 Shure MVC 7 Plus microphone. So like when I hit him, he looked at me, and that motherfucker damn smiled at me and laughed and flew off. A fruit fly. He wagged his tail and flew off. So I don't know where he's at. He's flying around my house. Fucking ridiculous. Damn bad. That's ridiculous. Yo, Khalil, what's going on? How you doing, Khalil? That little not his tail. I hit him like this, and look at it. They want to go lower. They don't want to go higher. I hit his tail, and he just flew off into the sunset, bro. Crazy. I gotta make damn $800 in order for me to get another payout. With the Apex, I want to test this. $800 for payout. $800 for payout. Get back to break even. I don't want to do nothing foolish. He was like, "Your big self ain't hurt me." Yeah, that's like what he said. He looked at me and laughed and flew off. He laughed at me. Started kind of hungry. Timestamp 126. Time is not flying like how it normally does today. Normally speaking, time just
it's dragging. Time is dragging like.
Time is dragging today. Some strange reason. Something is amiss. It's best we be on alert for that. They're pulling this market back and they're about to flash this view app. Why would they not come here? Coming to this 15-minute BISI lower. This market is bearish. This market's making a series of lower lows and lower highs. Bearish immediate term structure. Dean gave the nod earlier when he said the market structure shifted bearish. They want to go lower to this view app. They don't want to go higher. They want to go lower. They want to go lower. They don't want to go higher. Be on alert. Kind of sleepy. This market be very annoying. I swear I think I'm going to take a break. This market makes no sense.
Do your push-ups, see? Do your push-ups.
Yeah, I probably should do some push-ups here. I might do that for real. Do some push-ups shortly. Best to be on alert. Damn fruit fly. Hell. Does anybody have any trading questions? Or we're just sitting here? Because I know Alan or anybody or Chilo will let me know if something presents itself, or anybody from inside Discourse. Like if we go on a rant for too long, they'll be like, hey, bro, lock you, let's look at this. While we're sitting here to kill time so we don't do anything insane, does anybody have any trading questions? Or before we answer that, Chilo, Alan, CME, anybody, Phantom, does anybody, anybody, Jesse, anybody. But Jesse, honestly speaking, brother, let's help you. Jesse, I want to help you, brother. What is it that's making you frustrated? We can, guys, I still want you to get your questions together, but I want to ask Jesse the question. What is it that has shifted specifically over the last couple of days that's making you struggle on either the funded stage or the evaluation stage right now? What is it that you're struggling? What shifted so that we can cover that, because other students may be struggling with that? Let's work on that and let's test the mentorship now. Let's do that. Talk to me, Justin.
Yeah, you kind of went over what I was looking at earlier, but
which was what?
We'll talk more about the
double bottom.
Yeah, the double bottom. Yeah. How did you? What was you looking at? Yeah, I was looking at the wrong chart.
Oh, okay.
I was looking at NQ no, I was looking at ES.
The double bottom was on ES, but the double bottom was on ES, but I took the trade on NQ because of it.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So all that is guys, if you see a trend line and you compare it with a clear drawn liquidity like a double bottom, a large volume imbalance lower, and you have something to remotely begin to manage your risk off of, I think that depending upon the size, it is a no-brainer. But don't go all in. Like, don't go balls to the wall, go all in, all or nothing, balls to the wall. Full throttle ahead. Nah, don't do that. Because they might barely snap it, bounce it, and then sweep it. You don't know. But nothing is 100% absolute. But I'm trying to tell you that trend line trade with a clear drawn liquidity, dude, that shit is like 85%. For a base hit, that is. You keyword base hit. Base hit. That shit is like 85, 90 percentile trade. That's what the beginner traders need to be doing. I'm being so serious. And that trade has nothing to do with really any ICT. That trade is more so psychological, but you're paying technical analysis of the psychological portion. Technical or psychological. Just read the market. I was reading into a tick for a good while. Suddenly it's like I'm seeing the opposite of where the market is going now. Seeing the opposite, how? How? What's shifted, my brother? I know that that's another very vague question, but like, what do you mean? But like, what do you mean you're seeing the opposite? Is what you're thinking the exact opposite of what I'm thinking right now? Like, is that what it is? Are you married to one idea or the next? Are you fluid or not? You need to not be married to one idea or the next. You need to ask yourself, okay, well, where can they go hurt people at? That's another thing I would start to ask. Like how I was determining this gap fill here. Like when we gapped down, I was like, dude, the most dangerous thing at the time. I was like, the most dangerous thing that you can do is long this. But then when the data released at 10 o'clock here on this candle, I immediately flipped and I was like, the most dangerous thing you can do now is short this. Don't do that. So are you fluid in your thoughts? You may feel like that because you may think that just because, guys, I want to add this. Just because you can read the market and just because you're finally understanding it does not mean that you're going to be right. Your thoughts need to be fluid and you need to shift adjustment like this at the snap of a finger. If the market is showing you something different, which it will be because the market's always, guys, they was going to dump this market today until that jobs report came out. When that jobs report came out and that was an outlier, I immediately knew they was going to shoot this up. Like, I was like, bro, like, this is bullish up the goddamn chain. I said that on live stream. I was like, this is bullish. I flipped. So I promise you, I would be in the same boat and I would be going, dang, I can't read this dang on market here in the zone, man. I thought they was gonna dump this. If I did not react instead of predict. If I did not react and if I didn't go, bro, that is an outlier. This is bullish. They trying to come up here and fill this gap. I don't know what nobody else is saying, but I'm seeing what they're getting ready to do. And I changed my mind. And now I'm correct. You are always wrong. The market is correct. That's it. So don't marry your idea. If they're showing you something different, then that's what they're getting ready to do. That's all that you need to be concerned about. Let me see. Jesse, you going through what I don't trade all-time high. You struggling with that. I know you're trying to short the guys, I'm reading Chilo's message. Let me show it up so people don't get confused. You struggling? I know you're trying to short the idea of the top and where they're going. The market doesn't have to complete stop every day. That is correct. They have to complete stop every day. How high can they go? They can go as high as they want. How low they can go as low as they want. That is correct. That is 100% correct. Sheila's 100% correct. They don't have to go higher and they don't have to go lower. I'll even go for longs with that same idea and still get cooked. That's why I'm getting frustrated. I can clearly see them going somewhere, but lately I'll wait and be patient for the move and still get cooked. Do you have a clear liquidity target in mind based off of the market structure? That's what I'm saying. That's another question. It will take some time to get, but it will take a good amount of back test everything above all-time highs price discovery. Your best bet is to watch some other things that show interest like Spire, SPX, and Gold, blah, blah, blah. Those can be key ideas as to where else they can go. That is correct. Correct. I'm being serious. That is correct. Yes, taking the same base hits I was hitting before, but now it's like, if they don't work, so I need to adjust. Jesse, one adjustment that I want you to try to make is this. Jesse, this is one adjustment I want you to try and make, brother. I'm serious. You ready? If we, for example, like today, if we liquidation squeeze it up in a straight line, do something like this, start engineering liquidity, right? Let me draw a better example. We're doing something like this. Try not to take trades against this overall immediate term market structure. Try not to do that. If we have a shifted market structure like this, then on a bounce, try to consider shorting it to then target the lows again. And it works in the opposite direction. Try to add that. Try to add that to your current overall adjustment to more so try to refine your edge to try to regain your confidence. Just try that. So like, for example, like when Dean said we had a shifted market, Dean and Chilo said we had a shifted market structure like this, like on a bounce, maybe try and short somewhere into the zone to then target the lows again from where we had previously displaced from. Try to do that. Try to take trades with clear draws and liquidity and by using the overall market structure in your favor. Do you have a Discord I can join? I do. NQinsider.com. But you can't join Discord without that Knowledge Center, though. That Knowledge Center is $49 for 3 months. Or you could purchase a lifetime membership for the Knowledge Center for $100. $100 puts you lifetime access. And $299 gets you lifetime access to Discord. Because I know for a fact that I can turn you into a machine that just prints damn near unlimited money in several months' time. I know that if you're serious, it just depends on how serious you are. I know that for a fact, 100%. 100% will stop the bleeding. Well, at a minimum. $100 for Knowledge Center lifetime for $149? No.
Hey man, that's still low.
Yeah, I know.
To have you all this time for a whole year, $299, bro.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But this is something to where like the masses can afford. So long story short, it goes like this. If you have $400, you can be in here trading with me and debt like shit. We could be in here making millions. Like after God knows how many this is for forever. But I don't want to do like a yearly membership anymore because I know for a fact that I can accomplish the goal. And so I want you to be in here helping others after you've been successful. So I don't want after like a year, like you be like, well, damn, like shit, like I got it, shit, like I'm unsubscribed. Like I want you to forever be a part of this community after a specific period of time. My goal is to not make money on people like after I'm really not making any money anyway. But for sure, just in general, like I want you to be around and be able to pass that blessing on to other people. And so that full lifetime access, I think that that's a good way, because I know for a fact that if you have lifetime access that you're going to be successful while you're in here. And so like if we just have you hanging around here, you're going to help other people. So like that's just how that's just going to go. But again, you know, you can't speak to any millionaire trader for anything less than $400 or $500 anyway. So like that's how like I would look at it. Let alone get 4 free classes on the weekend.
So you mean to tell me I paid for a lifetime membership?
Yeah. $100 for the Knowledge Center gives you one-time fee, $100 for forever. And then $299 for Discord for forever. Like forever. But the thing is if you do like but the thing is like with the Knowledge Center, the minimum now is 3 months because the goal is development. So that same center that where Hayden was like, bro, like I wasn't taking this thing seriously. And like he was like, and now since I'm reading this, oh my goodness, like I see exactly what's going on. Like literally the next day, that same exact thing that I studied was here and I'm making money off this. That same page, I avoided this now because people would try to subscribe and then they would try and cut corners. So this shit right over here is what this right here proves my exact point right here. I bought Notes and Journal and Training Journal right over here. And took notes. I can't believe the episode on the mentorship I watched immediately showed up today. Because I know for a fact that you can't study that knowledge page in 30 days. So if you don't want to seriously devote 90 days to your success, then you can't be inside here. You cannot. 100%. Then I just can't help you. So there is no monthly membership now with the Knowledge Center. This Knowledge Center, he was skipping this process, as you can see. This student was skipping this shit. You have no idea, and another reason why, because guys, y'all have no idea how many students messaged me, and they were like, bro, okay, I'll be honest, I was not paying attention to that page, because it was monthly and it was just $11. I would pay attention to that shit. You have no idea how many people tell me that. So now I bumped it up to $49 for 3 months. So now you might want to take it a little bit more seriously. Or if you pay $100, now you know what, man, bro, I just paid $100 for something, man, you know what? I'm gonna take this a little bit more seriously. This dude is not no millionaire trader yet. Like how he said, he was like, bro, like, what gave me the right in order to do this? Like, what gave me the right in order for me to think that I could skip this? I'm not profitable yet, but he skipped it. He's skipping the process. Now he sees it. Look, you can see it. Now he sees it because he's taking it seriously and he's journaling. He's finally following instructions. How long has he been here for? Since April. He's been in here for 30 or he's been here for 2 months. This right is exactly what I'm talking about right over here. Hayden has been in here for 2 months. It took him 2 months to finally decide to read that knowledge center that he was subscribed to. 2 months. And now he's finally starting to understand it. So that's why there is no monthly membership for the knowledge center. Discord is $59 per month. But you need that baseline understanding, and like you need me to refer you back to that page because I'm going to send you back to that page so you can get it. He says, but yesterday I would have told you I knew this. He said, I would have told you I knew this shit, but I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I didn't know how to read this market. Now I'm seeing. He said, the proof is in the pudding because he's taking the time. He was trying to cut corners for almost 2 straight fucking months. 2 straight months he was trying to cut corners. Why? Because it was just $11. He didn't give a shit. He was like, oh, it's $11. I'll do it later. There it is. Exactly what I'm talking about. That right there is why I did away with that. When you want to know why? Because if you have that mentality and you're like, bro, I just want to get rich quick and I don't want to learn. I don't want to try and finally figure this out. I want to become I want to be a millionaire and I want to run a multi-million-dollar business, but I don't want to read. And I just want to try and get rich within like 3 weeks and run off on a plug. Then you can't be in here. This is not meant for you. You have the wrong impression, or I'm giving you the wrong impression. Maybe you should just watch for free. My knowledge center lifetime says 141. How's that possible? I may be incorrect. I'm not sure. I may be wrong. Yeah, I gotta double check that. Let me look right now. Hold on, let me look. If I made an incorrect statement, I'll give every single person in here a 30% discount on the lifetime right now. Because I don't want to give you the wrong impression on that. If I made an incorrect statement, I'll do that right now. If that's the case. Then I'll give it to you for that price. I did it at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I got to double check. Hold on. Nope, that's false. Knowledge Center one time is $99. 3 months is $49. I'm looking at it right now. $149 is not bad, just a year now. It's $99 one time. I'm looking at it right now. Because there's only 2 options. It's 3 months and it's a one-time purchase. There is no 6 months because I know because like most of you, I will be able to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish within 6 months. So psychologically, I'm playing this game because I know for a fact that you need at least 3 months. Guys, you need 90 days for something. Do you understand that 90 days is only because 2 of those days is non-farm, because 1 day a month is non-farm payrolls. The other day is CPI, and there's only 20 trading days in a month. And so there's 3 months like that. So like if you count that out and then 1 or 2 of those days is going to be FOMC, so you don't want to trade that. So let's just say conservatively, like there's 17 solid trading days in a month with decent price action that you can trade every single day. 17 times 3. If you can't commit to something for 50 days, for 51 days, bro, then you're not serious. 51 days is 3 months. There's 51 trading days and there's 51 trading days in 3 months. So that's why I did that. I know for a fact that if you join that page, you cannot, bro, dude, you're probably not gonna turn profitable in 17 days, bro. Like, you need to study that shit. Because most of y'all got full-time jobs. That's why you're here. I'm being dead serious. 3 months for $49, that's for the knowledge center. That's for that page that student said that he was skipping. Discord is $59 per month, or it's $299 for a lifetime fee. Trust me, best believe, I will turn you profitable. And for sure, 100%. Dude, you will be a money-making machine in less than a month. I'm sorry, in less than 12 months, 100%. Zero debate. So that's up to you to decide on what you want to do. Dude, listen. $100, but that's $400. No millionaire is going to speak to you for anything less than $500 an hour. The one class on the weekend where you can ask me questions and where we go over this is worth $500. One class. You get 4 of those plus per month. If you send me a DM, dude, I will be messaging you at like 1:30 in the morning randomly. I'm being dead serious. I do that all the time. Like, dude, like, I am going to help you along this way to show you how to do this successfully. And you don't have to do it exactly like how I do it, but there's going to be things that I'm going to point out to you and point out or show you how to avoid and what to do, so that you can learn in turn how to run your own $1 million business, which is trading. Because there's so much more that goes into this besides the technical aspect. It's psychological. It's showing up. It's being held accountable. You don't just wake up and become a millionaire trader. Hell no. Trading is a skill that needs to be developed over the course of time. This is not something where you just, I just wake up and I'm a millionaire trader. I watch a few Reddit videos, and trust me, you can't buy a 3 or 4 step class and then just master trading by giving some guru $3,500 or $5,000. That's not how that's going to work. You need to have hands-on, and that person needs to be transparent with you along the way. Just stop and just think. You were in school for 7 or 8 hours a day for 5 days a week, and they still sent you home with homework. And then when you got back to school, they gave you an exam on what you had learned at home by yourself. What the hell makes you think that you're just going to show up to 2 or 3 classes and just get a degree? That does not make any sense. But most people think that that's the case. Most people think they go, well, you know, I'll get my degree and like I can just read a few online classes from other people who don't have a degree. As in, like, they're learning strategies from other people who are not profitable. Because 97% of people are not profitable. Like, that's literally what they're doing. Like, that is literally the exaggeration. I'm being dead serious. Okay, so 3 months. Okay, I already answered that. I sent you a pic. I don't know why my price is different. Let me see. Where are you at? Where are you located at? Are you in like Canada or something? I'm being dead serious. Like, where are you at? Look at that. Where are you at? Are you in Canada or something, Portal? Are you in Canada, dude? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm in Texas. Let me see. I have absolutely no idea why that's the case. I can copy and I can send you a link. I'm going through the link in your TikTok bio. Not sure if that matters. What does that matter? Yeah, you're correct. The 3 months for 49, I see that, and then it's 149. I don't know why that's the case. I'll just send you a direct link. Hold on. But understand that that's not but that does not give you access to Discord. That's just the knowledge center. That's that center that's going to give you the baseline understanding, and then Discord, and then we will help cultivate you through Discord, and through showing up and by keeping you accountable. So it's two separate things. That's why I don't charge anything else extra. The reason why it's so inexpensive is because I'm actually trading on a daily basis. So you're going to learn in your own time, and then whatever questions you have, we can go over that in the free mentorships. So I will mentor you once you're in here, but I can't mentor people from TikTok. I'm not going to do that. That's strange that it's like that. That's strange that it's like that. Thank you. I know I was willing to pay 100. Oh, nah, yeah, I don't do that, bro. Keep your money. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I'm really not getting that much money from the WAP after those fees. I'm being honest with you. So no, don't do that. I want you to click on that link that I sent you, and I want you to let me know if that comes up as 99. Let me know. I'm being dead serious. Click on it. So I DM'd it to you. Click on that and let me know if that's correct. Because I don't know why they're showing you like that. That's strange. It should not be like that. That has to be correct. That has to be corrected. I don't get that. Why is that thing doing that? That's strange. Yeah. It should be 99. I'm being dead serious. I'm looking at it right now. I have no idea why your thing is saying that. I have no idea. I'm looking at it randomly. I don't know. You're done for the day? Nope. I just think personally that they're goofing around, and they're just in this weird time distortion thing, and Spy Flash is VWAP, and they're slowly bleeding this out. The price action is very unfavorable and is very deceptive. So they have to dump this or sweep something and then give me something clear, and then I will be on hyper alert when I promise I'll jump on it like a hawk. So in the meantime, I'm just sitting, I'm ranting, and I'm just trying to just help people out mentally, help you psychologically prepare. They're lulling you to sleep right now. Look at how this market is moving. It's moving like it does during Asia session. This is New York session. They're just goofing around. You're correct. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that fixes it. I don't know what's going on with your shit. Are you thinking about shorting? I'm thinking about waiting on them to engineer some favorable price action, and then I'll consider taking a trade. That's what I'm thinking. I shorted again. Not a bad idea. This time. Vote bullish? I gotta see. Look out below. I think it could play. Oh, look at this. Trend line. Code sent out inside Discord. Trend line. Look at that. Watch out. You need to watch out for that. What is that? You need to watch out for that. Let me double check this on this NQ, because this could be wrong NQ. Yeah, no, that's wrong NQ. Because NQ didn't do that. That could be very deceptive. But this can't be deceptive here. You need to watch this. If they come into contact with this and if they touch this, I'm going to think they're going to snap this and they're going to come to this VWAP. This is what we need to be watching right here. Not that. Because that's not universal. This. You need to watch this. Where was your entry? There's some bullish SMT versus ES on a recent low. Yeah, I really don't like to trade SMTs too much because one of them could be lying to me. And then on one asset can flip the other asset bullish. So it's best to be on alert with those. The Nvidia went red today. Can you believe that? Nvidia was green and then Nvidia went red for some strange reason. They did that just so you know. Watch out and be on alert. Timestamp 2:00 already. They want to bleed it out. They want to bleed it out. I don't think that they want to go higher as of right now. They want to bleed this out slowly, and I think that they're confusing people. I think that they want to lead you off sides. So like if you long this, they'll bleed this out and they'll flash this VWAP. If you short this, they might go a little bit lower, and then they'll get you to think they're getting ready to come here, and then they'll liquidation squeeze it and come back up into this high. This is dangerous. We don't have anything clear in mind. That's like a no-brainer. Look at the market, just digital barcode. They've gone nowhere all day. They went sideways from 11 until 1:30, and then they slightly dumped it over here and they bounced it and they just went right back. They've done nothing insane today. This is abysmal price action. What is that? Okay, I thought that was a double bottom. I was getting ready to say they're getting ready to reattack. Watch out. I'm in Texas. Okay, read it. I want target to 480. I want the 480 target. He wanted to go to 480. My goodness, Chilo coming for blood, ain't he? Jeez Louise, from an all-time high, bro? Chilo not playing. Chilo said he want 480. Wow. New week opening gap. It's crazy. It hit MWD high. What do you expect to happen? I'm waiting for them to, well, one thing's for certain though. I do not think this is bullish, at least until they snap this and hurt people and maybe come down into the zone or something. Because they just touched this trend line just now. I am going to assume that I am going to assume something like this is going to happen. 1, 2, I believe, and I think they're going to best case scenario do something like this. 3, 4, and it's going to go a count at the door. That's what I'm going to assume. A ton of UFOs up there. Right? Unfilled orders. Yeah. I could see this. That's what my brain is telling me right now. My brain is telling me to switch my order button to short, and if they bounce this up here inside the zone, and then they start goofing around inside this 1, this 5, and this 15-minute CB cluster, then they'll get me to trade my account again so I can short it. That's what my brain's telling me to do right now. I'm just telling you right now. So that's what I think the safest play is. Not the safe play is the full port that's short inside this hole, and then they'll wait for the trend line to be snapped. No. The safe play is to wait for them to bounce it up into the zone, and then as they potentially start reattacking it again, you potentially go break even and you take a base hit towards it. That's what I think the safe play is, because this right over here because we see this happen 90% of the time. Why would this hold up here? If they do some weird shit, like they stop this on a dime here and they liquidation squeezes to the zone, then off of like a, you know what I'm saying, like they do something like this, they dump and then and dump it like this. On like the first percentage, you can then long it to then target the liquidity that they had previously came back from. So this is how you curve the FOMO. Because if they dump it, then you can start to look for a long to then target where they just displaced from after they had hurt these people. If they stop it and if they do 3, 4 count at the door, then you short it up here to then target the base hit on the trend line. So either way you can participate, But if they just do this, then what trade is there that just goes sideways? Then you just reevaluate. Understand that. So they set it up here. They're setting it up here. You now need to decide if they just do this, they're not short, or if they just do this and then dump, and then dump and they give me a first percent or something like that, then I long it to then target the liquidity up here above head. That's how my brain is working right now. So I will sit here and wait for more information. Again, I'm not going to short this at the bottom of this. Not we just made a new all-time high today. I'm not going to do that. I've been down. I went down like 400 today and yesterday, and came back break even. Trying to wait to see if this plays out. Yeah, one more trade maybe at the most, or maybe count your blessings. Yeah, I was down yesterday too, and I went back to break even, and I just decided to stop. And I lived to fight another day, and then today was an easier day to trade with the price action for me at least. Out, but might just hop off. Man, be on alert. What kind of wish is it? Dangerous short. Booking all-time high. Monthly? Oh, you definitely a swing trade. What are you talking about monthly? Oh, yeah, you talking about your ride. Yeah. They're bouncing this now like I was telling you about. Now you have a decision to make. As they're going higher here, do I short this here somewhere in the zone and then manage my risk to something like here or something along those lines to then target a base hit lower out of this current market structure? Or do I wait for them to go even a little bit higher and then I short? That is the question that you need to be asking yourself right now. What is a trade that you do? Or do you think that this is bullish and you long this? Now, keep in mind, this is an intraday trend line. So they could take God knows how long to snap this trend line. This is not an immediate term trend line. Before you press this short button, understand, this is not an immediate term trend line. This is an intraday trend line. As in, like, it could take an hour or so to resolve for a base hit to the downside. Hell, they could even do this and then do this here at like 3 o'clock or some shit. This is a trend line that's been working all day. This is not any of these that we were trading that took like an hour. So they're going to resolve it within like 5 to 10 minutes or so. This is an intraday trend line. Understand that. So that's a little bit different. There's different classifications. And then they've been pulling this ES back into this 15-minute busy as fuel. They might go to this damn all-time high for real. If this NVIDIA decides to get off this damn ground again, shit, they're going to go all-time high because NVIDIA was up 4% earlier. And NVIDIA went lower. Do you have, the question before you take this short as well is are you pairing that trend line with a draw on liquidity lower? Do you have something lower that's compelling it to snap that trend line? I've been in this trade for 4 hours. This exactly proves my point right there. I'm serious. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Bro, my mental, bro, like, I'm not trying to be inside of a trade for 4 hours. I'm not trying to be 24 years. I'm not 24, but I'm just saying, bro, like, I'm not trying to be 35 years old. I'm not 35, but I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be 35 years old and look like I'm 96. I'm not trying to do that shit. I'm not trying to do that shit. I'm not trying to do that, bro. So with that being said, I'm not gonna be sitting here pulling my hair out for every 10 points we go up or down. 30 minutes max. Exactly. 35 going on 90. No, sir. They want to go higher right now. You need to be looking at one of these clusters here to potentially short this to go lower. That's what you need to be doing. One of these clusters. Like, what is 1, 5, and 15 minute SIBI cluster here of some sort? They want to bounce this down. Look at that breakout. They might take this market higher on a serious note. Look at that trend line. I respect it. Look at that trend line breakout and snap. Look at that. You see that? Bullish. Why look for a sell if higher time frame are up? I was just talking about just a base hit in order to try and target liquidity to the downside. That's what I was talking about. Yes, correct. This overall trend is a bullish off the damn chain. This market is essentially just doing this on a 15-minute time frame. Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, and it's just doing this now on a 15-minute time frame. So yes, technically speaking, this market is bullish, and you should be looking for longs right now. So yeah, understanding that is key. They just did some scammy flash wick up there higher. That's dangerous. Imagine if this damn ES decides to come up into the zone. I wonder if I should trade my accounts or call it a day. That's what I want. I wonder if I should give up my profits or not. That rejection looks good, but what the SPY cannot even get off this damn ground. But y'all remember what happened yesterday, right? When SPY was bearish, and then NQ was just trying to liquidation and squeeze it, and then NQ turned SPY bullish, and SPY squeezed into a new high. And I was like, we gotta wait for SPY. Excuse me. And I was like, we gotta wait for SPY to make a decision, because SPY was just going sideways, and the NQ was just squeezing into new highs. And I was like, if SPY comes up into a zone like this, NQ is going to go all-time high overshoot. And then if they do all-time high overshoot on NQ, SPY is going to go all-time high overshoot. And then they did that. So you need to be cautious with this zone here. just to let you know that that's how this can hurt you. They just liquidation squeezed it to pass that damn zone. Who knows if they want to reverse this or go lower? They tapped into this 15-minute BISI, so they have fuel. I wonder how serious they are about this, though. Look at that trend line now. Take this short on 100 ticks to the downside. I wonder if I should take this trade. I wonder if it's worth this trade here. Sheila, what do you think? Cole, what do you think? Do you think that we take this trade? Do you think that we short this and then manage our risk to an inverse of up in the here in order to try and target this trend line snap after they bounce this? What do you think? What does everyone inside Discord think? Not any individual person. I want to know what every single person that's capable and that's paying attention right now with this market thinks about this potential short so that I can see what you're thinking, Discord. Or TikTok even. What do you think? Do you think that we short this or do you think that we just don't goof around because they're fucking around there inside this zone? What do you think? You know, so like if you think wait, then say wait. If you think short it, then just say short it and then just say, hey, like, yeah, like maybe a base hit 100 ticks to the downside. I would wait and get cold like Minnesota. Short it, brother. Considering that we are up on the day, what do you think? They effing around. Yeah, they are effing around. Legitimately, they are. Shorted, Mike said. Yeah. Okay, Colt shorted it. Okay, so Colt shorted it, and he's killing it. Okay. He's better than us. Colt's better than us, and he has more balls than us. So Colt shorted this trend line over here off of that rejection. They about to dump this, bro. Colt clearly has more balls than us. They're about to dump this, and then they're about to target this VWAP and flash this VWAP. That's what my brain's telling me right now. I didn't get an entry. Short base hit. It keeps rejecting the 614 SPX. I think, what is that? Low of 7603.97. They want to dump this and send this past this VWAP. This is bearish. SPX wants to come over and flash this low. SPY wants to do the same thing. They want to dump this. I don't think that they want to go higher. I'm going to be for real with you. 100 ticks to the downside is where. Damn. That constitutes some snappiness. I probably should have shorted up a little bit higher. I'll wait a little bit more. I need like a little bit more meat on the bone for this trade. I'll wait. They're about to dump this, I'm trying to tell you. More meat on the bone. That's correct. We need more meat on the bone because if I take the trade right now, it's a 1-to-1. They're about to dump this and they're about to send this SPY past this zone. SPX wants to flash this low and SPX wants to attack this VWAP. They're about to dump this market. Make no mistake about this. They're about to dump this. But NQ is putting up a fight here. So if NQ bounces to the zone, then I'll short it. NQ is putting up a fight right now, and NQ is trying to bounce, but SPX wants to flash this VWAP. I can see what it's targeting, but with that being said, I'll be shorting inside the hole, so that's a little bit dangerous. My journal says this right over here. Look what my journal says. Hold on, I'll send out the screenshot. Just so that people don't think I'm making this up. This is what my journal says. My journal say this. My journal say jolts at 10 a.m. All-time high, deep positive HVL. That translates to time distortion. Base hits, market structure trades only. 950, 1050, 1150, 250 macro, 1150 inverse, 1208 lunch trade, 130, 209 time act. 209 time act. 80 to 120 tick structure trades minimum. Short on green, long on red, and at the bottom it says no trades and home. So I don't want to enter into a short over here in the hole and get roasted at the all-time high. That can be dangerous, more so. Especially not if you up to that. That can get very dangerous. I'm gonna just be free with you. But I can see them wanting to dump this. I could very well see that. I think personally that they want to dump this market. I don't think they're trying to go higher. I personally, seriously, in my brain telling me that they want to dump this shit. I'm being serious with you. That's what my brain's telling me right now. My brain is telling me that they want to go lower with this market and that they want to come down over here and snap this damn trend line. But I don't want to short this inside this hole. They're about to dump this. This is bearish, not bullish. I'm gonna wait for a bounce. I'll be right back, and I'm gonna take I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick. I'm gonna put an alert over here past the zone, why? Because if they flash this, then this trade is gonna be done for me. I can see what they're targeting. They wanna dump this SPX past the zone. I'm trying to tell you, they're about to dump this SPX. They're about to dump this SPX past the zone, and this NQ is about to give up the ghost. SPX wants to butter through this VWAP. They want to take out this lower drawn liquidity. SPX wants to butter right now through this VWAP. I'm trying to tell you, timestamp 220. SPX wants to butter through this zone and then take out this low. Let me look at this QQQ. They want to butter this through the zone. They're laying the cheese. Don't be fooled. That aligns with them attacking this VWAP too. They're laying the cheese right now.
Order filled.
I'm going to short this on 3 contracts, and I'm going to try and target 66 to the downside. They want to dump this, and they want to yeet this through this floor. They're laying the cheese. They want to dump this, and this SPX wants to flash dump. Be on alert now. We're shorting into the hole, so this can get dangerous. You cannot oversize on this trade. You're shorting into the hole. This is pretty dangerous here. You've been warned now. What we got going on? 221, the timestamp is. You need to watch out. I'll be right back. Hold on, I'll be right back. If they inverse this Sibi right over here, I'm gonna cut this trade. If they inverse this Sibi, I'm gonna cut this trade for a loss. I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna goof around with these people inside this zone. So like, if they inverse this Sibi, then I'm gonna cut this trade for a loss. I'm being dead serious. So I'm gonna add another 3 contracts onto this right over here.
Order
and
filled.
So I'm gonna add another 3 contracts onto this trade, and like if they inverse this Sibi or whatever, then I'm going to cut this trade for a loss. Because I don't want to really have a bad day. So I'm only going to risk like 30 ticks onto this trade. I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead serious. If they inverse that, then I'm going to just cut this damn trade. They need to dump this to then go lower. If not, then screw them. Look at that. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. Y'all couldn't see.
Order submitted.
Risk-free trade. They better stop me out. They're trying to dump this.
Order canceled.
Shit's goofing around. That's exactly what they're doing. They're goofing around. They're monkeying around. That's exactly what they're monkeying around right now. They want to dump this, bro. They're monkeying around. But I don't have time to monkey around with them. Especially not in a hole like that. They're about to catch me upsides and they're about to cause me to do something I shouldn't be doing. The best way is 563. They wanna flash this SPX past this VWAP. This right over here is what I'm anticipating, but I'm shorting inside the hole with this anticipation. I think that when they flash this VWAP that they're going to bounce this. So I think that this market is trying to bounce. That's why I went break even. The risks, what I was willing to risk was an inverse of this. But once they started going halfway towards my TP, I just went break even. But what I'm willing to risk was an inverse of this on this trade. If they get a 1 minute counter close above this, then I was going to cut it. Because if they inverse this, then I think they can really come up higher inside the zone. So that trade idea would be wrong in order for them to flash that VWAP right now. That is, they can always come back for it later. Look at that. That's bullish through that zone. I didn't re-enter. Shorting inside the hole is dangerous. I didn't re-enter because I got saved because after breaking one of my rules. Buyers are lower. They bought themselves another 60 seconds, but I think that they're going to inverse this. This MNQ is about to get off this damn ground. They coming. They want to go higher, it appears. Timestamp 2:31, 90 minutes left in this day. The closer that it gets to 4 o'clock, the less likely it is that they dump this. Not dump, but pull it back more. They've been consolidating all day. I think that they're just trying to shake people out and confuse people. SPY has done nothing since 1:30. The time for 1 hour, SPY has done nothing. Then it did nothing again for like 2 hours here. And then it went up a little bit, and then they dumped it and went sideways again. They've done nothing all day today. This is bullish. Shorting inside of the hole is not a good idea. That is a dangerous trade. That's why I went break even ASAP. Okay, so I'm in longs until 670. Then it's going to short. That's what I'm talking about. They keep faking out. And then time distortion, Jesse. So once the trade goes in your favor, then we just need to go break even. Because they're clearly goofing around. This is to be expected. That's why I wrote inside my journal because I would get frustrated too, Jesse. So like that's why my journal says this. That's why my journal says time distortion here. Because they're just going to be distorting time and goofing around, and so how to navigate that is base hits through the market structure. Look at that. Now they want to dump it. You see that? Now they want to dump. I don't know what these people are doing. Like they shot it up, then they gave this dump candle. They inverse this, then they dumped it. Who knows what they're trying to do? Honestly speaking, like they're just goofing around. They're just goofing around because it's at all-time high. That's it. This market's trying to determine just where it's trying to go. That's it. And it's frustrating a lot of people because trading all-time high is the hardest market to trade. There's nothing harder than this because you don't have anything to go off of and you don't know how much higher it's going to go or when they're going to start goofing around. You're pairing all-time high is so dangerous because you're pairing everything because they have all of the tools in the arsenal. Understand that. They have all of the tools in the arsenal and you have none. All-time high is the market maker with the Thanos Infinity Gauntlet. Where like he can control time, reality, go back in time, just do everything. They have time distortion at their disposal because we're in positive HVO. That's one Infinity Stone. They're already going to have 2 or 3. So they're going to make money when the market goes up, down, and sideways. So that's 4. And then the 5th one that they have is just full-blown price discovery. So they remove and they erode the confidence that you have of, hey, you know what? For the 5th thing, they just remove the confidence that you have of, hey, you know what? We've been here before. So they might touch this and go lower. Or we're pulling back into a familiar zone. I'm just making this up. We're pulling back into a familiar imbalance. So we might bounce. That's the reality stone, the 5th one. Like the 5th Infinity Gauntlet where like they go, well, we're now removing you and your mental well-being now. Because you have no idea how much higher they're going to go. So like if you short it and they go up a little bit higher, you go, oh my goodness, let me get out. Because they keep going higher. And then they stop you out. And then you short it. And then they squeeze higher. And you go, oh my goodness, this is go higher, let me get out. Or you long it then you long it up here, and then they dump and you go, man, what the hell? Let me get out. You see that? Look. They getting ready. Look, they inverse that again, and they're fucking around, and now they're getting ready to come over here and sweep this target like I was telling you about. This is full-blown, the definition of full-blown fucking around. They're right back, and now they're about to take this trade straight to this goddamn TP. Now watch. Look, see what I'm saying? This is full blown the definition of literally fucking around right now. What they're doing. I'm being dead serious. They're about to dump this. They rinsed us for this break even. And now, guess what they're about to do? Now they're about to liquidation and squeeze it to go higher now.
Order filled.
They want to dump this market and then they want to take this market lower. I'm being dead serious. Look at that. They just got me in order for me to short down over here inside this goddamn hole just now. I feel as though that I'm overtrading. I'm making a lot of mistakes and like a lot of mental errors. I gotta stop. I'm making a lot of mental errors here and a lot of mental mistakes here. This isn't good. Let me readjust. Let me readjust myself here and get myself in order again. Yeah, now let me readjust myself and get myself together. Because they just got me to short inside this goddamn hole off of that just now. I'm going to be honest with you. They just did. They just got me to short inside that damn hole just now, just so you're aware. That's what they just did just now. Because I saw that and I got a little bit frustrated with the fact that I see that they're getting ready to go. I got a little bit frustrated just now. I got a little bit frustrated with that. They want to dump this.
Order submitted.
They're about to bounce this.
Order canceled.
Trade straight to the TP. They want to dump this. Fucking scammers, yeah, I know. I figured that they were going to bounce this and take this break even. That's why I front ran it by like 3 ticks. I front ran it by 7 or 8 ticks slightly. Because I'm thinking that they're about to bounce this shit and shoot this shit up into the zone and take this out of break even. So I decided to take a little bit of the money and run. But they're scamming. And they're scamming. Yeah, effing scammers. That's exactly what they're doing. They're scamming. They did this. They stopped me out of break even from where I would have originally made the money here. And then they did this. They inverse this, got you closer to the trade, and then they still snapped the trend line, and now they want to go lower like how I said. And this SPX is now flashing this VWAP like how I told you about. This is a scam. They're going to come down over here into the 7600 on this SPX next. This is the definition of a scam, and they stopped you out, and they caused me to short over here at this goddamn bottom on this hole and get out over here at the skin of my teeth. I don't like the decisions that they're making me do. I don't like this at all. This does not feel good to me because I feel as though personally that I'm chasing these trades, and I don't like that. He said they just got me. Correct, they did. They got me to short inside that hole just now. And I don't like that. Like, even though I made 40 ticks on this, whatever the hell it was, I don't like that. Like, I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I'm taking trades like that. This right over here was the safe trade to then target this low, but then they rinsed me. And then once I saw that they snapped this, I shorted into the hole again. They could have very well did this. And then I would have took another loss, or not a loss. I would have took a loss. I don't like that. I was correct with them. I was correct with them flashing this low and then targeting this VWAP. I was correct. This is crazy, man. Timestamp 241. Exactly my point. It loses your confidence when you know you're right all along. It's annoying. That's what's going on with the all-time high. It's very dangerous and it's very deceptive. They weren't trying to go higher. They were trying to go lower this entire time. They just wanted to know, like, did you? That's it. I mean, this is what it is. They wanted to go lower this whole time. Made $1,500 on that drop. Sleeper says, "Good job, Sleeper." I shorted with 2 minis. Good job, Sleeper. Proud of you. I think that you should call it a day, sir. Yeah, they got my ass. Yeah, exactly. And so because you took a loss maybe on this bounce up over here with this inverse, maybe we should have managed our risk to maybe this one. But you took a loss and then like the computer knows that, so then it targeted the original objective. Because the computer knows, well, if you just took a loss, you're probably not going to jump right back into a trade, so we're going to do that. And it forces you, in order for you to do things, like it forces you to, instead of shorting here like how I did here, and then targeting the original objective, which is down here, it forces you to now short here inside the hole and then get out here. By the skin of your teeth. So it forces you to take a worse entry trade than the original one that you were looking at, and it'll still be correct. That is insane. I hop back in longs. I hop back in, not gonna lie. They're making me do foolish things. Exactly. That's exactly my point. That's a legit trade if you have balls in the trend line. That's what I'm saying. It's a legitimate trade if you have the balls in the trend line, because the only reason why I even did that was because I'm pairing it with the SPX liquidity flush, and I'm thinking SPX wanted to flash his VWAP. So SPX didn't flush the VWAP yet, so yeah, I thought that this was still a good trade, but the entry was poor. The entry is poor because the entry is literally almost at the LOD. The entry is poor here. I'm shorting into the hole. You don't short into the hole. Like, you wait for a bounce and then you short the bounce with confirmation after the bounce is done to then go lower from where we displace from. That's how you short. You don't just go, well, we're dumping, so I'm going to just short this at the bottom of this red, huge dump candle. You will get boofed on like that. Like Chilo says, that's a legit trade if you have the balls on the trend line, yeah. For a base hit off of it, sure. But again, it was dangerous because I entered into position at the low of this range. That's why I went break even, and then that's why when they were like 5, 6, 7 ticks away, I closed it slightly. I don't think that I should be goofing around too much with these people. I'm being for real with you. Like, this is starting to become, you know, they're starting to get me out of my wheel here. I'm not gonna lie, it looked bearish to me, but I wasn't sure. My mind says, yeah. So I stayed out. Nothing wrong with that. You need to trust your own analysis and your own judgment and your own understanding. Would you say a breakout trade with the right objectives in mind? Would say a breakout trade with the right objectives in mind? What you mean? What you mean by that, Chulo? You. Would you say a breakout trade? What do you mean? Would I say a breakout trade? What do you mean? What do you mean what I say? I do breakout trades sometimes, but like it needs to be clear. But what do you mean by that? Do you mean do you mean how I would play a breakout trade? Is that what you're talking about? Would you say that was a breakout trade on the trend line snap? Yes, that was. This can be classified as a breakout trade 100%. 100% this can be 100% is a breakout trade. Because we have why? Because we have a trend line over here. And why? Because we have a trend line over here, and then we have this paired with this, look at this. Look at that. Look. That paired with this, paired with this, and this VWAP is the target. This is how, to me, this is how breakout trades should be done correctly. Breakout trades need to be breakout trades, and you need to be in and out because you're buying the top or the bottom. And if they don't do it fast enough, then you need to be wary and you need to go break even. So once they showed that they were going lower, you needed to probably short this on decent size. And then the nearest liquidity target, you need to be out. Or you need to go break even minimum at the nearest liquidity target, minimum break even. Because you're shorting into the hole so they could do this and then come here. So from my own analysis, because I used to try to do OR before I figured this out. I used to personally try to do breakout trades. I used to try and get lucky and try to get windfall trades. I always used to get burned because if you do a breakout trade on small size, you're then hoping that something like this plays out so that you can capitalize. Understand what I'm telling you. But what's the likelihood of that happening when it's already at the damn LOD or the HOD? You don't know that. They could very well do this and bounce this like this again here and then goof around and then stop you out or blow up your account, right? So for me, what I have found is like this trade over here that I took on this breakout. I would then go 10 or 20 contracts like how I did on my build nuts, 20 contracts, and then I will pair that with an XPX or an insanely large drawn liquidity like this here, where I know that they're going to fill a gap, or I know, hey, you know what, they're already here. They're probably getting ready to snap this and shoot this above here. So then I will then long it here at the top, and they better go now. But I am out at the next liquidity target on decent size to make it worth it. And if they don't do it, then I can get out immediately and take multiple jabs at it, potentially, if I still want to do that. Like, if they didn't go here on this candle and they did something like this, then I would have cut this trade here. Then, like, if they would have teased it again and didn't do it, then I would have cut the trade here. Then, like, if they didn't tease it, then I would have cut the trade. And, like, I would have did blah, 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 here. And then finally, potentially, then I'm going to go, well, bro, this is their third or fourth time coming up in here. They're going to do this. I'm going to go decent size 20, 10, 15, 20 contracts. And I'm going to play this breakout because they're probably going to do it because they're not probably going to pull this back. Then this is when I make all of the money back. That's how I would personally play breakout strategies. You don't play breakout strategies by going on like 2 or 3 contracts and just hoping that we just squeeze higher indefinitely because it's at the HOD. Why? Because then they'll do this shit to you like this and they'll dump it 500 ticks in a straight line and blow your account, or you will lose. So if you play this breakout strategy like this and you was on 3 contracts, you got roasted because they dumped it 500 ticks in the opposite direction right afterwards. Breakout is breakout. You need to be out on the break. Listen to what I just said. I didn't take that from anybody. I swear to God, I literally just made that up in my brain. But stop and just think. Breakout means you need to be out on the break. When they break it, you need to be out. Why the fuck are you holding on to that trade? You don't know if they're gonna go, well, we're done here. Fuck you. Excuse me. Oh shoot, about to ban me. TikTok. If they ban the live stream, I'm gonna end the live stream because I gotta go. Excuse me. Excuse my language. I get very passionate about this. But you don't know if they're gonna go F you, we're gonna go lower, and then just dump this 500 ticks. You need to be out on the break. Like, it needs to be clear as day what's going on here. And you need to pair that with a clear drawn liquidity and be out on the break. You gotta be out you gotta be out fast as F. Yeah. That's breakout trading. You don't go breakout trading and go, well, we're just gonna go higher indefinitely. That's probably why your orb strategy is getting roasted. That's why my orb strategy was getting roasted. I'm being dead serious. So But you need to understand liquidity trading with the breakouts. If you shorted inside this hole over here on 20 contracts and you got out, you shorted right over here and you got out on 20 contracts for over here, 65, 70 ticks to the nearest liquidity target, and you was in 20 contracts, you would make $600 in like 3 minutes. But you need to be out. Like, you need to be in and out. Like, you need to be gone. Like, you need to see where they're going, snap it. I'm out. I'm like, man, the next chance I get, I'm gone. I'm out of here. That's what you need to do. Not 3 contracts and short the hole and then they bounce it up into the zone and then you go, man, what the hell, man? What happened to my breakout strategy? This aura don't work. Hell no. You need to be out on the break. Not when they break it, I'm still in. You the last goofy holding the bag. Stop and just think about that. You're the last goofy holding onto the bag, talking about what's going on. Goofy? Everybody done ran. You the last goofy holding onto the bag on a prison break, talking about, damn, why the cops came after me? Dude, you're the last criminal holding the jewels in the jewel shop. That's why you're in jail. And everybody and all of your friends are free and they put money on your books. That's why. Because you holding on to the bag. You need to be out, dog. I mean, like, that's just what I'm thinking. Like, that's just what I've seen from what I've back tested. But it's rare that I do that because it's very rare that they don't target it. It's very rare that when they see something that they give you a chance like this to get in, like this before they do so. It's very rare, so I don't count on that. I'm just gonna hold after the breakout, talking about where everybody at. Exactly. I don't get that. I don't get that. You better be out. Yeah, exactly. You better be out, bro. What is that? Close at 71. Low at 74. That's just a 3. Who cares? They snapped this trend line and they flashed that VWAP. They could very well bounce us now. You have no idea where they're getting ready to go. They've been monkeying around now for 2 hours in this same zone on this QQQ for 2 hours. SPY has done nothing since 1:30 and the timestamp now is 3 o'clock. Oh my goodness. SPY has been in a 1/2. Hold on, let me emphasize this. SPY has been in 1/2 of 1/10 of 1% in 2 hours. 90 minutes for sure. 1/2 of 1/10 of 1% for 2 hours. They've just been rinsing people in options. This is like the infinity gauntlet. So they make money when the market goes sideways, up and down. There's nothing better than this. This is the greatest printing machine that money has ever, that they could ever have devised. Because with the 0 to T option, they get you to close out and then they make spread when you close out the position. Win, lose, or draw, you got to get out. When you come into this store, you have to get out. There is zero debate. You have to get out. I don't care if you hold on to a stock for 50 years and you don't sell. When you expire, and when you expire as a human in this lifetime, your children will sell for you. And then they still have to pay the spread. So they don't care what you do. I'm being dead serious. So they make money when it goes sideways, up and down. There's nothing better than this. There's nothing better than this. So they've been goofing around now for 2 hours now, just churning people. They got me off sides and they got me to short into the hole. It's best I not goof around with these people, huh? That's dangerous. So yeah, break out means I get out on the break. Not I hold on to the bag and running from the store. Hell no. If you don't get off that, you need to watch out. Now they're back to just goofing around again. They could go lower, but they're just goofing around again. The breakout was done. Who knows what these people are getting ready to do? This is all-time high, man. This is dangerous. Timestamp 255. Dell is up 102% in May and 322% in 4 months. One of my feeds said, what's going on with that? Why is Dell up 400%? Why is Dell up 350% in 4 months? Why? What's going on with Dell? Does anybody know something? I don't know. Who knows something? Who knows something that I don't know about the Dell? What they got going on? 350% in 4 months is crazy. Do I need to pay for Rhythmic? So Eric, I can't trade Bluenots with a MacBook? No, you can. You can trade Bluenots with a MacBook, but you're going to have trade Copia or trade Syncer. Trade Copier. You can trade Bluenots with a MacBook. You absolutely can. You can do that. It's just that your setup going to have to look like this. Because you could just connect the accounts and just take the trades on TradingView. But you're gonna have to spend $40 or $50 a month for Trade Copia. I'm unsure if Rhythmic works on a Mac though. iTunes connected it using it, and it isn't. iTunes connecting it using Trade Syncer and it isn't letting me. I tried. Trade Syncer. Send me a screenshot of what it's saying. Or let's, DM me a screenshot because I know you don't like to send personal information inside the chat. Just DM me a screenshot of what it's saying whenever you try to pull up Trade Syncer. Because you should just be able to, because Trade Syncer is web-based. Trump said buy Dell since he invested Trump plus a Pentagon. Oh yeah, I remember that. That's exactly what happened. You want to know what I find starkly amazing? And this proves the point that I was just telling everybody earlier, numerous times. You need to be doing what the richest people in the world are doing. You need to be trying to figure out what the hell that they're doing and where they're putting their money at. I find it comical how whenever Trump says buy this, people don't buy that. Like people go, orange man bad, I'm not going to do that. If someone you don't like has the cure for your illness, why would you slap their hand away? This is a serious question. I'm being dead serious. Everything that he touches, it literally turns to gold almost. I'm talking about with money, like business-wise. Like literally, he said now looks like a good time to buy, and the NASDAQ 100 did 100%. The entire index did 100% or some shit. It was insane. Like it just went like 60, 70%. He was like, buy Dell, and Dell is up 350%. He was like, buy Intel. This looks like a good thing. And then Intel squeezed like 500 or 600%. Intel went from like $50 to like, from like $20. And Intel went from like $18 to like $120, $130, $140. Everything that dude touches, investment-wise, literally squeezes into oblivion. And then there's people going, that dude's not a good businessman, bro. Like, bro, no, bro, you know what you're talking about, bro. No, stop. You wish that you could buy something and make billions of dollars. You wish you could. I wish I could, because I would do it. So whether you like him or not, he knows what the hell he's doing. Or at least, if he doesn't know what the hell he's doing, which he probably doesn't, who knows? Guess what he does know? He knows where to put his money at, and he knows to align himself with people who do. So he clearly has an answer that we don't. So I'm going to just follow suit. And that applies to everything, to everything everybody else is doing. The richest people in the world are buying stocks right now while you're sitting there goofing around. The rich people in the world are making money with whatever investments that they have, but then they're funneling it inside this S&P 500, this NASDAQ, and they're buying the same shit that they're all and they're all colluding, and then they're buying all of this stuff while you sitting here trying to argue about who Cardi B is or where she got going on this week, or what Taylor Swift is doing with her new boyfriend, the damn dude that be drinking the beers from the Kansas City Chiefs, whatever his name is. You get the point. Yeah, one of the best tight ends of all time. Whatever his name is. Oh, Travis Kelce. Yeah, Kelsey Allen. Yeah, Travis Kelce. Come on, Unc. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, you trying to figure out what the hell Travis Kelce is doing, or Kelsey, however you say it. That's what you're trying to do. And then Donald Trump is screaming at the top of his lungs, "Bidell," and you not paying attention. He's saying buy this, buy that, and you going, well, I don't like that dude, so I'm not gonna listen to him. I said, I'm done for that. He's scared to be working too hard to pass an eval, Jesse says. I was down 500 and passed it. Good job, Jesse. Proud of you, brother. Good job. Put it on ice. Correct. Good job. Come on, huh? Let's look at my DM from Latanya. I got to see what's going on with that. I got to help Latanya. That's strange. You should be able to trade it. Because it's just trading view. Why is it not connecting? That's strange. It's probably saying that because it's web-based. That's why. Did Latanya send me that information? Where's she sending it? Oh, I see it. You got to activate the details. That's why. You didn't. Did you activate the Rhythmic account? And did you sign the Rhythmic disclosures, Latanya? Did you do that, Tanya? So when you log in, try it. I wonder if you can run Rhythmic from a Mac. Hold on. Here, it is sending you here. I want you to try and follow these instructions, Latanya. It says Rhythmic is not able to support Mac OS for its full trading platform. Sign the Rhythmic. So clearly you didn't sign the Rhythmic agreement, so the accounts are not active, right? So the accounts are not active. So if the accounts are not active right now, then what that means is the login is not validated. So if you have an account and if you can sign the agreements by going to by following those instructions and going to the online portal, like going to Rhythmic and signing in, make sure that you sign the non-professional agreements, and then if you do that, then it should activate the accounts, and then you should be able to log in regardless from where you're at. That's what I think that your issue is. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's what I'm thinking. Or as a matter of fact, try to do that, Latanya, and do me a favor. You know for a fact that I wouldn't obviously use your Rhythmic account. I want you if you can't log in on the web portal and follow those instructions that I sent you with this, if this doesn't work, send me a screenshot. Send me a screenshot of your to my DM, not to the group chat. The members decided wouldn't do that to you because you know we're a family here. But what I'm saying is just in case, send me a screenshot of your login information, and then I'll log in with you from my computer, sign the agreements, and then we can try to see if we can get you logged in because you only need to sign the agreements. That's it. Once you sign the agreements and once the accounts are up, it'll be like that for forever. You understand what I'm saying? So we can try and do that, okay? Let's try and do that because obviously I have a PC, so like I can just and obviously I have Rhythmic logged in, so I can just do it like that, okay? So you try to do it from your computer first, and you try and follow that screenshot that I sent you. Then if not, then then I'll do it from my computer within the next at some point today. At some point today, okay? So let's do it like that. So within the next 24 to 48 hours, so 24 hours for sure, we'll get it done. Yo, what's up, E? What trades did you take? Dev says. So yeah, bro, I took this breakout trade over here or whatever on this gap fill that you and I took together. That was that one on 10 and then 20 contracts. I shorted right over here and I was out with 100 ticks over here on a break of this trend line, preparing a trend line with I think there was perfect double bottoms on ES. That was that short. And then I saw this intraday trend line that they were goofing around with, and I was trying to target this low over here, so I shorted it here, and then there was an imbalance here, but I should have managed my risk to this imbalance. And then I said that if they inverse this, then I'm going to cut this trade, but then when they started going lower, I went break even, and they stopped me at a break even here, and then they decided to go lower, and then instead of being on 3 contracts, I took 5 for basically a breakout trade of a base hit to the same objective where I was going to get out at. And then once that happened, and then once they took that out, which was the original target for this trade over here that you see, I got out, and I've just been going on a rant ever since, and I was helping Latanya. So the objective from this short was here, and a baseline hit to the nearest liquidity target, which was here. And then once they did this, and once they basically TP'd this trade out, they stopped it, they bounced it, and they squeezed on everybody, and they blew up everybody's account. You want to know if it's a good trade is because once you short it and once they take out the objective, then they just reverse in the opposite direction. That's how you know that you had a clear target in mind and you were aligning yourself with the overall market direction. I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead serious. Like, that's how you know. Because look, I short here and I'm out here, and then they stop and they go sideways for like 15 minutes or so, and then they squeeze it up higher. And then like I would have registered a loss. I longed it here on this breakout and I'm out here, and then they complete the breakout on this candle. They go sideways for 1 minute and then they dump the market 550 ticks in the opposite direction, which means I probably would have lost if I would have held on. That's when you know for a fact that you're targeting major objectives. Because once they're done, they reverse. Understand that. Because once they're done, it's done. Because they've completed their goal. That's how you know that you're understanding where the market is going. I'm being dead serious. Yeah, base hits are all we need. That is correct. But that's how you know that you're understanding objectives. Because once they complete an objective, they go, well, we're done here. Let's go in the opposite direction. I'm being dead serious. That is how you know. Or that's at least how I get a hint. Because I go, whew, damn. Once they did that, there was no reason for them to go any lower. So that's clearly what they were looking at this whole time. So maybe I was correct. And so like once I have that confidence, so what happens is once I have that confidence, right, in my brain, now I have the confidence to understand major objectives. So now I'm seeing what the market's doing. So now every single trade that I'm taking has this objective in mind. So like if I can see that they're trying to target this low and I can see what their objective is, the further that they get away from said objective, the more confidence I have to take the trade to then target it. That's how I'm structuring trades. And I'm understanding where the market is trying to go ultimately before it decides to do something else. So I'm taking trades with that in mind, if that makes sense. You understand what I'm saying? That's how that works. If you take a trade and like if you short the side of this hole and the market immediately reverses, that tells you that you're not understanding what the market's doing. But if you take a trade and that shit continuously goes straight to the TP and you're in and you're out, that lets you know where you're like, bro, okay, I see exactly where they're going. Because the market's going to reward you. The market's not going to reward you if you do opposite of what they had just got done doing. The market is the ultimate deliverer of justice and truth. It will tell you if you're right or if you're wrong. It's only a matter of are your ears open, and are these things on the side of your head open? And are these two things that you call eyeballs are they open, and are they moving in tandem? And is your brain willing to interpret what your ears and what your eyes are showing you? Are you going to live in denial? That is the only thing here. That's it. Your brain, the psychology behind everything. Be on alert. So yeah, try that, Latanya, and let me know. Long story short. I got you. What is going on with this QQQ? Look at that QQQ squeeze into oblivion. They just flipped this market on a dime and just squeezed it into new highs after they took out that objective. They snapped this trend line for a base hit, and then they just reversed and squeezed it. God knows what they want to do next. Timestamp 312. I think it's best that we not blow up our accounts. They've been goofing around all damn day. Today's Tuesday. Today's Tuesday. We got Wednesday and Thursday of maybe some decent price action. Maybe Friday is hands off. No matter what happens, eval instant pass on Friday. As in, we get unlimited funded accounts on the Friday. If you so choose to participate, you can still get unlimited funded accounts and just stash them and not trade them and still demo trade. So when you are prepared, you can hit the ground running. Tanya message me. Be on alert. Excited for Friday. My favorite day of the month is Instant Pass. Unlimited accounts? How? No. Correct. Click sign in, Latanya. What's it saying? It wasn't letting you, Latanya? New all-time high is the target. Yeah, I probably missed something. Yeah. I get an unlimited amount of funded accounts. I don't trade the eval. Because I got this method from inside Discord that does eval instant pass. Only do it if you can get payouts, trust. That is correct, because you will go into the hole quickly. Because instead of you losing $20 evals, like 20, instead you going, because you would have to blow 10 evaluations to lose $200. If you blow 10 funded accounts, bro, you'll be down like damn 15. Bro, you'll be down almost $2,000. Like this. If you blow 10 of them. I'm being dead serious. You need to watch out. You need to be on alert. I sent it to you. Check your DM. I'm about to check it right now, man. I'm going to just do it right now. Just because. Instead of just having you just goof around. We sitting here right now, so why not? Yeah, correct. So the funded state is not the issue. Making the money is not the issue. Managing the money is the issue. That's why you're going to be in. That's why you're in here. But then you also might be in here because you might go, guys. You might experience something, and because I have been there and I understand what's going on with the prop firms, at least the ones that I know about, and like how to traverse these waters, these murky waters. you will have somebody that were like, if you encounter a problem, you can confidently message that person, and if that person doesn't have the answer, somebody else will. That's why you're in here. Like Latanya just signed up for a Bullet account, and she does not have a Mac. But because she's inside Discord, she can message me, and I'm going to help her, and I'm going to make sure she figures out her solution to getting her account. That is a part of mentorship. I'm not going to charge her $150, $200 for a diagnostic and be like, hey, I did this for you. I did this favor for you. Give me $250 right now for this. I'm spending my time on this when I could be making money. I'm not going to do that. Tanya's my girl. Well, not literally, but you get the point. She's been inside her for months, learning and understanding. But that's just a part of the mentorship. I mean, like, I'm not going to charge you for that, bro. Come on, bro. All this aside. Are you guys trading minis on Fridays or something? No. Well, yes, but no. Hold on, let me type this. Let me lock in. Let me stay focused because I won't be locked in. Let me type this in. BX, yeah. But no, eval Instapass just means that like you get an unlimited amount of funded accounts and like you pass the evaluation instantaneously. That's what that means. It's fairly simple. I live stream it actually from Discord only. I go on live stream with Discord from it, and I show Discord how to do it. It's fairly simple, I promise you. It's not as hard as you may think. Because when you see it, you're going to be like, oh, I see how he's doing that. Oh. Password's not matching. Hold on, I got it. No, that's my fault. I was typing it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm doing it right now. I got it. I'm logging it right now. Hold on. Latanya, so Latanya, look, this doesn't disclose any of your personal information, but if you look at my screen, you can see how I logged in right over here. You see it? Nobody else can see this except for you. See this? So I logged in just now. So I just signed the papers for you just now. Hold on, let me check the accounts. Let me see what you got. Let's see what accounts you got. See what kind of accounts you got. Trader dashboard. Okay. So you see your account right over here? You see it? It's active. So you see it? It's active now. So now we know it's active. What I want you to try and do is I want you to try and log in now. I want you to try and log in now from the trade center. Just try it right now. Let me know what you can come up with. Try it right now. Just give it a try, and just let us know. It should work now. Let's see. I got a new monitor downstairs. I ordered I ordered a new monitor. Guys, does anybody know anything about computers? Guys, because I ordered a new guys, so I have this Acer NVIDIA G-Sync computer. Monitor. It's so it's a 4K monitor. 4K monitor, but I've had it for like 3.5 for like 4 years now, and then like half of the screen started showing these green lines on it, but the green lines only show whenever it's pitch black. A G-Sync high frame rate. Okay, cool. So you know more about it than I do. I know nothing. And then whenever it flashed that once or twice, I ordered a brand new updated one. It was like this NVIDIA G-Sync. It's this. So I ordered this, and then it's downstairs right now. But now the new monitor's working fine. But now like my old monitor's back to working fine, and like I don't want to just, cause I don't want to just goof around I don't know, cause like I turned my computer off and I just let it rest for a day, and now the screen's working fine again. So I don't know like if that means it's getting ready to go bad or not. I swear to God, like I'm not trying to be funny, like I'm being dead serious, cause like I'll just send the other monitor back, but it's working fine now. I'm trying to decide like, does that mean that the pixels were going bad? Or does that not mean the pixels were going bad? Because so half of the screen was, my brother had the same issue. I would swap it. Oh, okay. Yeah, because half of the screen was in the green lines, but it was only showing green lines on a black screen. So like if the background was pitch black, it was showing the green. Everything else, it works perfectly fine. So when that happened, I just ordered a new one. They about to do all-time high overshoot again. This is bullish. Yep, let me log in. Thank you. Yeah, let me log in. Thank you. I appreciate you. We fixed it. Boom, just like that. Bang. Wow. Now she can trade. Now she can purchase an unlimited amount of Billionaires accounts, and now she can copy trade a Billionaires accounts from a MacBook, just like that. Bang. Solved the issue. Because 4K displays have issues. Oh, I didn't know that. Good job, LaTanya. Thank you so much for allowing me to help you. Be on alert. That's what you need to be. What did the company say? What company? Yeah, this Red Folder News Friday, I believe. I watched and still didn't get it. You watched and you didn't get what? What did you not get? All right, Jones. Are you guys trading minis? Okay, I already read that. It's not bad. Your computer was just need the reboot to sync all the new updates. It's very potential. I didn't think about that. Because it's working perfectly fine right now. But it's like, but I'm a cheapskate too. So I'm like, do I need a $700 monitor? I mean, because I paid $500 for this one monitor, like $550 for this one monitor, like 4 years ago. Like, it works perfectly fine, and it's already set up. And all I do is trade on here. I don't play video games, so I don't need the latest frame rate. I'm only looking at candles. Yeah, making all the money. Let me get some. I wish. Oh, what's up, brother? How you been? How you doing, Disciple? You doing all right, brother? How to do Instant Pass? What do you mean? How to do Instant Pass? You've seen it, Jones. You inside Discord. You seen me do Instant Pass on the live stream. What's up, silly? What do you mean? What's the chance if it fakes out and starts dropping? High likelihood. High likelihood. I'm serious. You have no idea what they're going to do. This is price discovery. Instant Pass. And I don't understand. Why don't you understand? I'm confused. What is it I don't understand about it? What is it I don't understand about it? What you understand about it, all right? Well, there's several things to not understand. Like, do you want to pass multiple accounts or do you want to just do one? If you want to just get one funded account, it's very simple. But you can't do it but you can't do Apex only because Apex bans it now. So you can't do with Apex strictly by itself. It needs to be offset with another firm. But the concept is still the exact same. Nothing has changed with it. You need to continue to grasp the concepts. You've come a long, long way. You've come a long way, Jones. Girl, you have come a long way. I remember when you first started watching that TikTok, because you was watching me on TikTok for almost a month. But like I remember when you first joined, you didn't know left from right. I'm serious. You're still learning. I'm being dead serious. That's why I love put my home data lab on Linux OS. What's that? I guess that no one understands. That's why they're trying to pass eval. No. The entire purpose of the eval instant pass is not because you don't understand to pass it. The entire purpose of the eval instant pass is to skip the time-consuming process of trading and making over 100% to pass the evaluation. Because you have to make about 150% to pass. Wow, I haven't heard you say that before. Yeah. Yeah. Say what about the journey or the instant pass? The entire purpose of it is if you trade conservatively, it's probably going to take you like a week and a half to 2 weeks to pass it normally. So you're saving a week and a half to 2 weeks worth of time and errors potentially. The journey, yeah. I remember when you first joined. I'm serious. I remember. And you've come a long way of understanding. You still have a long ways to go to get to the destination. But if you look back from where you were, oh my goodness, I'm being dead serious. You're in here every single day learning. You have no other choice but to learn about to pick up on things. But as with everything, no one masters everything on the first try or on their first several attempts. No one does. Most people still learn how to speak English correctly, and they've been speaking English for decades, their entire life. I promise you. I still learn things on a daily basis. No left from right. That is correct. You didn't. Like you were like, what do these lines mean? Like you start to understand it. I'm being dead serious. So, but yeah, looks like it's about to snap that trend line on ES. Yeah, watch out for this. They're just monkeying around. Look at this damn SPY here, boy. SPY has been in a 0.1% range for 2 straight hours nonstop. And a 0.1% range for 2 straight hours with no clear objective. Just down, up, down, up, down, up, down, slightly down, so slightly up higher, and then back down. So I'm gonna close that last point with this. The entire purpose of it is to save time. So if you already know how to get to a payout, why would you want to trade the evals for? Why? What? Dude, you don't get no consolation prizes. Data decay, that's exactly what that is. You don't get consolation prizes, dude, for making more money on the evaluation. If they tell you that you got to make $3,000 and you get the $3,000 and you go, well, for shits and giggles, man, let me trade another 10 minis. Let me make an extra $3,000 for these folks. Dude, they going to pass the account the exact same way. You don't get no consolation prizes for that, boy. Same as that thing with putting imaginary money in that account. You don't get no consolation prizes. There's no feel-good prizes for this. So with that being said, time is of the essence. I don't doubt that some of y'all can find the answer from looking online. I don't doubt that. I seriously don't doubt that. Cause guys, don't be disappointed. When you join this Discord and when you click on that knowledge center, it's going to be in a clear and easy to read, concise manner, right? But it's going to be public information. It's going to be like 5-10 minute long videos. And you got to watch and you got to take notes. but it's going to be everything that you need to know to finally get a grasp and to understand what's going on. Like it's not like you're going to be in the Illuminati. Like, but the time that you would have spent otherwise, which is why you can't have a scarcity mentality. Because if you don't value time, then you're not going to understand trading. You need to understand time and how time relates to money. The richest people in the world understand time. They don't really care about money because they know that if they have the time to do something, or if they complete an objective in the most efficient way possible, then they can do other objectives that will then make them more money. Poor people go, man, damn, the gas station 2 hours down, the gas station 45 minutes down the street is 6 cents a gallon cheaper. So let me go save 60 cents by driving 45 minutes down the road. Or hell, 90 cents. Didn't your mom do that? Exactly. My mom does that. My rant time, yep. My mom has Gas Buddy, and she will drive 1 hour one way, 1 hour the other way, to then save 10 cents a gallon on a 15-gallon tank. To save $1.50, she will drive 2 hours round trip. If somebody told you, hey, I'm going to enslave you for 2 hours for $1.50, you would look at them and go, bro, why would I do that shit? I'm not going to do that. you would look at them and laugh. You'd be like, wait, what? But poor people think like that. Like they go, bro, dude, I'm not going to spend $59, bro, to be inside that Discord, bro. And I'm going to search and look for this answer. And then it's going to take me 5 to 10 years, God knows how much time, to finally understand trading. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I can save $400 over the course of an entire year. Yeah, I'm going to do that, man. You know what, man? That's a good idea. I'm going to do that shit. I'm going to do that. That sounds like a great idea. Man, great idea, huh? I'm serious. That's really how scarcity mentality. That's exactly what it is, right? It's a scarcity mentality. Because you would rather search, and then not only search, you would rather put free ideas that you put to the test online and then lose money. And that, honestly speaking, that's the cost of your tuition. Because if you find something for free and you blow up your account doing so, and it costs you thousands of dollars, goofy, you paid thousands of dollars for that lesson. And you still have not learned. Because you haven't gotten anywhere. So you still have to learn. So it doesn't guarantee you to learn. So you're going to pay one way or the other. So it's just a matter of, do you have a scarcity mentality or not? A non-scarcity mentality goes, bro, this is how I think. I go, okay, I could save, like, let's just say hell freezes over, man. I could save $3 by driving an hour. Or I could spend this extra $3 and fill up my gas tank, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe go cut some grass in an hour. Maybe go learn a skill set. Maybe go study something. I don't know. Maybe go, cook. Maybe instead of driving an hour and then like I'm so hungry and I'm so tired, I then go spend money out. Like I go spend money outside, or like I go out to eat. I go home and I cook food. And then I save money and I put more money in my pocket with that. Or I learn something in that hour. And then over the course of time, that hour will pay for itself. Like if you have to fill up once a week and you do that 4 times a week, that's 4 hours that you could have devoted to doing something else. That's more constructive versus doing that. That's just an hour of your time. I'm being dead serious. Once I started thinking like that, my life completely changed. Nothing was never the same. Because I try to steal time where I can to devote it to things that's going to be the most beneficial. I don't look at the price of things as far as money is concerned. I look at time. That's why I bought that monitor, because my monitor started tripping and I was like, bro, if my monitor breaks, And like if it just goes out tomorrow, I won't have a monitor. And then I'm gonna have to goof around. Like I might take a losing trade. Like I might blow my account. So let me just buy a new monitor right now, so I can save myself the time while it's working now. So I'll switch it out now, and then it'll be fine. And now I have nothing to worry about. What's the issue? I save myself time down the road. That needs to be your mentality when it comes to things. That's how rich people think. I'm being dead serious. Poor people think, hey, how rich can I get right now for the cheapest amount? It's called a poor person's scarcity mentality. And I understand that because I used to be poor. But I'm being serious that's how it works. They go, how can I get the richest the fastest for the cheapest amount without giving anything? How can I do that? With the least amount of time, effort, and energy. How can I get rich and just run off on the plug? That's why you never get rich. I'm being dead serious. Every single person that thinks like that, just stop and just think, oh, they rich doing that? I'm being dead serious. Just stop and just think about that. Just stop and just think. Your job, even when it comes to this, is not to sit in front of this computer every single day. I explained this to a student that had signed up that I know in person, and I spoke to her, and I was like, and she was like, okay, so she was like, so what's the end goal with this? She was like, man, I could just be making $40,000, $50,000 a month for forever. I was like, no, you don't, because you don't know when Apex is going to stop. You don't know. I told her, I said, your goal is to make a specific amount of money, and then once you understand this, then you will ultimately understand swing trading. Once you understand swing trading and investing, they go hand in hand. You then funnel that money over to an investment portfolio, and then you invest into other things. You don't want to sit in front of this screen every single dang on day, nonstop. Yeah, sure, it might be good money, but eventually you're going to not want to do this. You're going to want to just go out and just live life and be free. That's the ultimate goal for this, because ultimately speaking, if you do that, then you'll just be a slave to then you'll just be a self-employed slave. But that's just making $50,000, $60,000 a month. I am a self-employed slave right now, but I just make $50,000, $60,000 a month. Now I can do whatever I want to do, and I can log in whenever I want to, and then take however many trades I want to. Sure. So is that more favorable than other positions? Sure. But trust and believe, when I get $10 million liquid, not just total, 10 million liquid sitting inside of an account, you won't see me. You will not see me. Because then I'll just swing trade what I'm doing now, and I'll just make $2 to $3 million a year, and like I'll just do nothing. I'm not going to log into the screen. I am going to walk away. So help me God, I'm going to walk away. I swear to God, I'm not going to do that. So I'm doing this right now because I'm rich person poor. I'm rich person poor. If I stop doing this, I'll be in trouble in about probably 9 to 12 months. I'll be in trouble. Like if I stop, or like if I have a poor 9 to 12 months, I could be in trouble. I'm being dead serious. I could seriously be in trouble. So like I'm like a year or so away from trouble. I'm being dead serious. Whereas if you got 10 million liquid or wherever it's million liquid, just sitting around goofing around, you can swing trade and you can make damn $2 or $3 million a year, off 15-20%. Buy Intel, just buy what Trump's doing. I mean, they're giving you the cheat code. Why not do that? If you had $1 million just sitting there goofing around, why would you not buy Dell whenever Trump was buying Dell? Why not buy Intel and then make 30-40% off of $1 million? You would make Trump would literally hand you 3 or 4. Guys, the reason why the richest people in the world love him, guys, they love him for a reason. You don't love him because you can't see how to take advantage of him. I apologize that I'm going down this road, but it's true. If you had $10 million liquid cash, stop and just use your brain. If you had $10 million liquid cash, and the most powerful man in the world was on TV broadcasting it, and he said this, stop. I'm getting ready to open up your brain. Stop. And he said this shit right here. Stop and look at your screen. Here, he said, here he goes, now looks like a good time to buy. And you just, and you slumbered out of bed like, and you were like, what the hell? The billionaire said now the president and the billionaire said now's like a good time to buy? Fuck yeah. I'm gonna put $10 million cash on this shit. And you put $10 million cash on this, or hell this, or you did this. Hold on, where's it at? Where he said this here in August, and you put $10 million here, and you was like, man, I'm gonna just give this dude a shot for a year. Let me see what happens. Dude, your $10 million would literally be worth like 40, like literally, you would have 50 million in your account. He just handed you a free $4 million. I mean, 40 million. But let's just say you were conservative when you bought down here when he said buy. And you know, and you didn't hate him. Like, and you didn't have derangement syndrome. And you bought here, and hell, you sold just even here. You bought here when he said so, and you sold a month later for 50% gains. He handed you a free $5 million, dude. That's just if you had 10 million. Trust me, these people have hundreds of millions. I'm just trying to get you to understand how these people are thinking. This is why this man is in power. This is one of the reasons. He's handing out free money to the masses. I'm being dead serious. He would just hand you a free $5 million just like that in a month, just like that. Just wake up, just free money, free $5 million. Here you go. You're just going about your business. I'm being dead serious. That is literally all these people are doing. I'm being dead serious. So that's what I'm gonna do. But if you're poor and if you only got $1,000 and you're living paycheck to paycheck, even if you make 50%, that's only $500. So you can't take advantage of the car. Guess what? I would hate a Lamborghini. I would hate a Lamborghini Revuelto if it sat inside my garage and I could not drive it. If it was just sitting there, guys, if you had a Bugatti Chiron and someone said, here's the car, but you don't have the keys and you don't know how to work the vehicle, you're not going to like it. You're going to be like, bro, I don't like that, bro. Get that out of here. But if you have that key, oh my goodness, it is the best thing in the world. There's nothing better. What would be better? I'm being dead serious. A Bugatti Chiron is not better than a Toyota Camry if you can't use it. Oh, I'm going to love a Bugatti regardless. No, you're not. Not if it's going to sit there. And it's not yours and you can't touch it. Of course you're not. And it's not yours, you can't touch it and you can't sell it, and it's just sitting there collecting dust. I'm being this like, bro, trust me. After a few months, you're gonna be like, bro, LARP City, ain't no LARP City. And you can't take no pictures of it. Can't take no pictures, can't post no nothing. It's just sitting there, and nobody knows you got it. Nobody knows you got it, and everybody's making fun of you because they're like, bro, stop taking pictures of that car, that's not yours. Trust me. Ain't no LARP City. That don't exist. Ain't no LARP City. Because everybody going to be like, bro, that's not your car. Stop taking pictures of that dang old car. Where the key at? Now you tying my hands behind my back. Exactly. I'm serious. They're going to be like, bro, where's it at? Prove that you own it. Be like, well, it's mine. Prove it. Show me. Where's the title? I don't got it. Stop taking pictures of that car. That car ain't real. People not going to believe you. That's just how I interpret it. Because I know what I would be doing if I had 10 million liquid. I would be buying the same stuff that he's doing. I would be buying the same stuff Nancy Pelosi is buying. Nancy Pelosi is giving the blueprint, boy. They have ETFs that's tracking what these people are doing. They have a Nancy Pelosi tracker. Boy, her portfolio was up like 300 percentile. 4, 5, 6, 7, 800, 1,000%, something insane. I was just about to send her autopilot tracker. Exactly. This is not a coincidence, boy. These people are on the inside. They know what's going on. That's why they love each other, dude. They not gonna give up no power. Nancy Pelosi, the scammer. Up 253% all time. Everything she buys goes to heaven. Timestamp 346 already? Where's the time gone? I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my day. Have a good day, guys, and be safe. Don't give your profits. All right, Jesse. Thank you. The woman only has 6-figure salary, yet her net worth is 8 figures minimum. Exactly. She has that 6-figure salary, but she has an 8-figure net worth. Probably working on 9 figures. We need to be doing what these people are doing, boy. Do you understand how much money you can make if you get money? And if you save time? Time is of the essence, man. This is serious. This is not a joke. You need to be trying to figure out how you can save time, but that doesn't mean cut corners. That means doing it the right way so you can do it in the most efficient way possible. So I started that whole rant to say that's why I'm here. That's why you're here. Making $50,000 in 3 weeks is not the same as making $50,000. So some people take it in 3 months, but $50,000 over the course of a year and a half. Making $50,000 in 3 months is not the same as making it in 30 months. It is not the same. It's the same amount of money, but time is the key. You made the $50,000 and now you can devote time doing something else. That's how you get rich. You need to figure out that answer. In any event, Nancy Pelosi's estimate net worth is over $285 million. Oh my God. While her annual congressional salary is $174,000. Jesse says, oh my God. My jaw just dropped when Jesse just said that. Literally, my mouth is agape. She's worth $300 million on a $175,000 salary, where she's only pulling in probably like $110,000 net after taxes. Holy smoke! She's the greatest investor of all time. These people are just squeezing into this all-time high. This is bullish. This is insanity. The EOD is about to meet the HOD today. I'm eligible for a payout of $875. Do I take it or trade till Friday to get a max payout? What's your spreadsheet looking like, Blazing? That's my question. What's your spreadsheet looking like? Every day, new all-time high. That is correct. They come in clusters. When you see all-time high, you don't short all-time high. You wait for pullback and you long it because there's going to be another one. You don't just buy a put 3 or 4 days out because we just made an all-time high. That is the worst thing to do. How much are you down? When was the last time you had a payout? Those are the questions that I would be asking myself. How bad do you need the money? I've already given you max put me in the green, 875, break even. What you need to do is you need to take the break even. You need as many cracks at profitability. Guys, this is one of the last lessons that I'm going to give today. You need, guys, this goes for everybody. You need as many cracks at getting your head above water as possible on the funded journey to stacking money. Understand what I just said. You need as many cracks as possible to keep your head above water. So when you get the chance to get back to break even from where you invested at, you take that opportunity and then you try to get above water now on the next payout. And so that way, if you fail and if you blow up, well, now you're just back to where you were before, and now you can go back in debt maybe $800 and then get back to break even again so you can have that breakthrough. That's how that works. You don't go, well, I'm down $1,000. Let me try and get 2 or 3,000, and then something weird happens, and now you got to spend another $1,000 to get back to break even. So now you down. So now you down $2,000 in the hole, and then you go, well, damn, I could take a $2,000 payout, but let me try and get 4,000, and then you blow up that account, and now you spend another $2,000 to get right back to where you were at before, another $1,000, but now you're down 3,000, and now you're like, damn. I'm now you blink and you're like, damn, I'm down $3,000 in the hole with this shit. What the hell? How do I get out of this? Well, because you didn't take as many jabs at the funded stage as possible, you need to stay break even for as long as possible. Because if you stay break even for as long as possible, you'll have that breakthrough. Understand what I just said? Understand what I just said? Alrighty? So what I recommend is you take that, and then you take base hits on over the next week and a half to 2 weeks after that, and then you'll be in the green. I'll be for real. But when you take that out, you need to pocket only like $300-400 of that money at the most, and then potentially devote the other to then reinvest into more accounts, and then take base hits off of those accounts. That's what you need to do. Because if you lose, then you're gonna be back at ground zero again. You need to take small steps forward and forward. Today was rough. See you guys tomorrow. All right, Native. Yeah, today wasn't easy. This is all the time I break out and break loose. Max puts me in the green, 875, break even. Yeah, take that break even. That's smart. Thanks. Take that money, bro. Trust me, at $900, you're gonna feel good that you did that, bro. So that you can take more cracks at getting above, and be smart with the investment. Because that's what I'm gonna do. I'm telling you right now. If I make another $700 on these Apex accounts, I'm gonna take the minimum payout I can, the minimum. So that way, because the minimum put me in the green regardless. But now I'm slightly in the green, so now I got a little bit more confidence. I can finesse and finagle a few things here and there. And now I can show more confidence for the next payout. And then the next one, I'm going to take $1,500. $1,500 times 10 will make $15,000. This is what I'm going to do on the next one. Look at that all-time high breakout. They're going to break this loose. Look at this market just break loose. No more trades. It makes my drawdown 1K. Okay, well, trade on lighter size then. Trade on lighter size, and if you lose $300 in a trade, you're done. If you lose $500-600 in a day, you're done. So you have 2 bad days before you blow the entire account and try to build it back up. What's the difference? Why not? What's the difference? Why not downsize? You can trade off of a $1,000 account if you're already at the profit target. You can do that. Absolutely, you can. Absolutely, you can. Now, if you had $1,000 in drawdown left, and then you still had if you lost $1,000 and then you had to make an extra $2,000 on top of the $1,000 that you made, that's a little bit more. That's more challenging. But if you just took a payout and all you need to make is another $1,000 or $1,500 to get to another payout, why not do that? I'm being dead serious. Why not? You can do that. I have no consistency. That's a problem then. Oh, you have no consistency rules with it. Or are you saying that I have no consistency as in like I suck with being consistent on a daily basis? I don't know what you're trying to get at. Money ain't real until it hits your bank. That's correct. Everything that you're looking at is fake until it hits that account. Shh. Apex told me they was going to pay me out. Last payout a few weeks ago. So it's going to send me $6,000. So I'm $5,500, excuse me. That shit wasn't real. That shouldn't even hit my account. Know the rule. As long as I stay above 50,100, okay, great, you good then. Guys, like I always say, guys, I appreciate everybody for hanging out. I'm live every single day, Monday through Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 a.m. in the morning from inside Discord to go to pre-market trading plan. If you'd like to join our community, it's nqinsider.com. Guys, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer, but, they come with a 3-day free trial for each one, 7-day free trial with Discord. But if you want to buy the yearly, then the yearly doesn't come with a free trial because you get unlimited mentorship and guidance for $400 total, $100 and then $300 for Discord. That's it. You can't even be in a high-level professional trader's Discord for $400 a month, let alone for forever, let alone for a year. Because trust me, we don't need forever. I just need several months of locking in several. But minimum requirement is 90 days. I'm gonna be for real with you. Because 90 days ain't nothing but 50 trading days. Because of weekends and holidays. Weekends, holidays, and then non-farm payrolls and CPI. There's only 50 days. 50 days is not a large enough sample for you to change your life. It's not large enough. 50 days is nothing. That's nothing, bro. 50 data samples from right and wrong is nothing. You need more time than that. You need to be real with yourself. I'm being for real with you. So with that being said, guys, we'll be live tomorrow. And then if you have any questions, please DM me. Like I always say, I know life is hard. I know it's not easy. So I believe in every single last one of you. I love you. And I know for a fact that you can do this, okay? I appreciate everybody for having my back because I have your back and for showing up. And hey, that at least counts for something. You don't have to sign up. We can be best of friends. We can be best of friends from TikTok. Even if you previously signed up and I get messages like that, I promise people go, hey, bro, look, I just don't got the $15, dog, for the Knowledge Center. Hey, man, look, I would love to take advantage of this, but, bro, look, like, I just got to save a little bit more money, man. Hey, man, look, I don't got that. You know what I say? I say, man, listen, let's be, well, first off, I ask you what your situation is. Because if you're in a messed up situation, then me giving you free days until, like, it's not going to do anything because you can't capitalize off of it. But like if you're just going through a rough time, like, hey man, man, my brother's cousin, sister's brother's aunt, nephew, some weirdo shit, had cancer, so I just had to spend like $2,000, man. So my next paycheck ain't gonna hit for another week and after 2 weeks. I don't lose access to the community, dude. I'll give you some free days. But like if you like, hey, I got like 18 cents to my name, can I get some free days? I'm gonna be like, hey, like, I just don't think that that's in your best interest because you have more important things to be dealing with. So I'm gonna say that. But at any event, that's up to you to decide. So we can still be best of friends because at the end of the day, it's about the journey and learning and improving and saving time. Because we all want to accomplish the same thing and be the best versions of ourselves, man. So we all have something in common. That's what we have in common, no matter where we're from. Let's not judge others. Let's try to uplift others and help others in the best way possible. So I love you and I believe in you. All right, Portal Machine. See you soon. All right, guys. Love you, bro. Have a great day. Love you too, Rax. Holla at me, my boys. All right, my boy. Be safe, guys. And I believe in you. NQinsider.com. Please stay away from the scammers. I will never ask you. All right, Dev. I'll see you tomorrow. Good day today for you, Dev. I'll never ask you for any money. I won't do that. Stay away from the scammers. If a dude asks you to send you money in Bitcoin, that's a scam. Just speak to me in real time. Why can't we access the knowledge page through Discord? What do you mean through Discord? You got access to that knowledge center? You have access to that knowledge center? What you talking about? The Nas app, the Nas.io app, because you don't have WAP. So you got the Nas.io app, but you get access it through that. The knowledge center is nothing but the instructional videos. So you need to be on the app, and you need to be following those instructions and clicking on them links, Jones. I'm being for real. If you are still confused, then I can just send you, but not through Discord link. What do you mean not through Discord link? Of course not. Because they're two separate pages. They're two separate pages. One of the finals coming on tomorrow. You typing, you tipping. What you mean? Guys, DM me. I love you and I believe in you. Talk soon. DM me, Jones. What you talking about? If you're confused about something, what you mean? Have you not been paying attention to that Knowledge Center page that you subscribed to like 2 or 3 months ago? Have you not been paying attention to that? The Knowledge Center, the Nas.io, literally the Knowledge Center. Like all of those links, the instructions, those things. You'd be watching that. Have you been watching the beginner's playlist? I'm going to DM you the playlist. One by one, I'm going to DM you. Can you send me a link of your Discord, bro? NQinsider.com. You can join from there. I promise you, go to NQinsider.com. It literally says it up there at the top of the screen. Look, the banner. See, it says join Discord at NQinsider.com. I can't send you a custom Discord link because the robot adds you the moment that you pay. So it's $59 per month for Discord. $49 every 3 months for the Knowledge Center. $15 a month. Yeah. I don't charge for mentorships or guidance in here. It's free once you're in here. What do I get with that 15? I'm not going to go on around. I got a little bit of a headache, but maybe just show up and just watch us trade for a little bit. But like if you click on the link, it'll explain it to you. It'll show you everything that you get inside here. Like, but read it. Just click it. It'll show you everything, like literally everything that you can hear. Like all of the mentorships and everything. It'll write it out for you. But I recommend you read, you watch, you show up, and then you just just see. But everything on there, and then a lot of other things, and then a lot of other different things. But I'm not going to go on a rant again and try and sell it again. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to do that. But just show up tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You trade live with the Tupper, of course. Every single day. I trade live. Every day I do. Every day I do. Of course. So just show up and just see if it's something that you want. I can't convince anyone to do anything. It needs to be within you, and then you need to see it. You can never convince somebody to do anything. Why 10 a.m., bro? The best time for you? Nah, because I do the pre-market trading plan at 9, 10 a.m. in the morning. And so, like, I just say 10 a.m. in the morning from TikTok. I go live, honestly, from Discord like 9, 10, 9, 12 every day to go over the pre-market trading plan, to prepare all of the Discord students for the, for the market open, let them know what I'm seeing and stuff like that. So you get that as well every single day. So maybe you might see something like trade navigation, if that makes sense. So in the pre-market meeting, that was also how we took those trades to the upside earlier today. And we knew that they would get ready to reverse it because we were prepared for the market open, if that makes sense. All of that is also included. You get a pre-market trading plan daily sent out too. All of those things. Dude, the things that, bro, every single thing, or almost every single thing that is going to put you in a position to be a millionaire trader, I'm going to share with you. It's just up to you to pick or choose two or three things over the course of time. You will get that from being inside this Discord. That's the biggest thing. And guidance. Like, what more else could you want? What more else do people want to ask for? I believe in you and I love you.